May 19th special meeting of Halifax Regional Council. It's a public hearing for the adoption of the regional plan. To begin with, we'll acknowledge that Halifax Regional Municipality is located in Mi'kma'ki, the ancestral and traditional lands of the Mi'kmaq people. The municipality acknowledges the peace and friendship treaties signed in this territory and recognizes that we are all treaty people. And with that, I'll just invite folks for a moment of quiet reflection. Okay, thank you very much. Any updates on? Okay, so we're going to have just a slight pause and get to know your neighbor. We want to make sure that every councillor is present, and we're just missing one who is just about a 2-minute walk away and will be here momentarily. So please enjoy this moment, the continued moment of reflection while we get ready for the public hearing. Thank you for your understanding.
Still dark? Can we talk about that, Councilor?
All right. Okay. Okay, colleagues and friends at home and friends in the gallery, we will come back to order. I want to say thank you to everyone for joining us today for a public hearing. The process will be that we will start with a staff presentation and questions of clarification from the council. After that, we will move on to the public hearing. Speakers can participate for a maximum of 5 minutes, and we ask that you please keep your comments respectful, on topic, and directed to the chair. The timer will display speaking time and change color when there is 30 seconds remaining, and again when time is complete. That will happen for each speaker. If you would like to speak and you haven't yet signed up, please contact the clerk's office at the email address clerks@halifax.ca or call 902 490-490-4210, or sign, sign up at the table in the main lobby of City Hall, just downstairs at the bottom of the stairs. In the event of a continuation, no additional names will be added after today. Participation virtually is allowed as well, and we have several Zoom speakers today. However, the deadline for virtual participation was today, June 19th at 10 a.m. As a reminder to members of council, you must be present for the entire staff presentation, the entire public hearing, and the entire debate following the close of the public hearing, including any clarification by staff or members of the public, to be able to vote. We will be taking regular breaks about every 2 hours to ensure that nobody needs to miss any of the hearing. Councillors, if you need a break sooner, please let me know. After each break, all councillors need to be back in their seats before we can start the meeting again. And I'm just going to turn to the solicitor for a word.
Thank you, Mayor. So just for the public, understand that some of the rules that the councillors are bound by, one of them is that as this is a quasi-judicial sort of proceeding, the councillors are not permitted to have conversations during the breaks with members of the public back and forth on it, because the intent is for all members of council to hear the input. It's not a debate back and forth with member of the public. It is the opportunity for speakers to be heard. If there's a need for questions of clarification after a speaker has spoken, then a member can ask those. Let me just check my list here. Yeah, so that about covers it. As the mayor has said, I think he's covered the rest. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thanks very much. Madam Clerk, can you confirm if any additional correspondence has been received for the public hearing since the beginning of the meeting today?
Additional correspondence has been circulated.
Okay, thank you very much. Well, with that, we will go ahead with the staff presentation, and Leah Perrin is here for that purpose. And Leah, when you're ready, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good afternoon to you two members of...
Leah, I'm so sorry to interrupt you. Late breaking news from the solicitor.
The clerk has reminded us we need to approve the order of business and the declaration of conflicts.
Okay, thank you. We're just going to take care of a little bit of housekeeping here before we thank you for your patience, Leah, and everyone. Colleagues, can I have a motion to approve the order of business, please? Moved by Councillor Cleary, seconded by Councillor Hinch. And are we doing this by hand vote? And so all in favor, show of hands, please. There we go. The order of business is approved. And colleagues, I just want to make the call for any declarations of conflict of interest today. Not seeing any. Okay. Okay. Leah, thank you for your patience. Again, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, members of Regional Council, to the members of the public that are here today or watching at home. My name is Leah Perrin. I'm the manager of regional planning, and I'm here today to present on the regional plan. The purpose of our presentation today is to provide an overview of the regional plan proposed today and to present the key ideas and regulatory changes that are included in the plan and the package of amendments that are in front of you. To provide a recap of where we've come from and where we're going and the overall regional plan review work program, we began this project in early 2020, just a few weeks before the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic. At that time, we were anticipating it would be a minor review with a more major overhaul of the plan not expected until later this decade to align with the 25-year horizon date of the plan in 2031. But in addition to the global pandemic, we saw a significant increase in growth that hadn't been anticipated. This growth was considered as part of our Themes and Directions report in 2021. And so when we came back to Council to report on what we'd heard, we recommended that we moved to this phased approach that you see on the screen. Phase 3 looked to make a series of quick amendments to enable more opportunities for housing, and Regional Council approved that amendment package in October 2022. As part of Phase 4, we brought a draft regional plan to Council and the public for consideration in June 2023. We had aimed to bring the plan and the amendment package to Council before the municipal election last fall. However, with the announcement of the new provincial minimum planning requirements last August, we delayed bringing the package forward until now so that it could be adjusted to address the new requirements. We're now in the approval process for Phase 4. Council gave first reading on June 10th to the proposed regional plan and the accompanying package of amendments, and that's the subject of the public hearing today. Phase 5 will focus on a review of potential future areas for growth and is expected to result in further adjustments to the planning framework. I'll talk a bit at the end of this presentation about next steps for that work, but it's important to note that Phase 5 isn't the subject of the public hearing today. We've conducted public engagement during each phase of this project. Phase 1 in 2020, we started the project in the middle of the pandemic, but launched our website and held many virtual stakeholder meetings. In Phase 2, we presented the Themes and Directions report in May 2021 and ran a comprehensive online engagement program during the spring and summer of 2021. The What We Heard report was presented in December of that year. In Phase 3, we ran engagement in early 2022, presented our recommended changes in July 2022 that were approved following a public hearing in October. Phase 4 began in late 2022, and the draft regional plan was released for public engagement in June 2023. That was our first real opportunity to run in-person engagement, which was held throughout the summer and fall of 2023. This period also included early engagement on the suburban plan process. The What We Heard report was presented to Council in December 2023. Following the announcement of the provincial minimum planning requirements in August 2024, we held an engagement period in January and February of this year for the public to provide feedback on the approach to the minimum planning requirements. The What We Heard report for that engagement period is presented in attachment A9 of the staff report package. So since 2020, we've had dozens of meetings, met with hundreds of residents, received hundreds of emails and phone calls, and had thousands of page views of our website. The proposed plan and amendment package in front of you has drawn on all of this feedback. So what is the regional plan? The regional plan is a strategic document that provides a region-wide vision for how growth and development should take place. The plan sets out a vision for how the municipality should grow in our urban, suburban, and rural areas. The proposed regional plan, included as attachment B in the staff report package, will replace the current regional plan that was adopted in 2014. The plan responds to the changing needs of the region, including population growth and housing demand, a need to act on climate and equity, and provide options for mobility. The plan integrates new priorities identified through the municipality's priorities plans and sets up future work programs and research. It sets out that we are planning for a future population of 1 million people. When the regional plan was originally adopted in 2006 with a 25-year horizon date ending in 2031, when the regional plan was readopted in 2014, it anticipated a population growth rate of about 1% year over year and expected a population of about 482,000 people in 2031. However, we've been growing by at least 2% since about 2019, and we reached a population of more than 500,000 last year. This sudden increase in population growth has shown us that we need our plans to help us respond to changing conditions. Rather than a specific horizon year, this proposed plan looks toward a future where the municipality may become home to 1 million people. We've prepared a range of population projections, and it's important that we analyze a range of housing and employment scenarios to consider how growth may occur over time. At each stage of the regional plan review, we've undertaken a population and housing analysis, comparing our expected population growth and the demand for housing in each scenario to our potential housing supply. This analysis has showed us that there's a high demand for all types of housing, but particularly ground-oriented housing. This analysis has supported council decisions to begin the future service communities study, separate from the regional plan process, and for amendments in support of the Housing Accelerator Fund. The proposed regional plan sets out that regular monitoring of our population, housing, and employment conditions will continue, and will help to guide any future changes to planning policy, including the suburban and rural planning processes and during revisions to the regional center plan. These are the chapters of the regional plan. Following the introduction, the plan starts with the region-wide planning lens in Chapter 2, then moves into community planning in Chapter 3. Chapters 4 through 9 are topic area focused, and Chapter 10 includes implementation policies, such as our public engagement policy, the regional subdivision bylaw, and policies guiding municipal services. Over the next few slides, I will highlight some key ideas and regulatory changes from each chapter. One of the most important things the regional plan does is establish the overall settlement pattern. This is done through the regional land use structure, shown as Map 1 on this slide. This map is sometimes called the Generalized Future Land Use Map. The regional plan provides direction for what type of development may occur in different geographic areas of the region using 6 general land use designations and 2 sub-designations. The open space and natural resource designation applies to the region's natural network of open spaces, typically on government-owned and private resource sector or conservation lands. The urban settlement designation is applied to areas where development serviced with municipal water, wastewater, and conventional transit service exists or is planned in the short to medium term. The urban reserve designation is applied to areas which may be considered to accommodate future growth, where development service with municipal water, wastewater, and conventional transit service is being considered in the long term. The rural commuter designation is applied to areas within commuting distance of the regional center that have been predominantly characterized by low-density residential development. The rural resource designation is applied to rural communities along the eastern shore, which are beyond the traditional commuter shed of the regional center. The agricultural designation is applied to much of the Musquodoboit Valley, intended to preserve land for farming and other forms of resource production. And the Business Industrial Park and Halifax Harbor sub-designations are applied as an overlay to main designations to prioritize certain lands for employment uses. So these designations and the overall settlement pattern and regional growth management framework are set out in Chapter 2 of the proposed plan. This chapter also sets out our approach to strategic growth planning, providing opportunities for strategic growth in both urban and rural areas with a focus on growing in the places where we can provide services and infrastructure is important to our climate, mobility, and equity goals. As I mentioned previously, continued monitoring of population growth will help to guide our decision making. To further help us prepare for a future population of 1 million people, this plan establishes policy intent to undertake a strategic growth and infrastructure priorities plan. This project will provide a framework for long-term planning and fiscal management, allowing us to ask, at a population of 1 million people, what infrastructure and services will we need? Where and when will we need them, and how will we pay for them? This chapter also establishes the community planning framework around sub-regional geographies of the regional center, suburban, and rural areas. These are established on Map 2 and will help to guide the community planning framework. The regional center and suburban area together form the urban area. The urban area boundary is the same as the urban settlement designation and the same as the urban transit service boundary. This is the area where municipal piped water and wastewater is available or planned to be considered, and transit service is available. The rural area includes all lands outside of the urban settlement designation. The regional plan recognizes that through our future work on the suburban and rural community planning programs, as well as through future reviews of this plan in Phase 5, the boundary between the urban area and the rural area may be adjusted. Some communities on the edge of the urban area, for example, places like Fall River or Middle Sackville, that may already have a different context, will need to be considered in the future in a different way. Residents in these areas may want to see their communities urbanize over time, or perhaps they'd like to remain semi-rural. It will be critical to understand what kind of services and infrastructure investments will be needed if additional growth were to occur. The Strategic Growth and Infrastructure Plan will help us to do some of that. This plan sets us up to have those conversations with community and council going forward. Chapter 3 moves into the community planning framework in more depth. It establishes a vision and guiding principles for each of the sub-geographies. It reflects the approved regional center plan, which has been in place for a number of years. The suburban planning vision and core concepts were developed during this regional plan review period and are included in the Suburban Housing Accelerator Plan, but we expect that it might be further refined through the suburban planning process. The rural planning vision was also developed during this review period, and the policy provides guidance for planning issues to be considered during the rural planning process. And again, these boundaries will be further refined through the community planning processes. Chapter 3 sets out high-level land use structure for the urban and rural areas and the community plans. In the urban area, the regional plan reflects the growth centers that have been identified in the regional center plan, potential suburban growth areas, and areas to be developed as future service communities. In the rural area, the regional plan sets out a series of growth centers and rural local centers that will be further evaluated and established as part of the rural planning program. Development in the rural area is also encouraged in the clustered form called conservation design development. Map 3 in the regional plan sets out the urban growth areas. There are growth centers set out at both the regional plan and at the community plan levels. At the regional plan level, Bedford Commons and the Halifax Exhibition Centre were identified as opportunity sites during Phase 3 of the regional plan review, and they're currently undergoing comprehensive planning processes. There are 4 future service communities identified. 3 are potential major mixed-use neighborhoods, including Highway 102 West Corridor, Sandy Lake, and Morris Lake expansion lands. These areas were identified in the 2006 and 2014 regional plans, and Council gave direction to begin studying them through the Future Service Communities study in 2021. These 3 areas are also provincial special planning areas. The Burnside Phase 14 area at the northern extent of the existing Burnside Industrial Park is a new area identified in this plan as a potential future service community for industrial lands expansion. At the community plan level, within the regional center, growth is directed to areas designated downtown, center, and future growth nodes in the regional center plan. Within the suburban area, the regional plan sets out that the proposed bus rapid transit corridors will be important places, and growth may occur especially at existing major commercial nodes like Lacewood and Dunbrack, Portland Street, Woodlawn, Downsview Mall, Tacoma Drive, and others. There are 8 potential future growth areas identified on this map, but their boundaries and additional areas will be considered as part of the suburban plan process with guidance from policy set out in the proposed regional plan. Map 4 in the regional plan sets out the centers in the rural area. There are 8 rural growth centers where greater densities are permitted through conservation design and where additional growth may be appropriate to consider through the rural community planning process. Compared to the urban area, there have been fewer major adjustments to the rural centers from the 2014 plan, except for a couple of notable ones. The boundaries of the Tantallon Crossroads and River Lakes Fall River Growth Center have been adjusted since new secondary planning policy for these areas was adopted since 2014. The boundary of the Enfield Rural Growth Center has been adjusted from the 2014 plan to exclude the area covered by the Grand Lake Source Water Protection Area Near Zone, which provides drinking water for residents of the municipality of East Hants. The rural local centers are established communities that act as local hubs for services. 4 identified local centers, Cherrybrook, North Preston, East Preston, and Lucasville, are historic African Nova Scotian communities. An important part of our work in Phase 5 will be to further assess these rural centers to better understand the types of settlement patterns there now, the expected population and employment densities for each center, and undertaking technical studies such as groundwater, wastewater management, and mobility to inform potential future growth and ultimately the rural plan. Chapter 4 identifies that community infrastructure is essential to building healthy, complete, and sustainable communities. This chapter gives direction to plan and direct investment in a network of parks and community facilities at neighborhood, community, and regional scales to meet the needs of diverse communities. It sets out considerations for wilderness parks planning, including Blue Mountain Birch Cove Lakes, Sandy Lake, Shaw Wilderness Park, Macintosh Run, and the Western Common. It sets intent to develop a parks and outdoor facilities plan and an indoor recreation facilities plan, which will be coordinated with the Strategic Growth and Infrastructure Priorities Plan. The chapter identifies the need to consider equitable access to facilities and services across communities and to coordinate planning with service providers as part of the Strategic Growth and Infrastructure Plan, including libraries, schools, childcare and healthcare, emergency services, solid waste, and regional energy and telecommunications infrastructure. Finally, this chapter supports the Just Food Action Plan by identifying the importance of household food security. It increases new permissions and removes barriers to food production and land use bylaws region-wide. Chapter 5 is dedicated to housing and recognizes that housing affordability and availability are critically important to developing healthy and complete communities. The plan identifies that the municipality's current housing shortage is an urgent priority, and increasing the supply of safe, sustainable, and affordable housing must be addressed with a range of initiatives. The plan supports removing barriers to housing and increasing housing supply in our community plans and land use bylaws by allowing more diverse housing types in all residential areas, permitting gentle density and missing middle housing, enabling adaptive reuse, and removing parking requirements. The policies established in Chapter 5 support and are consistent with the amendments that Regional Council approved in support of the Housing Accelerator Fund in May 2024 and the provincial minimum planning requirements related to housing supply. This chapter sets intent to adopt an affordable housing strategy and supports various municipal initiatives to increase housing affordability, including inclusionary zoning, incentive or bonus zoning, consideration of no net loss or rental replacement, municipal surplus land and grants for affordable housing, regulating short-term rentals, and partnering with other levels of government, nonprofit, and private sector housing partners. Excuse me one second. Environment and climate policies are set out in Chapter 6. It's a main objective of the plan to adopt development practices that sustain and nourish air, land, soil, water, and groundwater resources and reduce negative impacts to surrounding areas. This chapter furthers the ideas set out in the Green Network Plan and HALEP Act. This chapter has a strong focus on protecting water resources, including protecting municipal source water supplies, establishing an intent to develop watershed management frameworks, setting parameters for watershed studies and lake water quality monitoring, directing the municipality to pursue resilient infrastructure standards, including stormwater management using green infrastructure, and to address flooding and erosion control. The plan sets out the need to take action on climate by identifying potential climate hazards and critical infrastructure and potential resiliency measures. Where coastal shorelines may be particularly at risk to climate hazards, this plan identifies that the approach to coastal development may need to be adjusted over time as we gain more information. Where the Green Network Plan has identified the importance of landscape connectivity, policies in the plan identify intent to create a program to identify opportunities to maintain or improve connectivity through ecological corridors. Regional planning staff have begun this work internally and anticipate engaging third-party consultants to undertake this study. A couple of key regulatory changes that are related to Chapter 6. A significant change that has been discussed since the Green Network Plan was endorsed by Council in 2018 was an increase to the watercourse buffer requirements from 20 meters to 30 meters. Wetlands contiguous to watercourses and provincially designated wetlands of special significance will also have buffers applied. The riparian buffer along inland watercourses, as well as the horizontal buffer from coastal shorelines, will see this increase for new lots. Existing lots, which existed before the 2006 adoption of the regional plan, will be required to meet as close to the required buffer distance as possible. Existing lots, which were approved after 2006, will be required to meet at least a 20-meter buffer, consistent with the requirements that were in place when the lot was created. New lots will be required to meet the 30-meter buffer. To ensure these buffer requirements don't prohibit development, the plan includes a development agreement policy to allow consideration of an alternative approach to the buffer or a reduced buffer, provided that a report by a qualified professional is submitted, and the development agreement includes provisions to mitigate the impacts of development on the watercourse, wetland, or coastal shoreline. It should be noted that Council directed changes to the wording of these policies at first reading. This chapter also promotes renewable energy by removing barriers to commercial solar energy facilities and requiring electric vehicle-ready parking spaces. The municipality's wind energy policy was adopted in 2011 and remains in this version of the plan. However, in March 2025, the province announced a new minimum planning requirement related to wind turbine setbacks. The amendment package therefore includes a revised setback provision for large turbines in the rural wind zone across applicable land use bylaws. Chapter 7 supports the pillars and principles of the Integrated Mobility Plan by recognizing the integrated nature of transportation and land use planning. This chapter promotes a complete streets approach and identifies strategic corridors important for creating a multimodal mobility network in the urban area. The plan also promotes a complete networks approach and directs further study to identify additional network connections to support anticipated population and employment growth. The chapter establishes mode share targets for the short term in 2031 and long term, 1 million people, with the intent to increase the number of trips taken by walking, rolling, cycling, and transit over time. The plan establishes intent to explore options for rural mobility and further active transportation and transit planning. Chapter 8 supports People, Planet, Prosperity, Halifax's inclusive economic strategy. This chapter includes policy to protect industrial employment lands by establishing the business industrial subdesignation and Halifax Harbor subdesignation to lands to be prioritized for industrial use. This chapter also sets the framework for industrial zones to be used when updating community plans and provides guidance for conversion of industrially designated land to non-industrial uses. This chapter supports the integrated tourism master plan and rural tourist uses such as short-term rentals. At first reading, Council also amended this chapter to direct consideration of McNabbs Island as an asset for tourism and recreation as part of the suburban planning process. This plan recognizes the Road to Economic Prosperity for African Nova Scotian Communities, which is a plan developed by the African Nova Scotian community. And while it's primarily an economic development plan, it includes actions related to land use planning, which are being acted on by the municipality through the African Nova Scotian Community Action Planning Program. Chapter 9 supports the ideas in Sharing Our Stories, HRM's Culture and Heritage Priorities Plan, which recognizes the municipality's efforts to develop policies, programs, and regulations to protect and enhance diverse cultural, artistic, and heritage resources. The plan supports the municipality's efforts toward reconciliation with Mi'kmaq and Indigenous communities by establishing friendship accords and increasing opportunities for commemoration and representation. It also supports working with African Nova Scotian communities to recognize African Nova Scotian culture and heritage, as well as a community-led approach to supporting planning efforts for other traditionally underrepresented groups. The plan supports the municipality's Heritage Properties Program, which includes maintaining a registry of heritage properties and studying and establishing heritage conservation districts across the region. The plan establishes a development agreement policy that permits adaptive reuse of municipally registered heritage properties across the region and provides guidance for appropriate development on and near heritage properties. Chapter 10 establishes technical policies to support implementation of the plan. This slide highlights a few key regulatory changes from the 2014 plan. The regional subdivision bylaw establishes minimum requirements for parkland dedication through the subdivision process, consistent with the HRM charter. In response to a council motion, a 10% parkland dedication will be required for all subdivisions, with a reduction to 5% for only a 2-lot subdivision or a conservation design development. This is a change from the current rules, which permits the first 3 lots to reduce to 5%. Legacy subdivision approvals are those that were granted concept approval before the 2006 regional plan was approved and were allowed to carry forward their rights as part of that approval. To move toward transitioning all new developments to meet current planning rules, this plan introduces a 2031 sunset clause. It's our intent to connect with all landowners through Phase 5 to determine their intent and whether any further adjustments will be needed. Finally, Chapter 10 includes a standard set of development agreement criteria that must be considered for all applications. This will replace the implementation criteria in individual community plans so that each application is reviewed against modern updated language. In August 2024, the province announced new minimum planning requirements regulations under the HRM Charter. The new requirements placed a heightened emphasis on prioritizing residential development and expediting the supply of housing through prescribed changes to the policy and land use regulatory framework. Council directed staff to address the requirements through policy and regulatory amendments as part of this regional plan package. A summary of the approach to each of the requirements, a detailed summary is included in attachment A3 of the staff report. The deadline to implement these requirements is June 30th, 2025. In general, these requirements include policy statements to prioritize housing, include amendments to regulate height by stories instead of feet or meters, to eliminate residential parking requirements in the urban area, to permit temporary worksite housing, and permit converted shipping container or manufactured housing. There are also time-limited amendments which apply to developments that proceed before April 1st, 2027. These include allowing the density of conservation design developments to be calculated by gross density instead of net density, eliminating unit mix requirements, and limiting ground floor commercial space to 20%. The minimum planning requirements also require the municipality to provide for the adoption of a suburban plan. The regional plan includes direction to adopt the suburban plan. Community planning staff will be coming forward to council with an updated suburban work plan in the next few months. In the interim, Chapter 10 of the regional plan includes policy which will permit residential or mixed-use buildings to proceed by development agreement. There are several parameters for developments to be considered under this policy, including that the properties must be within 800 meters of a bus rapid transit corridor or the Mill Cove Ferry, that a site must not be greater than 2 hectares, and an existing multi-unit dwelling cannot be demolished. The proposal must be shovel-ready, meaning the application must be on file before the suburban plan is approved. The project must start within 2 years and be completed within 3 years. And the built form will be guided by the local context, and the development agreement process will consider requirements for local infrastructure as well as density bonusing. The amendment package also addresses some site-specific requests. In general, these requests are either minor requests, are consistent with the existing policy framework, or have received separate council direction. The Purcell's Cove Backlands area was designated urban reserve in the 2006 and 2014 regional plans, and privately owned lands in the urban reserve designation to the east of Shaw Wilderness Park are proposed to retain the urban reserve designation and zone in this plan. However, policy RP12 directs that a land suitability analysis should be undertaken to inform future changes. Also within the Backlands area, HRM-owned lands, including Shaw Wilderness Park, and private conservation lands are proposed to be redesignated to the open space and natural resources designation and zoned regional park or protected area consistent with their intended use. And finally, in the same area, request number C025, which is a smaller parcel of land, private land to the west of Shaw Wilderness Park on Purcell's Cove Road, is proposed to be redesignated and rezoned from urban reserve to rural commuter to allow low-density residential uses and large lot subdivision, as these lands aren't contiguous with the rest of the Backlands area. Request C602 is a request to permit a boardwalk with a commercial use within a watercourse buffer on Lake Bannock along a shoreline that's already been altered. Amendments are proposed to allow this to be considered through a development agreement process. Request C027 is a request to permit redevelopment of an existing building on Ketch Harbor Road. The regional plan includes a rural adaptive reuse policy that could be used for this site. Request 22008 is a staff-initiated adjustment to the business industrial subdesignation to include additional lands in the Burnside Industrial Park. Request C882 is a request to rezone a property north of Frederick Lake in Hubli to the protected area zone, consistent with the donor's wishes that the lands remain protected wilderness. Request C948 is a request to expand the urban service area boundary to include an additional 2.2 acres to enable the construction of a wastewater main to service the Twin Brooks subdivision. This is a minor adjustment, and Halifax Water has provided written confirmation of their support for this adjustment, as will enable a better wastewater system connection. Request C931 is a request to expand the urban service area boundary to include the entirety of the property. This property is in North Preston, so that a development can be considered by development agreement under the existing community plan policy. Council directed that this change be included within the package at first reading. There are also 4 requests that are more housekeeping in nature to permit development to go ahead as envisioned in the existing plans. Those are for properties at the former Lake Loon Golf Center in Dartmouth, at Seton Ridge in Halifax, at the former Millwood Planned Unit Development in Sackville, and there is an additional adjustment that removes a conflict between the regional plan and the Bedford Main Street commercial designation to ensure that development can proceed under the regional plan's Heritage Development Agreement policy. At first reading, Council directed a few changes to the regional plan and accompanying amendment package. As previously referenced in this presentation, these amendments included adjusting the watercourse and coastal buffer development agreement policies. Those are policies EN 43 and EN 53. Also including a property in North Preston in the urban service area boundary, as I mentioned, and a policy regarding McNabbs Island, as previously mentioned. Other changes included corrections to drafting errors, staff drafting errors through the package creation, including deleting a building heights map that should not have been included. Redesignating and rezoning a small portion of a property on Dutch Village Road so that the whole property would be included in the same designation and zone, and a development could proceed as of right using an existing driveway access off of Rosedale Avenue. Adjusting policy language from may to shall in policies EN1, EN7, and M1. In policy H1, which sets out considerations for furthering housing choice, Council added that consideration should be given to enabling and expediting modular housing, factory-built housing, and mass timber constructed housing. And finally, permitting one dwelling unit per lot to be used for tourist accommodation in planning districts 14 and 17, consistent with the approach applied in other rural parts of the municipality. So as I mentioned earlier in this presentation, phase 5 of the regional plan review will consider future growth. This work will consider how the municipality's policies may need to change as we grow toward a population of 1 million people. Attachment A6 in the staff report package includes about 50 site-specific requests, which will be considered as part of this phase 5 work, and it's likely we'll receive more as this work progresses. Most of these requests are related to the proposed future growth areas, including requests to expand the urban service area, to lift the growth controls in parts of the Hammonds Plains and Beaver Bank areas, known as Schedule J, or for urban reserve areas. The regional plan identifies that before additional areas for long-term growth are identified or the service boundary is further expanded, a strategic growth and infrastructure priorities plan will be completed to identify the services and infrastructure that are needed to guide that future growth. This work will align with Halifax Water's update to their integrated resource plan, as well as the strategic growth plan, and will inform decisions around infrastructure costs and needs into the future. We've begun the work already with Halifax Water, and these requests have been provided to them to help us evaluate different scenarios for growth. This is the recommendation in front of you today, and thank you very much. I'm available for questions of clarification.
Thank you very much for that, Leah. Very thorough and thoughtful presentation. I'm going to, before we open the public hearing, I'm just going to turn to council colleagues to see if they have any questions of clarification of staff at this time. Not seeing any. Okay, great. Then I'm going to declare the public hearing open, and we're going to now move to the speakers list. Members of the public will be given 5 minutes to address the topic. And when I call your name, you may come up to the microphone, the small podium there. Or if you're on Zoom, you may turn your camera and mic on. And Madam Clerk, I think you were going to say a word about Zoom participants.
So for speakers using Zoom, when it is close to your turn to speak, staff will promote you in Zoom to allow you to turn your microphone and camera on. You will leave Zoom, the Zoom meeting briefly. When this happens, you will then be reconnected with the controls available. Please leave your mic muted until the mayor calls your name.
Okay, thank you very much, Madam Clerk. So the first 3 names on the speakers list are Marco Simmons, Jillian Ramsey, and Karen McKendry. So I would invite Marco Simmons to come up to the podium if you're present. Marco, very good. I understand Mr. Simmons is not available, so we'll move on to Jillian Ramsey, please. Thank you, Ms. Ramsey. The floor is yours when you're ready.
All right. Good afternoon, Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Jillian Ramsey. I live in District 7, and I work as the Sustainable Cities Coordinator for the Ecology Action Centre. Today, I am here on behalf of our HRM Alliance, a coalition of over 60 organizations and community groups representing thousands of residents from across the municipality. Our members are community leaders, trusted, experienced voices in conservation, science, recreation, social equity, and business improvement districts. We are united by 2 clear goals: to protect and expand HRM's green network and to advocate for complete communities that serve all residents. A strong regional plan is central to achieving those goals and to building a livable, sustainable future. And there are elements of this plan that demonstrate you share these priorities. We are pleased to see movement on bird-friendly design, mixed-use housing, transit-supportive guidelines, and sustainable land use and subdivision policies. At the first reading, it was encouraging to see language shifting from may to shall in areas tied to Halifax and ecological connectivity. And we recognize the attempt to strengthen the included 30-meter buffer protections for wetlands, watercourses, and coasts, something that our HRM Alliance, many community members, and members of this very council have been advocating for. But let's be honest, an amendment clarifying what is required in a development agreement to bypass a 30-meter buffer is not the same as protecting them. It's creating cheat codes for developers. And undefined language like relaxed and reasonable use only make it worse. These vague terms must be removed, or at the very least, clearly defined. Right now, they're leaving far too much room for interpretation. But beyond that, if you can't meet the 30-meter buffer, you shouldn't be permitted to develop there. Why are we building a plan around developer concessions instead of environmental standards? This issue is easy to amend in the second reading. What will prove more challenging will be addressing the blatant provincial overreach that is littered throughout this plan. The entire plan is undermined by the inclusion of the province's minimum planning requirements and special planning areas. These policies override local planning authority, ignore community input, and fast-track irresponsible development in areas that are ecologically sensitive, are unfit to support complete communities, and lead to dangerous sprawl. Two of the special planning areas are particularly outrageous: Sandy Lake and the Highway 102 West Corridor, which, despite its misleading name, is essentially Blue Mountain Birch Cove Lakes. These proposed developments lie just outside the current park boundaries, but they are still wild, intact ecosystems. They hold endangered species. They clean our water, store our carbon, and protect us from fires and floods. Furthermore, pollution from development here will not stay put. It's going to spill into the adjacent ecosystems that we've already committed to protecting. Not all green space is created equal. Chapter 6 of your own plan says, ecosystem services often cannot be replicated by human-made systems or can be replicated at tremendous cost. So why risk the very systems you claim rightfully will come at immense cost to our residents? These special planning areas also lie outside the urban service boundary. Nearly 20,000 new housing units in these two areas alone are being pushed into places with no transit, no infrastructure, and limited road access. That's 20,000 more cars funneling through Hammonds Plains Road, Highway 101, and Highway 102 contributing to traffic. And it's going to cost taxpayers far more to service these developments in the long run, which is something this municipality cannot afford. We want to be clear. Expanding the urban service boundary may be justified in some cases to support existing housing and communities that are already underserved, but it should never be used to justify brand new greenfield development. We can meet our 75% growth target in the urban area within the existing urban service boundary by focusing on brownfield sites and underused land opportunities that we already have. We don't need to sprawl, we just need to plan smarter. Today, we are calling on you to take a stand. Demand the province remove Sandy Lake and Highway 102 West Corridor from the special planning areas. Reject the inclusion of the minimum planning requirements. Protect the 30-meter buffer by eliminating or clearly defining the terms relaxed and reasonable use, and include language to ensure we are going to aim to hit our 75% growth target within the urban service boundary, and will only expand this boundary to service existing communities. We know these fights ultimately lead to the province, and we're ready to take them there, but we need our council to stand with us. I work on the ground. I guide hundreds of your constituents through these landscapes. I see firsthand how deeply people value these spaces and how quickly they understand why they matter. Halifax is rare. It's one of the only major cities you can take a bus to hike, bike, swim, paddle, and connect with nature. It's why people love living here, and it's a big part of why our population is growing. Please don't jeopardize by allowing sprawl to chip away at the very thing that makes this place special. Don't let the province push us into building a city we don't want to live in. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much for that. I'm afraid I'm going to have to remind the people in the gallery that vocal or audible expressions are not permitted under the administrative orders that we operate under in a fair public hearing. I encourage you to show your pleasure in quiet ways. Thank you very much. Are there any questions of clarification of the speaker from colleagues? Okay, seeing none, thank you very much for your presentation. We'll move on to Karen McKendry, please, if you are in the room. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Great to see some young people here as well. So I'm Karen McKendry, the Senior Wilderness Outreach Coordinator with Ecology Action Centre. I've been engaging with the regional plan for almost 5 years now, and I applaud the massive amount of good work done by HRM staff on it, and I have a lot of gratitude where I can see that community input has been worked into the plan. However, I want to describe just a couple ways in which the plan still falls short or has been changed in previous versions so that it doesn't help people and wildlife in our communities as much as it could. So I'll speak to those points now. The Halifax Green Network Plan. So a major difference between the draft regional plan that was released in 2023 and the one that's before us now is that the old one had more than 23 locations in which the Halifax Green Network Plan was mentioned in policy in the text in bold, and that's been reduced to just 3 times now. So I can appreciate that there's reasons to do this, but the fact remains we still need to plan for wildlife and green space connectivity in our municipality for all the benefits of biodiversity that that provides for us. We know from mapping and computer modeling the best places to facilitate this, and we know there are ways to support wildlife corridors that don't remove all development rights from properties. So beyond the regional plan, I really encourage you to require staff to return to looking for solutions for this. This is an aspect of city building that we need, despite some of the constraints that have been put on you recently. I want to also speak to the three sort of sister sites in the Green Network Plan. So that's Blue Mountain Birch Cove Lakes, Sandy Lake Sackville River, and the Backlands. These are the last large, wild, intact places in the urban core that are not fully protected or fully connected to each other. That's partly why Ecology Action Center and multiple community groups have been advocating for these areas for decades. They're really quite special. All these three sites stand to lose ground, figuratively and literally, in the current regional plan. And here are the issues and changes that are needed to prevent that. So first, Blue Mountain Birch Cove Lakes and Sandy Lake are designated as special planning areas, and the special planning area and task force approach is horrible, and I hope it goes away very soon, and we're working towards advocating for that. In the meantime, I understand that you have to mention special planning areas in the regional plan, but I urge you to not perpetuate or support them or have language around them any more than you absolutely need to. Don't forget that Blue Mountain Birch Cove Lakes and Sandy Lake are also listed in the regional plan as one of 4 wilderness parks that we're working towards conservation of because of all the ecosystem benefits that those areas provide. So they're already very busy in our city providing for us in other ways. And the previous council actually voted against funding land suitability analysis at Blue Mountain, which is a step in furthering development planning. I know that council and this council have not been interested in development at Blue Mountain, even though you're now trying to be forced down that path. And Sandy Lake is, as you've heard me describe before, a terrible place for development from an environmental point of view, but I also think it's inappropriate from a city planning and a financial point of view as well. Map 2, which I included in my notes to you, I think has a misleading aspect. So this map shows the urban area boundary, which is described as where municipal water and wastewater services and conventional transit are available or planned. So for example, it shows the lands west of Sandy Lake as within the urban area boundary, but there are no services there right now. So I feel like it would be more honest and clear to provide a map of where the services currently exist in the regional plan and not throw in areas that services are planned to some degree or another, but not actually approved through budgets or by development agreements. So I think by showing this mixed purpose map, it can be misleading to people to think that there are actually services there or they're on the horizon. The third special place we need to speak to is the Backlands. So this place has an extraordinary, globally rare ecosystem and a locally famous and awesome trail system. So that sort of seals the deal, and council has been clear about the direction for that area does no longer include large-scale development. So I urge you to pass in phase 4 right now the changes proposed by the Backlands Coalition that will keep development away from the fire-prone ecosystem there and also open up more opportunities for conservation of the rare lands. I'm working on enhancing our quality of life in HRM by fostering the growth of healthy and vibrant communities, a strong and diverse economy, and a sustainable environment. This is the official vision of HRM, which has been in place since the 2006 regional plan was first created. And I hope you'll use this vision as a guiding light and also as a measure against which language you choose to include or exclude in this very important regional plan. Thanks.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Colleagues, any questions or clarification? I see Councillor Morris, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Karen, for your presentation. I wonder if you'd just say a little bit more about why you have concerns about the mixed purpose map and the blurring of those boundaries around the service boundary. And a second question, I'm wondering if you could say a little bit more about which aspects of the parks and outdoor facilities priorities plan you would like to see us implement or follow more closely. You mentioned that in your remarks.
Yeah, so through the mayor to councillors on the first question, the map. So my understanding is there's a couple kinds of maps at HRM. One is the urban area services map where it shows where all the water and wastewater and transit goes. But the map 2 in the regional plan kind of blurs that by showing areas that services could go into. So Sandy Lake is a prime example. There are no services going in there now, and it's not guaranteed that they will because council and the province would have to make decisions about development at Sandy Lake. So I think it's just kind of blurs the line between what is truly on the horizon and approved through budgets and what's already in place. So maybe 2 separate maps would be appropriate, one of them being called areas being considered and one of them with existing services. So just, I'm a map person, so I like it to be clear and defined. Regarding the second question, I mean, I didn't get to speak to this in the 5 minutes, but there's some really excellent things in the regional plan, and one of them is the parks and outdoor facilities priorities plan, which originally started as an idea just around a parks system plan. One reason why that's important is that there's a couple elements in the Halifax Green Network plan that relate specifically to our park system, because the Green Network isn't entirely about our parks, it's about a lot of different things. So one of those, which I think is really exciting for the city, is the idea of a level of service standard, so that everybody lives within a 10-minute or 15-minute walk or 500 meters of a park. There's a way through GIS to organize that and look at what areas of the city are underserved and do park planning for that. Other cities have been able to use this in the marketing of their cities. So where is the best place in the US to live so that anywhere you go, you're close to a park? Minneapolis. So they recognized that they had a level of service standard where everyone was within a short distance of a park, and they've used that to successfully attract people to the city. So in Halifax, we don't have a level of service standard. Some people are 40 minutes from a park, some people are 5 minutes, but you could organize your park system so that everybody has close access to nature for all the benefits that that provides.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll move on to Councillor Cuddle with a question of clarification.
Thanks. Hey there. In your remarks, you mentioned a motion regarding the Purcell's Cove backlands, and in terms of proposing the motion that around keeping development within 100 meters of the roadway. I just wondered if you picked up on the fact that there's going to be a land suitability analysis study done before any rezoning of that area is proposed by staff, and that right now it would be premature to approve that before doing the suitability analysis?
Yeah, so through the mayor to council, I can respect that approach. I guess I'm partly wounded by my recent experience with land suitability analyses at Sandy Lake and Blue Mountain. I'm not always able to see how that scientific work is feeding into decision making. So maybe the pathway there would be different. The land suitability analysis and its results around environmental science would be deeply considered before there are any changes to setbacks or zoning there. So maybe I'm a little gun shy on land suitability analyses, but if that's the approach that's going to be used well there, then I could get on board with that.
Understood, and I believe it's no longer intended for urban development, which would be the difference. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for your presentation. The next 3 speakers are Sheila Stevenson, Richmond Campbell, and Dale Smith. So I will welcome Sheila up, please.
Thank you for this opportunity, Your Worship, councillors. I really value this opportunity to speak to you, and I feel that opportunities like this may be disappearing. My name is Sheila Stevenson. I am a co-founder of the Ferguson's Cove Neighborhood Association, where I lived for 30 years until moving recently to a rental unit in a Louis Lowen building on Mumford Road. At that time in Ferguson's Cove, because our objectives aligned with our HRM Alliance and the Purcell's Cove Backlands Coalition, the Ferguson's Cove Neighborhood Association joined both those organizations. And when we were evacuated in 2009 because of the Purcell's Cove Backlands fire, we began to understand the folly of building houses in a fire-dependent ecosystem. I was also one of 4 people who, in 2005, submitted comments on the draft of the first regional plan. At that time, 20 years ago, we pointed out that there was no coherent direction or planning green spaces in HRM. So I was one of many who rejoiced on August 14th, 2018, when the Halifax Regional Council, your predecessors, approved the Halifax Green Network Plan and provided direction that the plan be used as a framework for amending the regional plan and secondary planning strategies in the next review. The Council also provided direction to carry out the actions contained in the Halifax Green Network Plan through the municipality's multi-year budgeting and business planning process. So, yes, there were some improvements, but those regional plan amendments were slated for the 2020 review, and here we are in 2025, and as we've just heard, the Halifax Green Network Plan seems to have disappeared, and the emasculated draft plan that we now see is quite different from what we were seeing just 1 year ago. I understand the position that councillors are now in because of the what I consider to be aggressive assault by the province to remove your authority, which also devalues the hard work of HRM planners and staff and discourages citizen engagement. That we are now subjected to such authoritarianism here in Nova Scotia is totally dispiriting. But still, you have this vision and guiding principle at the beginning of the plan, which says clearly, our vision for the future is to enhance our quality of life by fostering the growth of healthy and vibrant communities, a strong and diverse economy, and sustainable development and environment. So, if any of you believe in this vision, I am asking you to reject the draft as it now stands, because this plan, unlike what we were seeing a year ago, now privileges the development community big time and sacrifices some major natural assets, which ultimately does very little to enhance the quality of life of most HRM citizens. Quality of life is enhanced when, as we've already heard, we have complete communities. Those require schools, public transit, access to green spaces, all those services and benefits that accrue from the Green Network Plan. Instead, it looks to me like we are getting more sprawl, more environmental degradation, resulting in expensive disasters and costly engineered solutions, which quite often are not as effective. So if your vision does not align with what is that current vision that is currently expressed, I think your job is to change that vision, to update the vision to whatever it is you are now seeing, so that citizens no longer have that expectation about a sustainable environment. So we just need to be honest with ourselves as an example of what we will all lose if in fact that concern for a sustainable environment disappears. I mean, I just imagine those special planning areas, Sandy Lake, Blue Mountain, bulldozers going in, wrecking established ecosystems, obliterating, the natural services that they provide. And because the province is chasing a dream of 2 million people, and it's a dream to me that feels more like a nightmare these days. So while it seems that your hands have been tied by the province, so that you cannot really act in the best interests of regular citizens like me, nevertheless, if you do believe in the vision of healthy and vibrant communities and a sustainable environment, I ask you to reject the plan as it is now. And if you want to be keepers of the vision, you will instead require the plan to link urban service boundary expansion to growth targets. You will indicate that the Halifax Green Network Plan will guide Phase 5 planning. You will strengthen environmental commitments in expert-led planning. And you will include citizen engagement as a valued and important component of activity in Phase 5. The bottom line, we need you to be strong and resilient at this time. I watch the native trees and shrubs now residing on my 9th floor terrace of my rental unit withstand nearly constant winds every day without bending and breaking, as they also gain stature. I hope you can do the same. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that, Ms. Stevenson. We're going to just to make sure that we keep everybody on time and that interventions are fair. We're going to start to use the paddles that show 30 seconds and then time, okay? Very high tech. We're working on that. Okay, thank you very much. I'm going to invite Richmond Campbell, please.
Mayor Fillmore, councillors, it's an honor to speak at this hearing. I'm Richmond Campbell, a citizen for 57 years in what is now HRM. In 1995, I co-founded the Woodens River Watershed Environmental Organization that built the Bluff Wilderness Hiking Trail and is a member of our HRM Alliance. I moved to speak because I deeply believe in the vision of our regional plan stated in its first paragraph. I believe that Karen McHenry quoted this, but I'll quote it again. To enhance our quality of life by fostering growth in healthy, vibrant communities, a strong and diverse economy, and sustainable environment, unquote. Who among us would not endorse this vision? We all want to enhance our mutual quality of life. How do we do it? The answer just quoted, put simply, is to foster three things: our health, our economy, and our environment. All of us can, I'm confident, agree with this vision. Contained in it, however, is a significant but obvious complication. The goals of fostering health, economy, and environment are interdependent goals in two senses. First, there is no way to advance one of these goals significantly without advancing the other two. Moreover, to give up on any one of these goals will adversely affect success in reaching the others. The other sense of interdependence is less obvious, but equally important. It is that the implementation of these goals will inevitably conflict to some degree. No high-level plan can anticipate all these conflicts or know just how to resolve them. Resolutions must be worked out on the ground, so to speak, with the parties at odds, talking to each other, gathering relevant information, and finding a fair resolution. In many places, the plan before us directs that HRM, quote, may consider such and such environmental concern without saying that HRM shall consider it. Note that to say that HRM shall consider it does not imply that the environmental concern takes priority over some conflicting concern. It implies instead that the conflict should be recognized and addressed. The words shall consider call attention to a possible conflict, but do not imply that one concern should take precedence over the other without discussion of how best to resolve the apparent conflict. On the other hand, to say that HRM may consider the concern in question is equivalent to saying that HRM may ignore it. To their credit, various councillors have put forth and council has passed amendments to change the words may consider to shall consider. I commend council for that. However, in one instance, what was at issue is whether HRM should ignore the entire Halifax Green Network plan. In this case, the question was whether to say only HRM may consider the Halifax Green Network plan or say HRM shall consider it. Councillor Aurora White put forth the amendment to change may to shall in a place where the Halifax Green Network plan is at stake. Council met in camera afterward the motion was withdrawn. I do not blame Councillor White, whom I highly respect, but I am deeply puzzled since permission to ignore the Halifax Green Network plan in cases of conflict goes directly against the vision in the original plan once we recognize the interdependence of its goals. Perhaps there exists alternative wording that would avoid the present implication that Halifax Green Network plan can be ignored entirely when what developers want is in tension with what the Halifax Green Network plan seems to require. Conflicts of this kind will inevitably rise where differences in perspective cannot be settled by words in the regional plan without violating its vision. These conflicts must be settled by mechanisms on the ground that allow both sides to hear each other and reach out and reach a fair resolution. Without mechanisms of this kind and without relevant change in the wording, the vision that motivates the regional plan, a vision that we all share, is undermined. I strongly suggest that in the place just discussed, Council adopt wording that does not allow conflicts between goals of the plan to be ignored. And in Phase 5 planning, Council create mechanisms for conflict resolution in these cases. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I see no questions from council members, so we're going to carry on and call the next speaker. Dale Smith, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and councillors, for the opportunity to speak. My name is Dale Smith, and I'm representing the Canadian Association of Retired Persons, the Nova Scotia chapter, and we've also made a written presentation, which I think you have. And I'm going to be speaking specifically and only about Blue Mountain Birch Cove Lakes, a candidate National Urban Park. And we were disappointed that the draft plan effectively ignores a plan for the park and abandons responsibility at the regional level for helping it along, moving it forward, at least in terms of whatever the regional plan might have done to set the park proposal up for success. It's a highly significant and arguably unique park opportunity. It's one of 3 leading candidates for designation across the country, the other 2 being Windsor and Saskatoon. And surely the regional plan merits giving private, or it merits private priority in the 20-year strategic long-term plan for the municipality. There's 2 fundamental issues that I'd like to point to. One is that the conceptual park area at map 11 in the 2014 plan is missing. It's not included, it's omitted. And the other is that the conceptual park area and the Highway 102 West Corridor, now secondary planning area, overlap. So looking at the first issue initially, the conceptual park area map has been replaced by a map of lands owned or dedicated for park or conservation purposes by one of any number of 6 partners in the partnership to plan and establish the National Urban Park. These existing owned lands should be considered as a snapshot in time on a path toward land assembly in line with the park vision, concept, or plan. There is no park concept, vision, or plan, and the conceptual park area has been removed. The conceptual park area should guide the establishment and planning and establishment of the National Urban Park. The conceptual park area should remain in the plan unless or until it's replaced by an updated version. And slides 5, 6, and 7 in the written submission highlight the conceptual park area, the partnership lands, and overlays to show the differences between the 2. And they are significant, highly significant. Significant areas are basically left out and ignored. The second fundamental issue, the conceptual park area overlaps with the Highway 102 West Corridor area. The overlap is about 40% of the West Corridor area. Yet the 2 areas are treated as separate and unconnected. Secondary planning and development is being fast-tracked. Park interests and values will be overridden if there is not a course change. If not, the outcome will be a dramatic reduction in the quality, integrity, and overall potential of Blue Mountain Birch Cove Lakes National Urban Park. And slides 9 and 10 highlight the perimeter of the conceptual park area where it overlaps with the 102 West Corridor lands. So in concluding, we have a number of recommendations, 2 major ones. One is retain the conceptual park area map in the plan. It's there. It's in the 2014 plan, and it's been there since 2006, the first regional plan, the second regional plan, and it's been reaffirmed by council on a number of occasions. So just plunk it in. It's a simple matter of doing it. The second recommendation is to resolve the conflict embedded in the overlap of the Conceptual Park area and the 102 corridor. Couple of options are suggested. 3 actually: remove it from secondary planning status, defer secondary planning until park planning is done, and another option is to coordinate the 2 planning processes, so it's a joint planning effort that gives serious consideration to park-related values and criteria. Serious, not token. We have a lot of token with shalls and may and that sort of thing, but serious consideration and integration. So there's a number of criteria that I've included, but they're in the recommendations, so I won't go through them because of time. I'll just note in closing that CARP is a member of the 60-plus member our HRM Alliance, and we are in support of the Alliance's recommendations. Thank you for the opportunity of presenting and for your consideration of these recommendations.
Thank you very much for your presentation. There is a question of clarification from Councillor Morse, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you very much, Dale, for your presentation and for all the work you've done over many years to promote Blue Mountain and to get it to the point where it's being considered as a potential national urban wilderness park. I'm wondering if you could say a little bit more. You said there would be a dramatic reduction in the park quality if the development in the special planning area goes ahead. Could you tell us a little bit more about what you meant by that? Were you
Special planning area overlaps with the conceptual park area that's been around since 2006 in evolving forms. And the focus is now only on the owned lands. So it's like a jigsaw puzzle with big pieces gone, not little pieces, but big pieces gone. And that's one of the big pieces where the overlap is. It's Blue Mountain Birch Cove Lakes, and it's on Birch Cove Lakes, so it's part of it's the heart of the park. I like to say that Birch Cove Lakes are 10% of the 10 or 15% of the park area, but 80 or 90% of its value. We're not much without our heart. It's a small part of our body, but plays a big role. So it's a similar kind of context, and that's the case all around the park. But that is the major crunch point.
So I think you're referring to Susie's Lake. You're saying that's the heart of the park, and
Susie Quarry and Fox, yeah.
And maintaining the integrity of those lakes is what you're talking about.
Yeah, and that's what the suggested joint. If the special planning area, the secondary planning doesn't go away or isn't deferred, then a joint planning exercise that gives serious consideration to park requirements in that area is what's needed, rather than token. So far, the way that the 2 efforts have been treated is as if they're separate, they're overlapping.
Could there not be development on the edge of the park that would still allow the park to continue?
Yeah, but the question is, where is the boundary? Where is the edge? So yes, on the edge, but the edge needs to be where it should be,
Okay.
not in the middle of it.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for your presentation. The next 3 speakers are Jennifer Zerb, Katan Kulkami, and Kathleen Hall. So I would welcome Jennifer Zerb to the microphone now, please. Okay, just going to call one more time for Jennifer. Oh, there you are. Okay, very good. Thanks. No rush. Take your time.
Councillors and staff, thank you very much for allowing me to speak on behalf of District 7. My name is Jennifer Zerb. As we face an increasingly unlivable city, I urge you to resist the pressures of the province to rapidly put more humans on the peninsula, a space that was never designed to even hold our current population without appropriate infrastructure such as transport. Bike lanes and tearing down historic homes for street widening are, in my opinion, gilding the lily when a rapid influx of 1 million people is expected. People are already making decisions not to work on the peninsula as traffic flow is the third worst in Canada and fifth worst in North America. Ultimately, growth in GDP will be affected as HRM becomes an undesirable place to live. I hope you'll oblige me to speak about how densification has impacted me personally, and if you may, could you place the first picture up for everyone to see? When I bought my covenanted single-family home in 2019 and completed my home in 2022, I was living next to this small white house located at 846 Robie Street. The foundation of the White House is 2 feet 8 inches from the property line on the left. That's the left of the little white building, and therefore is a non-conforming structure within the meaning of the HRM Charter, LUB, and the MPS. Now you may change the picture, please. This is currently what is rapidly being constructed, an 8-unit multiplex with no parking on a lot that can barely accommodate it. It towers 37 feet high, 12 feet higher than the peak of my roof, and about 20 feet above the home on the right of this building, which you cannot see. How could this happen? How did they fit this in? This construction is described on the permit as an addition, even though most of the weight-bearing walls have been poured outside the existing foundation, and there is not one piece of the original house standing. If you don't mind, could you just keep that picture up for a little bit longer? This construction, the LUB enforced at the material time for permitting stipulated a side setback of 6 feet or 10% of the width of the 60-foot lot diameter. The owners, Drs. Alina Cora and Afshan Ansari, have been allowed to build on the pre-existing non-conforming foundation, again 2 feet 8 inches from my boundary, and extend it 37 feet vertically. I'm going to quote bylaw 254.1, which apparently seems to be little known by the permitting officers. Where a non-conforming structure is in a zone that permits the use made of it, and the structure is used primarily for residential purposes, it may be enlarged, reconstructed, repaired, or renovated if the enlargement, reconstruction, repair, or renovation does not further reduce minimum required yards or separation distance that do not conform with the land use bylaw. This 37-foot wall, which is next to my house, which is where the black roof you can see, enhances the encroachment vertically and extends the nonconformity. This is how this 8-unit multiplex can fit into this lot. This ploy, now seemingly commonly used by developers and rubber stamped by permitting officers, is what leads to more of these monstrosities across HRM. My neighbors and I have lost property value, privacy, quiet enjoyment of our space, all the while being taxed at a premium for where we live. Several long-term residents of the neighborhood are considering moving away. It is unclear why any person would invest in a single-family home if this is what was going to go up next to them. If HRM's development officers allow non-conforming encroachment into the side setbacks to be expanded upwards infinitely high by smashing down a small house and keeping a piece of the foundation, then I urge council to amend this bylaw to disallow such an unduly harmful provision. What I'm asking for is that HRM follows its own rules and that permitting officers do not allow developers to bypass the standards that have been sensibly imposed. You claim in Chapter 6 of the summary that protecting the environment and climate change is a key value, yet a 100-year-old oak tree was cut down on this property as it was in the way of this 37-foot wall. Halifax was recognized in 2024 as one of the tree cities of the world. If permitting officers continue to issue permits that go against their own setback regulations.
If I could encourage you to come to your final sentence, we're over time now, Ms. Zerb.
This designation may be lost. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much for your presentation. And I don't see any questions of clarification, so I thank you again. And I will invite Ketan Kultami, please.
So the clerk's office has tried to reach out to them, and we can move to the next speaker. We'll continue.
Okay. Kathleen Hall, please.
Thank you. To the clerk, I have one map. Thank you. Oh, good afternoon, Council. My name, as you know, is Kathleen Hall. I'm a volunteer with Our Age Rim Alliance, Williams Lake Conservation Company, and the Backlands Coalition. We're putting up the map now so you can see what we're talking about. I think pretty well everybody knows but what I wanted to say first is that the Backlands Coalition mission statement is to ensure no loss of wildlife habitat in the backlands and to preserve them for natural, historical, cultural, conservation, educational, recreational, and common use. So if we look at the map very quickly, we know about the Shaw Wilderness Park, and we thank HRM for acquiring that. The Church of Christ lands, again, thank you very much. It is so critical to the health of Williams Lake. Also, we have the federal lands, York Redoubt, we have the Nova Scotia Nature Trust lands, and we have, fortunately, a lot of provincial crown land, which we are seeking to have a accelerated status, a protected strategy that would be incorporated underneath the new legislation. But the point is that this, all of this land needs to be connected and protected. We need to make sure that there is a contiguous just place for wildlife and everything that is so important about this land. We know that when we worked with the planners, they were very interested, and they certainly became very aware of how sensitive this land is and how important it is, and the idea that it makes no sense to develop. The reality is that they came out for 2 site visits. They listened to us, they reviewed our evidence, and with the idea of increasing climate change threat and fire, this land, it does require special treatment. And I thank the planners, particularly Leah Perrin, who is here. I have such respect for her, and I think that we had such a wonderful working relationship, and I certainly see that continuing. But you have to understand, we've been at this for 5 years, and we started in August 2020. We have spent hundreds of hours on this. We have gone to so many meetings and worked so hard, and all of a sudden, we couldn't even have time to discuss this with the councilors. We were jammed up, and I think you people know that, but the fact of the matter is, it was unworkable. This is not good governance. What happened in the last less than month is really, it's a travesty. It really is. We understand the pressure from the province. We understand the overreach. We want you to know that we support you. We have been reading about other places in Canada, like Ontario, where the town of Stratford said no to the overreach, no to the super mayor. I want you to know that we, the people, are here to help you. We want to work with you. We want you to reach out to us, and we'll, in any way, do what we have to do and say what we have to say to the province. We will push for statutory protection. It's unthinkable what is going on right now in our Supreme Court and what is going on in the planning process, because we do not have that protection, and that's all there is to it. So please, I implore you to reach out to us. We're here, and we are quite a group. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your presentation. The next 3 speakers are Andrea Hilchey-Pye, Martha... Oh, Laura, you're popped up there. Yes, Councillor White, If you wouldn't mind coming back for a question, Kathleen. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Thanks, Kathleen. I didn't quite understand the direct link that you're looking for here today with the regional plan and the backlands.
I guess I said that, okay. We actually submitted a couple of amendments to our councillor, Patty Cuddle, and she wasn't able to support them. I know she discussed them with staff, but we weren't able to even, we wrote in about these amendments, and then we were told, yesterday that it wasn't happening, and we've been in a flurry for days, and that's not right. We can't even comment on the plan because, quite frankly, I haven't read all 1,921 pages. So I guess that's what I'm saying. That we were flabbergasted when we didn't get the 30-meter buffer, like as it should be. Okay. So I didn't have the time to speak to those issues, but certainly you're hearing about these from other people. And I guess does that answer your question?
Yeah, a little bit, that there's more in writing and the speed of the process. I hear you. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Kathleen. I understand Andrea Hilchey-Pai is not able to be here, but has sent in correspondence for councillors. And then that means the next three speakers are Martha Leary, B. Renton, and Peter Pauley. So I would like to welcome Martha Leary, please.
Good afternoon, councillors, Mr. Mayor. Each time I prepare for the public hearing here in Halifax, I feel grateful that I live in a city that encourages its residents to participate in government. I'm a volunteer and I live in District 11. I'm a member of our HRM Alliance. I work with others to protect and preserve the magnificent Williams Lake and the amazing urban wilderness known as the Halifax Backlands. I'm a member of the Williams Lake Conservation Company and the Backlands Coalition, organizations who agree to protect the habitat of the backlands. These lands support local diversity and provide ecological services and a partial balance to the heavy human footprint of the densest parts of Halifax. The well-loved Shaw Wilderness Park and the small lots managed by the Nova Scotia Nature Trust form an important core of protected lands, but sadly, the remainder of the backlands are unprotected. Current and future development threatens all of these lands, including Williams Lake, a key feature of Shaw Wilderness Park. The barrens and forests of the backlands are a fire ecology and home to 3 fire-dependent imperiled plant species, as well as the jack pine broom crowberry plant community, which is nationally unique and globally rare. This wilderness serves as a migratory flyway for thousands of birds, searching for food, fresh water, and shelter on their twice-yearly journeys, and as a summer home for several species at risk, such as the common nighthawk, the barn swallow, and the eastern wood pewee. As an added bonus, the Halifax Backlands are available to residents seeking the benefits of being not in a playground or a manicured park, but in nature. Now, the current draft of the regional plan, the most progressive environmental policy of our municipality, the Halifax Green Network Plan, is barely mentioned in this draft. There are no plans to incorporate the actions of this policy into the municipal bylaws, and the policy itself seems to stand as a symbol of failed hopes. There is little thought or mention of wildlife corridors. For the past 5 years, I've been part of a team working with HRM planning staff along with our councillors. Previous drafts reflected an ongoing commitment to a healthy environment, as well as the need for new residential development to avoid sprawl by planning for complete communities. Places for mixed housing, including public and affordable housing, with shops, schools, and services close by, reducing the need to drive a car to buy a liter of milk. In the early drafts of the regional plan, we have seen clear evidence that we shared many values and goals with staff and council. For example, the vision, which has been repeated often, which is to enhance our quality of life by fostering the growth of healthy and vibrant communities, a strong and diverse economy, and a sustainable environment. The realization of this vision is encumbered by our municipality's lack of statutory protection and the balance of power between the province and our municipality, particularly when it comes to local planning and development. These conditions tie the hands of council and planners in responding to the municipality's changing needs. Halifax Regional Municipality should be allowed to direct development in a way that protects the environment, invests in future infrastructure, and creates a great place to live. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I don't see any questions of clarification, so I'll thank you again, and we'll move on to the next speaker, B. Renton, please.
Good afternoon, Your Worship, councillors and staff. My name is B. Renton, and I'm speaking on behalf of family members who reside in District 7. We thank Council for this opportunity. However, we would suggest that the vast majority of HRM constituents are actually unaware of today's public hearing, with only 1 week's online prior notice. In fairness to Council and staff, though, the sudden imposition of these mandatory provincial regulations also give you insufficient time in which to consider their short and long-term impacts on HRM's financial and operational accountability and sustainability. The regulations require HRM to make a series of significant municipal planning strategy and related land use bylaw amendments, including declaring that the most urgent priority in municipal land use planning, regulation, and development approval is to rapidly increase the supply of housing in the municipality. This will permanently impact the community without meaningful public awareness and input. It is also contrary to effective budgeting and planning for the increased demands on municipal infrastructure and services these regulations impose on the municipality to absorb alone. We urge Council to push back against this unfunded provincial regulatory mandate. If not, HRM taxpayers will be left to solely fund the expansion and repair of aging municipal infrastructure and services already under-resourced to meet the sudden imposition of a rapid housing surge. The Halifax Water Commission alone has experienced recent unprecedented boil water advisories, water supply reductions, incomplete capital project schedules, accelerated water treatment plant replacement requirements, Dartmouth wastewater treatment plant retrofit, and associated dumping of untreated sewage into the harbour for weeks on end, and an accumulated deficit of approximately $41 million because of overcapacity issues. Calgary and Atlanta are other recent examples of how rapid urban growth can cause water supply and demand imbalances that worsen as cities grow without sufficient time in which to pre-plan. An adequate supply of water for drinking and firefighting is not a given nor an infinite resource. This critical foundational work cannot be left to HRM's subsequent Phase 5 analysis. This will be too late. The provincial regulations fail to address other municipal funding shortfalls caused by rapidly increasing the supply of housing, including firefighting, police and emergency management, infrastructure and services, road and sidewalk expansion and maintenance, public transit, green space and recreational facilities, including libraries, solid waste management, public school system overloading, traffic safety, and accessible service, amongst others. These additional capital and operating costs will fall to HRM taxpayers because of the province. Nor would I submit should it be necessary for Council to seek legal immunity from future claims of constructive taking and de facto expropriation of private property because of the provincial regulations. the October 1st, 2024 motion of Council that the Mayor send a letter to the Province of Nova Scotia requesting amendments to the HRM Charter to include immunity from constructive taking de facto expropriation claims is troubling and should be repealed. If a letter has already been sent to the province, then a motion should be passed that the initial request be withdrawn, along with the provincial regulations. Councils and its constituents should first assess what HRM's desired future population and housing growth objectives are, and the associated implementation plan with costing. This is particularly important given a recent CMHC report projecting a 2.5% residential rental vacancy rate in HRM, which is up from 1.0% in 2023, as our federal immigration levels decrease and new housing stock nearing completion is added to the marketplace. We may have already achieved or be close to achieving HRM's stated desired vacancy rate of 3%. HRM should instead hold the province accountable for rapidly increasing provincial affordable housing units, which is a provincial legal responsibility. This would include long-term care facilities for which there are long wait lists. And HRM must also hold universities and colleges to account to create much needed student housing and not default to private for-profit developers to capitalize on. The provincial regulations and draft HRM amendments will enable developers to construct high-density apartment buildings in some residential zones with no bedroom limits, creating rooming house scenarios without corresponding fire, accessibility, and other public safety features. What are the benefits of this to HRM? Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Very, very good. I don't see any questions of clarification, so I'm going to call the next speaker, Peter Pauley, please.
Thank you, Mayor Fillmore, members of council and staff. Thank you for the opportunity to speak here today on the regional plan being considered by Halifax Regional Council. My name is Peter Pauley, and I have a real estate development business largely focused on residential projects in HRM. I am here today to speak from the perspective of someone who has been attempting to go above and beyond what is needed to reduce the carbon footprint of our rental housing buildings, both existing and new developments. At Polycorp, we have been doing more than our share to try to save the planet. We've been building more energy efficient buildings that draw less energy. For example, our Q-Lofts building in Halifax's North End was the highest scoring LEED Platinum building certified in Canada in 2018. We have been building net zero ready multi-unit residential buildings for the last 15 years, 25 years ahead of aggressive Canadian targets for building code requirements. And we have planned to achieve net zero buildings through the installation of large-scale solar panel arrays, both roof-mounted and ground-mounted. Polycorp has signed up for the Government of Canada's Net Zero Challenge, except we moved the timeline forward a full 20 years from 2050 to 2030 as an ambitious goal to be achieved by our company. Our goal is to have the largest net zero portfolio of multi-unit residential suites in the world. In 2019, Halifax Regional Council unanimously voted to declare a climate emergency. As you know, Halifax Regional Council also adopted the HaliAct strategy, which set out the following goals. I am actually the rental housing industry's representative on the HaliAct committee. I quote from section 5.2.2 of HaliAct. First, the strategy commits HRM to expand programming for rooftop solar systems and energy storage, with a goal to install 1,300 megawatts of rooftop solar PV with storage by 2030. That's an impressive 260 megawatts per year for the next 5 years. Second, the strategy commits to developing partnerships for large-scale solar and wind generation, with a goal of 300 megawatts of ground-mounted solar PV by 2050. These solar energy goals are very ambitious. So are ours at Polycorp. Meeting these goals will require all hands to be on deck. Unfortunately, the proposed paragraphs in the regional plan, sections EN 66, EN 67, and EN 68 on page 110 of the regional plan will have the direct opposite effect to these HaliAct goals. The regional plan wording, as written, will actually discourage the rapid development of solar energy in HRM. The current regional planning wording will prevent Polycorp and others from developing large-scale ground-mounted solar facilities to provide green renewable energy for our growing portfolio of rental housing projects. To be clear, the regional plan as written does not appear to support development of freestanding ground-mounted renewable energy generation from larger scale commercial solar facilities that seek to produce and export electricity to the grid. Simply put, we can't fit enough panels on the roof areas of our buildings to achieve net zero, so they need to go on the ground. Sometimes they need to be on separate parcels of land, and therein lies the incompatibility with the wording in the regional plan. We have met and discussed the matter with HRM, and the proposed wording does not permit such facilities to be developed with reasonable levels of risk and uncertainty. Deferral to a protracted development agreement application is not an acceptable solution when the world is on fire. More as-of-right conditions for solar generation facilities need to be created. I urge HRM Council to consider the following simple amendments. First, the regional plan needs to permit commercial solar facilities in all areas of the municipality and not restrict them to rural commuter, rural resource, and agricultural designated areas. Second, the regional plan needs to ensure that new land use bylaws permit commercial solar energy facilities in all zones. Simple requirements for minimum lot areas, for example 1 acre, and landscape or vegetated setbacks from property lines can easily prevent conflicts with adjacent low-density residential uses. Who is actually going to complain about us installing solar panels in the middle of the woods on a large piece of land that we own in Spryfield, Herring Cove, or Harrodsfield? I urge Council to direct staff to meet with Solar Nova Scotia and Rental Housing Providers Nova Scotia to ensure that the regional plan actually encourages the rapid development of solar energy in HRM. Keeping the language as is in the regional plan will actually guarantee that Halifax does not meet the moment on its own climate change strategy. As councillors, you have a responsibility to ensure that the regional plan follows through on Halifax's climate change strategy and that it backs up the declaration of a climate change emergency with policy that will actually get the job done.
Okay.
Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. We're over time there. Thank you very much for your presentation. I do see a question of clarification from Councillor Kent.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Peter, for coming in. I appreciate hearing all of your commitment to the solar energy piece because the importance of it. I'm curious about when you talk about the language that's not there, and in particular, I think it was related to the solar energy being the equipment being on on the ground, I guess. Yeah.
On a separate parcel.
And so how large of an area would that take? Does it depend? Yeah.
Pardon? Sorry. It would vary by project, but we would be looking to develop solar fields that would range from 1 acre to 10 acres to meet our apartments' needs.
Okay. And when you talked about the bringing it in from more of the rural areas, give me an example of what that could look like in the suburban or urban.
The problem is there's a disconnect between the position that HRM staff have taken and the requirements of the grid and Nova Scotia Power. Nova Scotia Power has a very detailed interconnectivity map that very clearly specifies where medium and larger scale connections can be made. They're not in the boonies. In order to connect to the grid, you need to be in an area that has a relatively high daytime draw, which is created by population within that distribution zone. So as great as it might be to say, put the fields in Ecum-Secum, Nova Scotia Power actually will not allow them there because they don't have the daytime energy requirements because there's no population. Around the fringes of the city, closer to town, on land that's not as likely to be developed residentially, that's where we can do these fields at scale to tie into the grid under the Nova Scotia Power parameters.
Okay, and did you have this kind of conversation already with staff?
Yes.
And what kind of response did you get?
What they did.
Obviously, it's not in the,
Yeah.
the plan, but
Well-
specifically to you.
What they did was they thanked us for our time. We offered to assist in the specific wording to make sure that they get it right, because it is a technical matter.
Yeah.
What they came back with was they created an option to be able to apply for a development agreement in a world where a development agreement could take 1, 2, 3 years
Yeah.
to achieve. So the world's burning down. We don't need to get in line for a development agreement. And I believe that in most areas of the municipality, including the lands that we would like to do some of the stuff on, you normally need some reference in the underlying municipal planning strategy to be able to apply for a development agreement. I actually don't think that we could even apply for a development agreement the way that they're
Yeah.
suggesting. So basically, our hands are being tied unnecessarily. And it is a technical matter. I do appreciate that, but it would be easy to find solutions.
Okay, thank you very much. Thanks for
welcome.
taking the time.
Thank you. One more question from Councillor Hartling, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for the presentation. I really appreciate you being here. I think that what you speak to is you know, it's of consequence, and to your point, it absolutely matters. I am wondering, and forgive me if you said it earlier on and I missed it. Do you have like specific geographic examples that you could direct us to help us understand where you're talking about?
So, for example, we have a site on Herring Cove Road, completely within the service boundary. We're hoping to be able to develop some or all of it under the suburban plan. 140 acres. It's a massive site. We would like to be able to develop a solar field on that property of about 10 acres.
Of about 10 acres of 140.
Yes.
Is there like a ratio that you had in mind there, or to your point, it's just it's dependent on the project?
It's complicated because you need to be able to be compliant with the Nova Scotia Power guidelines.
Right.
And they have limits geographically as well. But the main point is you need to have synchronization between where you can build these facilities, both under the HRM jurisdiction pertaining to land and under the provincial jurisdiction under the Energy Act, and also be compatible with Nova Scotia Power's programs. And so I'm trying to seek alignment of
Yeah,
it.
you need to triangulate those
Yeah,
three
so-
things to make it make
So,
sense.
so the province has done their part over the last few years by changing the Energy Act to facilitate larger scale solar connection to the grid. Nova Scotia Power has done, in large part, their job in creating some programs to facilitate interconnection. A lot of work going on as we speak at the UARB in terms of simplifying the interconnection. Atrium is the last major step to the last group that needs to come forward to create the framework for these large-scale solar facilities to be developed.
And just for clarification and kind of confirmation, the solar fields that you're looking to put in, those are to power the buildings that are going along with it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, or the way it works with Nova Scotia Power, you could, you might be able to have a field, one location, and through a net metering arrangement that's virtual, providing power for a building that might be 5 kilometers away. But once you go too far out of town, the daytime draw to the grid drops too much because there's not enough population, and Nova Scotia Power can't have power going back through their distribution, through their transmission grid. So they want these facilities to be constructed in areas where there is actually daytime electricity demand required, and that's not in the boonies, which is where the regional plan is basically saying build it out in the boonies. That's not where Nova Scotia Power needs these facilities, and that's why Atrium council provided a letter of support for a large solar array that was going to be built, I think, in East Peswick? West, sorry. They provided that letter of support about a year ago. That facility, I believe, got cut back from, 13 megawatts to only 2 megawatts because of the interconnectivity requirements with Nova Scotia Power, i.e. there's not enough people live in that area to be able to connect. The daytime draw is not high enough. So if you can find, it's hard to find a piece of land that would work with the economics to make this work, but in cases where people have put the effort into finding those pieces of land, are willing to make the investment to do it, in my view, HRM should not be
The blocker.
the only roadblock to
Yeah.
us being able to do that. And the way the regional plan is written right now, it is. And I mean, we're headed to a point where over half the population of the entire province lives in HRM now. Effectively, this is going to block solar by being produced on large scale for more than 50% of the population of the entire province. These three simple little sentences in the regional plan as written. The fix is very easy. Just staff need to be directed to engage so we get the wording right when the regional
Right.
plan is finalized.
Right. I appreciate your time. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the presentation. Colleagues, I'm going to try to not keep us seated for more than 2 hours at a time here. We're coming up on the first 2 hours. I would like to squeeze one more speaker in, and then we'll have a mid-afternoon leg stretch for everyone, including those in the gallery. So Boris Worm, if you would mind joining us, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and councillors. There, I gave them to you previously. Yes. So my name is Boris Worm. I appreciate the opportunity to speak. I'm a professor of marine conservation at Dalhousie University and have 25 years of experience in conservation planning. I'm also a resident of Paddy Cattles District in Ferguson's Cove and a member of the Backlands Coalition. I just want to point out that we live in an amazing place. We all know that, and we share that place with an astonishing number of other species that also need space. And we also all know that, and the Green Network Plan and Halifax and other aspects of conservation planning in the regional plan take account of that. And I applaud that. I want to, like others, direct our attention towards the Halifax Backlands, simply because it's Eastern Canada's closest urban wilderness to a major center, and we share it, according to our research, with at least 16 threatened species, globally rare habitats that have been previously described. And according to a 2021 survey, there's over 100,000 visitors to this area, making it the most used trail network east of Quebec. Despite those values, conservation values and human health and mental health values for our cities, only 20%, less than 20% of this area is protected, as shown here. And the Backlands Coalition, as previously stated, aims to protect 100% of this area. If you could switch to the next slide. In my capacity as a research professor at Dalhousie University, I'm enabling students to do research on threatened species and habitats in this area. And here you see a map just produced by one of my students that used autonomous recording devices and human observers over the last year to map out the distribution of threatened nighthawks, one of the species that use this area for nesting and foraging. And what you can see there is that areas used that are suggested for rezoning from urban reserve are among the core habitats for this species and others that we have mapped. I just spoke to a student who is doing an amphibian reptile survey for this area, coming up with also very interesting results about how different waterways are used by rare and threatened species. So just to remind us that this is an area that's within walking or biking distance of the urban core. It is used extensively by HRM residents. It should be a cornerstone of the Green Network Plan, but also we're not alone in this area. We're sharing it with threatened species like the nighthawk. And for this reason, I think the intent to rezone urban reserves land here as open space, natural resource and parklands is a very good one that would be supported from a scientific standpoint. Being here, I would like to offer my services and that of my students for any application of or any need for conservation planning or input into the rare and threatened species and habitats in our area, not just the backlands or elsewhere. Dalhousie is making a concerted effort to be more of use to HRM and people here, and I would like to use this opportunity to reach out and say, if staff or council or others in HRM have a question or a need with regard to conservation planning and conservation values in HRM for this area and others like it, I would be very happy to help with that or direct you to other professionals at Dalhousie that can help with this. I think we have another Dalhousie professor speaking later today. So thank you for your time, and I'm sorry to keep you from your break.
Thank you very much, Boris. There is one question from Councillor Hinch for you.
Hi, thank you for that. I just have the one question. Is the nighthawk, do they only migrate in the one area, or are they all around?
No, so this is a species you find elsewhere in Canada,
Okay.
but we have a particular high concentration in this area, and I'm telling you why. Because this area, as we've heard before, is very fire prone, more so, much more so than other areas around Nova Scotia because of this jack pine barren habitat that's actually fire dependent. And the nighthawk happens to like this area because they're full of aerial insects that they're hunting for. Also, the waterways that we have here, integrated within the jack pine barrens habitat, produces a lot of insects, which we actually measured, that they like to forage on. So they use this area. It appears increasingly over recent years for nesting and foraging, and we're documenting this to be on top of it and to provide those data to decision makers.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you again for your presentation. Colleagues, we will have a short recess until 3:20. I'll just remind colleagues that we can't resume at 3:20 until everyone is in their seat. And I would remind colleagues as well as members of the gallery that during the time that the public hearing is open, conversation should be avoided between councillors and the public to avoid any possibility of influence. Thank you very much, and we will see you at 3:20. Okay, we will come back to order. Thank you very much for that. I'm going to read off the next three names on the list. They are Ann Thompson, Nick Antoft, and Catherine Sanderson. So if I could welcome Ann Thompson, please.
Hello. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, councillors. Thanks for the opportunity to speak this afternoon. I've got 2 points I want to make. The first one is, given I have nothing against densification, I think it's essential. However, what I am concerned about is, do we have the infrastructure in place to support it? And I think B. Renton has covered that extremely thoroughly, so I'm not going to repeat anything. But in particular, do we have water, waste treatment, and transportation in place? And I would hazard a guess that we do not. There's something else which we haven't talked about as far as I know, and that is a petition which was signed in January of this year, end of last year, the Livable Halifax Coalition petition, which had over 800 signatures. I don't really know what's happened to it and didn't get any word on why it was dismissed. So my second point specifically relates to the ER3 zoning as it relates to multi-unit buildings. And I've gone through the fact sheets quite extensively, and overall I'm pleased with them, but they don't seem that different than the ones that we were looking at in May 2024, which was the first and only other time I've ever spoken to council. So since May of 2024, there have been at least 2 buildings that I know of that appear to violate the requirements. In particular, the fenestration requirements, the built form requirements, and the design requirements. Fenestration is the amount of window space and door space you have. The requirements in this latest fact sheet say at least 25% of the length must consist of clear glass glazing. Well, that hasn't happened in 2 of these buildings that I've been looking at. Built form requirements, and this one I find interesting. In the proposed DR3 zone, multi-unit dwellings will have maximum building dimensions to promote development at a compatible scale with the neighbourhood. Well, given what Jennifer Zerb was talking about, that doesn't seem to have happened. The third one are design requirements. Multi-unit buildings and townhouses in the proposed ER3 zone will have increased design requirements to encourage pedestrian-friendly facades that harmonize with local architectural styles. That's not happening. So as a resident of a neighborhood and there's a dwelling across the street which has just been sold, my understanding it's going to be demolished and multi-unit dwellings going to go in. My concern is that the amendments submitted in the fact sheet will not pass. If they pass, I'd be quite happy. But my other concern is, will the requirements be followed in the permit approval process? And I could make a suggestion that the people who are approving these permits actually go to the site and get a feel for the surrounding buildings. I don't know if that happens. I'm a novice. I don't know what the procedure is. So in summary, my concern is the permit approval process. I would like to see it more transparent, and also how can citizens challenge that permit approval process if they feel that something is out of line. So that's it. Any questions from you? Okay, thank you.
Not seeing any. Thank you very much for your presentation. We'll move on to Nick Antoft, please.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, members of council, members of the public. My name is Nick Antoft. I live in the wonderful community of Lucasville for the last 22 years. I've been very active in the community. I'm an engaged person. I'm not here specifically to speak to the regional plan, but I'm here to comment more on the process. A public hearing should be a point of sober second thought, a culmination of study, review, comment, input, and staff support. I've heard a lot of people talking here, and I'll be interested to see how their comments and input actually affects the final document. In my experience, the matter will be voted on with no amendments, with council nodding in agreement, and basically it'll move forward. So what evidence do I have for this? So all of you were here during the floodplain discussion except for the mayor. I just want to sort of give a background to that. I was engaged in the process since 2017, attended many meetings, became educated. I became an expert in lake water hydraulics, many emails. I met staff. I fought my way through the process with staff. I found errors in the mapping. HRM Quality wound up engaging an engineering company to review the materials and did some upgrades. And there became changes to flood mapping. So in the end, my property still wound up being in the floodplain. So what I did do is I hired an engineering firm to actually do high-level grading and determine that my property was not going to be subject to flooding according to the drawings. I rebutted the report with empirical data and worked exceptionally hard to get it corrected. But what happened? At the public hearing, a staff member refused to consider the survey data staffing with an emphatic no. There would be no amendments to the documents. So I'd like to read this email. So this is in context of the floodplain, but it does apply to these sort of things. And I quote, in part, please be advised that changes, there's a typo here, changes cannot make changes to the matter that is before Regional Council for a public hearing after the notice of public hearing is posted. This is a staff member. The notice was posted on April 8th, and from that point on, staff cannot make any changes to the proposed policies, regulations, including the proposed floodplain zones that were scheduled for a public hearing before Regional Council. At a public hearing, Council may make very minor changes, such as a correction to a cross-reference in the policy document, provided it does not adversely affect the interests of other property owners or conflict with what was advertised for council consideration at the public hearing. So, in my case, my property, although I'm very confident and the engineering firm has guaranteed I'm not within the floodplains, it's now a non-conforming use. So I intend to pursue that as an assessment adjustment because, and I understand that folks are now starting to have problems that are acquiring properties or changing ownership within the floodplain as a result of this. So that's all I really wish to say. Hopefully that, you take these considerations from the public seriously. Please do not rubber stamp this. If it needs to go back for further review, please do that. A lot of people have put a lot of time in. It sounds from that letter from the planner that staff is not really interested in making changes. And if that's the case, then we're all completely wasting our time here. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Antoff. There is a question for you from Councillor Kent.
Yes, thank you, Nick. Can you just help me understand a little more about what was the public hearing that you were at in April, I think you said, and just I missed the beginning of your discussion. I just want to know what area you're talking about.
It was regards to the the Sackville Rivers floodplain
Yes,
mapping
okay.
and the new bylaw amendments that now deem different flood levels. So essentially, you're either you can't be a little bit pregnant. You're either in the floodplain or you're not. And if you're in the floodplain under the municipal charter, the Halifax charter, I should say, you're now a non-conforming use. It limits a lot of your abilities to do things. In my case, it triggered me having my insurance company cancel my overland flood protection. I don't really care because, as I said, they're saving me $300 a year because my property will not flood. But there are other people that are in worst case scenario. I was listening to a radio program where a mortgage broker was saying that he had clients that were not able to conclude purchases of properties that are in the floodplain because they're not able to get insurance. So it is. It is.
So I have
having
a
an
follow-up on that, if you don't mind.
Sure.
And so from your perspective, is there anything that is potentially movable within the regional plan, which is what we're here for right now, that could help the scenario?
You know what, my point really here was to sort of, maybe I'm a bit frustrated and angry and wanted to make a point that, you know, please do not rubber stamp this. A lot of people in the crowd have spent a lot of time and effort. And I know you only have a 2 reading process, and in theory, you're gonna vote on this when the public hearing closes. You know, maybe that's not a good idea. Maybe you should start a new thing where, you know, you meet with staff and have a discussion about things, and you know, get out your pencil and eraser and do some changes, right?
Okay.
In my
Thank you.
case, I'm now stuck being in the floodplain and non-conforming use. What am I going to do? I'm going to seek assessment relief, and I'll move on.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
One more question, if you don't mind, from Councillor Cleary, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And just very briefly, but in the email, because you only quoted a part of it, did it go on to talk about because we can actually change anything, but you said minor things. So I guess, did it mention things like substantive or non-substantive amendments? Because our solicitor will often remind us, if we make substantive amendments, then we actually have to re-advertise it, go to another public hearing. I think in the email, did they mention that?
I don't see that. I happily leave the copy of this with the clerk.
Yeah, that'd be, actually, if you could, that would be great.
Yeah,
But yeah, that was all I had, so I appreciate that.
Okay, thank you very much for your presentation. Happy to welcome Catherine Sanderson, please.
Good afternoon. I'm a volunteer director with the Short-Term Rental Association of Nova Scotia. Short-term rentals, Airbnb, vacation rental by owner, etc., are not the cause of the housing crisis in HRM. Our association has submitted evidence of this to staff and council via credible reports from Statistics Canada and the Conference Board of Canada that testify to this fact. All orders of government have chosen to ignore this data. The cause of the housing crisis is the lack of effort by the federal and provincial governments to build affordable housing since the 1990s and the reckless levels of immigration that have been the policy of the federal government for the last number of years. Government has chosen to target the short-term rental micro businesses and make them the scapegoat of the problem. I applaud council for allowing an amendment to the regional plan that will allow one STR unit on the same lot in rural areas in HRM. And this discrepancy in the plan that was approved in September 2023 is a welcome correction, since in other areas of rural HRM at the time, there were no such restrictions placed at that point. So this was a clear inconsistency between the South Shore and the Lawrencetown, Coors Lake areas, Eastern and Western Shore. Some of our members, however, feel it's still too restrictive, as they have a principal residence and a cottage, both suitable for short-term rental on the same lot. Would ask for that amendment. Our members are disappointed that amendments to allow secondary units within a principal residence or on the same lot are still not allowed in the urban and suburban areas. This ban is almost 2 years old and has caused much financial distress for many. Our members are dismayed by the motion of council recently put forward that is proposing to allow student accommodation in the south end of Halifax to be used as an STR when the students vacate at the end of the academic year. While this is not part of the amendments for approval today, it is of grave concern for a future report coming to council. Why would this student accommodation situation be considered acceptable? These property owners would be allowed to add to their income from their properties while not being present at the property to address noise and garbage issues, while other residents of HRM are denied the same privilege. Our members who have had their STR banned are living on site of the STR and can address issues of disruption to the neighborhoods immediately. It's their principal residence, and so their situation is a better one than absent property owners in the south end of Halifax. Why is a small living area with a separate entrance and a little kitchenette intended for visiting family and friends, but when not occupied, considered different from the student accommodation situation? These units can accommodate a myriad of professionals who stay for months at a time, short-term, medium-term rentals, to work at hospitals, universities, businesses, infrastructure projects. There's all kinds of examples, but why are staff also not presenting to council data to show the effect of banning STRs? Where are the key performance indicators of this restrictive policy? Is the policy creating the desired effect, a well-intended desire that you had at one point? And if not, why isn't council informed and thereby able to amend the policy? Our association does have some of that very critical information. For example, 99% of our members state that although their secondary suite has been banned, they will never convert to long-term rental housing, as they reserve it in many instances for visiting family and friends, for hospital visits, for when on leave from military service, or, for example, if they need help from grandparents for a new arrival to the family. There are multiple personal reasons folks will maintain a unit for family, but rent it out short or medium term when it's not needed. The flexibility this provides is paramount, and the extra income derived from short-term rentals is needed in these tough economic times. I understand council's concern with those STRs that create problems in a neighborhood, but why would council shut down with a very broad brush an entire micro-industry as a result of a few bad apples? If a restaurant violates the food safety regulations, does government shut down all restaurants? The tourism industry is exceptionally lucrative to HRM businesses and greatly contributes to the provincial GDP. Suppressing STRs is only hurting business and tourism in our municipality. Finally, here are a few suggestions Strands have made to staff and council. Licensing for STRs. Provide a license upon registration, which must be maintained to high industry standard levels. If an STR is causing issues in the neighborhood, revoke the license. Limit the number limit the number of STRs owned per person. Limit the number of STRs per neighbor, perhaps on a density formula. Strands looks forward to working with staff and council. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I don't see any questions at this moment, so thank you again. And we will move on to, oh, sorry, someone has buzzed in. Ms. Sanderson, if you don't mind. Councillor Purdy would like to ask a question.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. Thank you for your facts that you've provided, Council. My question is, for the last update for STRs when the amendments were passed, did staff reach out to your organization for feedback at all, or?
No. However, not at that time, no. However, since I've had a very helpful conversation with a senior planner.
Okay.
Who has said that now that they've sort of recognized our association as being, in place and kind of credible because we have almost 800 members, she will be definitely reaching out to bring us to the table for future discussion about potential consideration of secondary units for a future council report. So that's very encouraging.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks for that.
Okay, thank you again. The next three speakers are Diane Kenny-Doucette, Catherine McKinnon, and Jolene Dory. I'd like to welcome Diane Kenny-Doucette to the podium, please.
Thank you.
I'd like to make a correction of my name. It's Diane Doucette Kinney. Merci. Good afternoon. Bonjour. Mayor Fillmore, councillors. My name is Diane Doucette Kinney. I live in Halifax. I am here today to express my concerns regarding the amendments to the HRM regional plan. I do appreciate hearing from the others today. I believe we all have a common goal, and that is to be able to live in a livable municipality that evolves positively and sustainably. A big red flag went up for me when the Houston government introduced major bills with questionable policy implications in the spring sitting of the legislature. Included was Bill 58, containing provincial directives on municipal planning. In my mind, this represented significant overreach by the province into municipal jurisdiction. It was a heavy-handed initiative by the provincial government to create a legal framework to fast-track and intensify housing and infrastructure development. It was done without public nor Indigenous feedback and buy-in. Lack of public consultation, creation of special planning areas, minimum planning requirements, and urban service boundary undermine protections for ecologically sensitive areas and open the potential for urban sprawl. I wonder who is being served here, Nova Scotians or developers? We all recognize the housing crises facing HRM. Look around. Building is booming in Halifax and the surrounding areas. Is it not enough or not fast enough for the provincial government? I ask that, first, one, areas inappropriate for development be removed from special planning areas, namely Sandy Lake and Highway 102 West Corridor. This is due to their environmental value, ecological functions, and recreational use. 2, minimum planning requirements be rejected, as HRM taxpayers would end up footing the bill. The amendment allows for development in unserviced locations. Growth should be directed to existing serviced areas. It makes the most sense at this time. 3, urban service boundary be extended only to existing communities, not as a catalyst for development in unserviced areas. The focus should be on increasing housing infrastructure in serviced areas. This is the most cost-effective. 4, strike the terms relax and reasonable with regard to the protective 30-meter buffer for wetlands, watercourses, and the coastline, and apply the 30-meter buffer to future lots. This is important to ensure the ecological integrity of these areas. I wish to end with some personal thoughts regarding provincial overreach into municipal affairs. I have been a resident of Halifax, Dartmouth for over 40 years. Over the course of that time, I've seen the city and surrounding municipality grow and prosper. I've seen an increasing influx of newcomers, adding to the diversity and wealth of HRM. The municipal government, a nonpartisan public body, has been at the core of this dynamic growth and wealth. I was frankly shocked by the incursion of the provincial government into municipal affairs with Bill 58. I felt that the function of council was diminished, and that my interest as a resident were also diminished. When it comes to municipal planning, I want it done by the mayor and councillors, even if we don't agree with you, because I believe they are best positioned to understand the constituents and the matters at stake. Since the election by the provincial government have seemed hurried, lacking in thorough, balanced evaluation, and fraught with citizen opposition. I am reminded of something I heard from a master carpenter: measure twice, cut once. I do not sense that this is what I'm seeing with the provincial government, and for that reason, I much prefer that planning and decision-making for HRM remain fully with the municipal government. And I thank you. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much for that. Not seeing any questions, I will thank you again, and we'll invite Catherine McKinnon to the microphone, please.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and councillors. Thanks for the opportunity to speak today. I'm here also to speak to the backlands, and just to give a little bit of context, part of the reason why so many of us are here to speak today is that up until a little over a week ago, we still thought that the two amendments that we'd been working on for 5 years or so with our councillor and with planners so collaboratively, we thought that they were going to be part of phase 4. And so it's very recent that we discovered they were not going to be. And also a little more background, we thought they were going to be, we thought the whole issue of zoning and the backlands was going to be resolved in phase 3, and then it was pushed to phase 4. And now it's deferred to phase 5. So that's just a little bit of context. So, but anyway, moving forward, and we're gonna just continue to work with our councillor and the planners as we move forward. And I just want to bring up 2 slides. Lots of people have so eloquently covered so many angles about the backlands. I just want to draw your attention to the Purcell's Cove backlands as a fire landscape and how very prone the area is to fire. And you could look at it from a different angle of liability, and God forbid that in the next fire, and there will be another fire, that there would be loss of life, more property, and so forth. So just want to point out that since 2007, there have been 3 wildfires of significance in the backlands. And the most significant was in 2009, when 800 hectares burned. And many houses were burned to the ground. Thousands of residents had to be evacuated from the area. Fortunately, no one perished or was injured. And it's a little hard to see, but there is a red outline on the map. It's included in our written submissions as well. That red outline, which is a very large portion of the backlands, that describes the area that burned in 2009. And the 2 amendments that we were hoping would be resolved and put to bed, the first one pertained to ensuring that no dwellings or buildings would be built further back than 100 meters from the Purcell's Cove Road, and that would, limit the danger to, loss of life, loss of structures, loss of property, and so forth. So I'll just draw your attention to that slide, and then the second slide. And this pertains to the second amendment that we were hoping would have been passed, but it seems that this matter also will be deferred until phase 5. And that is related to a very long-standing, more than 1 century old footpath called Lover's Lane. And it's on this piece of land that's outlined in blue, and it's on the shore of Williams Lake. And it's been a traditional footpath for people across Halifax to access for swimming in the summer and boating and skating and so forth. And really the gist of the Second Amendment, which we had hoped would have passed, but it seems that it's going to be deferred, would have been some protection for that footpath so that that could be considered and part of when and if there is a plan for the developer to develop his property, that would be considered and preserved. So I think that's pretty much everything I wanted to say, other than to just echo other folks who've said so eloquently, concerns about the province imposing themselves so much upon what should be, I think, our protected municipal planning process. And we support you in that process. So thanks for your
That's
attention.
time.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Not seeing any questions from councilors, so I will invite Jolene Dorey, please.
See if I can read from here. Good afternoon, councillors and Mr. Mayor. My name is Jolene Dorey, and I stand before you today on behalf of the Short-Term Rental Association of Nova Scotia, often referred to as STRANS. We are a community-driven organization formed in 2024 in response to growing concerns over government regulations and most recently Councillor Purdy's motion to loosen the STR restrictions and the relaxation coming for STRs along the Eastern Shore. Our association was sparked by what many viewed as overreach, regulations aimed at addressing the housing crisis, which placed unbalanced responsibility on STR owners. Since then, we've grown into a collaborative and constructive voice for hosts across the province. We engage routinely with municipal leaders and policymakers and want to recognize and thank the councillors who have taken the time to hear from us and build meaningful relationships. Your support has helped us become a bridge between our STR community and policy. Today, Strands represents nearly 800 members on our online platform. We're proud to have gained sponsorship from reputable local organizations, affirming our credibility and our place as stakeholders in the economic and tourism landscape of Nova Scotia. In May of 2025, we conducted a member survey to better understand the members of our STR community and to share with you that understanding. 94% of STR owners are Nova Scotia residents, with the remaining 6% having strong family ties into the province. 100% are Canadian citizens, 62% of our owners are women, 60% are aged between 35 and 60, with the balance being over 60. Our members come from a variety of financial background. 18% earn between $56,000 and $85,000. 15% earn between $86,000 and $100,000, with 32% earning over $100,000. Importantly, 72% of members operate only one STR. This is not a big business. This is your average Nova Scotian managing their own property, often single-handedly. In fact, 94% manage their rentals themselves, using their personal time and their capital to generate income support for their families and supplement retirement income. When asked about the impact of STR regulations, 79% said the regulations were unfair. 63% reported a negative impact on their ability to run their small business. And critically, 99.5% rely on STR income to cover essential household expenses like their mortgage, bills, and provide essentials for their families. This is who we are, Nova Scotians striving to build local businesses, support our communities, and protect our financial futures. There's some ongoing myths that Catherine spoke to a bit about STR causing or impacting the housing crisis in Nova Scotia. The Conference Board of Canada reported in October 2023 that in HRM, STRs account for only 0.4% of the total housing market. In all of Nova Scotia, that number is just 0.67%. That report concluded this activity has no meaningful impact on rental rates or the housing crisis. Statistics Canada reported in July of 2024 that less than 1% of housing units in Nova Scotia could be converted from STRs to long-term rentals. In HRM, that number is 0.4%. Any STR that converted to long-term after the 2023 regulations were implemented was a one-time shift that obviously didn't address the broader housing issue. Moreover, 99% of our existing Strand members that were surveyed stated that they would not switch to long-term rentals, even if STRs were further restricted. I'd like to share a rural success story personally from the Eastern Shore. So I currently own and operate a short-term cottage rental on the Eastern Shore. The Eastern Shore of Nova Scotia is a breathtaking and underappreciated gem that more Nova Scotians and tourists are discovering each year. My rental bookings are up 30% over last year, a rare and encouraging success during these uncertain economic times. STR guests and owners are reviving these rural economies. Their spending supports local small businesses like cafes, bakeries, and locally owned
That's
stores.
time.
Thank you. I'll just do one closing statement, that our request is that you just see beyond the headlines and future reviews, and disconnect the STR owners and our community from contributing to any housing crisis. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for your presentation. And I see there is a question from Councillor Purdy, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Jolene, for coming to speak today. My question is, on the stats that you just provided us with your presentation, did you send them into the clerk's office for correspondence? Yes, would you be able to do that? Thank you very much.
Yep.
Thank you very much. And a question from Councillor Hensby, please.
So you're the one that built that nice spot right past the bridge in Harrington Cove. Yes, it's a beautiful little spot you got there. Congratulations on it.
Okay, thank you. Let the record show that congratulations have been issued. Yeah. Okay, the next three speakers are Terry Black, David Jakeman, and Stephen Adams. So I'd like to welcome Terry Black, please.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and councillors. Thank you for this opportunity for the public to speak and to be heard. The housing situation in HRM has recently changed, and Strands, that's the Short-Term Rental Association of Nova Scotia, of which I'm a member, feels it's time to relax the residential STR regulations. And I'm going to give you some statistics. CMHC, which is the Canadian Mortgage and Housing Corporation, say that the 10-year average vacancy rate in Halifax is 2%. That's fact. 10 years, 2%. In January, their 2025 report stated a slight increase in vacancy rates is expected in most eastern markets. The forecast for Halifax was 2.5%, and they were a little low. The Yardi report, which is a market trend research business for Canadian multifamily markets, they researched data from over 492,000 apartments, 492,000 units as they call it, across more than 5,500 Canadian properties. And they state in Q1 2025, the vacancy rate in Halifax was 3.1%, above the 10-year average. Here's the breakdown. Bachelor apartments vacancy rate was 3.8%. One bedrooms, 3.3%. Two bedrooms were 2.4%, and three bedrooms were 4.7%. The Yardi report vacancy rates have increased 1.6% since the last quarter of last year. So we're higher now than ever before in the last bunch of years. With a 10-year average vacancy rate of HRM for about 2%, we are well above the average at 3.1%. So I state that we no longer have an apartment shortage. We have a balanced market. We no longer have an apartment housing shortage. We have, as it's been said here today before, an affordable housing problem. That is our problem. The Canadian Chamber of Commerce said in May 6, 2025, the reality of regulation, how political interference in building codes is making housing unaffordable. I didn't write the title. 15 years ago, they say, construction costs were, across Canada, on average, $214.19 a square foot. Guess what they are now? $562.29. Mayor and councilors, average homeowners want to make some extra taxable income. And we want to participate in our society. We want to welcome people. We want to help people when they're in desperate need, as some of our members have. People burnt out in the Tantallon fires, washed out in the floods. They stayed. 3 of them actually stayed at our home. And the average homeowner will borrow money to do improvements. Maybe they want to fix up a 900 square foot basement to make an apartment. That's going to cost them about $350,000 to do that with their after-tax income. They're not asking for government bailouts or support. So after they pay that, do you think it's fair that they would be required to offer that for affordable housing? Brand new apartment, they would never recover their investment. They would never be able to rent it to family, friends, maybe some of you who lost their home. Sadly, 635 HRM operated short-term rentals have stopped operating since the STR ban came into effect. Many hundreds stopped after the ban was announced before it came into effect. However, there's an opportunity on the horizon. One, Nova Scotia was declared one of the top world destinations in 2025 by Travel Leisure magazine. On average, I'll cut to the chase, there was a 2020 HRM staff report to council that took a survey. I think it was close to 3,000 people. 18% said they would never have come to Nova Scotia if it was not being able to stay in a short-term rental. We want them back. So I urge you to relax the restrictions on STRs. They are small business. We are small business.
That's
And
time.
we support small business in many communities. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Okay, I don't see any questions, so we'll move on to David Jakeman, please.
Councillor and Mayor and councillors and public, thank you for the opportunity to present today. The regional plan is complex, and when I tried to read the documents, I realized that I didn't have enough time to read everything in preparation for today's meeting, given the week's notice. But what I did think about is, why is it that council, there is only one organisation of council? There are no parties or no partisan situation. So federal level, we have different political parties. At the provincial level, we have different political parties. At the municipal level, we just have council so that we speak to you. And which is great, because it means that in theory we should have consensus. But what that relies on from the citizens' perspective is our trust of the councillors. And when I came here last year, back in February, to speak about the HAF fund, there are many people that were here then that are not here now. Okay, and so maybe that trust is something that, as councillors, we need to remember that's what you're here for. You're working on our behalf, and we're very grateful for that. I couldn't fathom the regional plan report, so I'm grateful that you can. But I'm here to point out where that trust falls down. So I would like to present this particular picture, which is as a consequence of the zoning changes that occurred on Roby Street near St. Mary's. And so this is it was a bungalow that was torn down. And as a consequence, this is what the planning authorities have allowed. So this is apparently a renovation. I don't see too much of a house being renovated there, to be honest. It's going to put in an 8-unit apartment block. There is no parking for the people that are going to live there. And frankly, this is where the trust bit has fallen down. The citizens, we're not terribly happy. This is just on the street, and this could happen in every single house. I mean, it reminds me of Wellington Street, which if you've walked down Wellington Street, it's not a particularly welcoming environment given the large buildings, the multi-unit buildings that have been installed there. And I don't like it, frankly. And yes, I'm getting old, but I'm still going to be around for hopefully another 20 years or so, and I don't really want to see the rest of the streets where I live looking like this. Okay, and so I ask you as councillors to make sure that that's not the case. Okay. Okay, the guidelines apparently it fits, but it doesn't, because it's actually a square foot over what it should be allowed. We asked council to work on our behalf to make sure this doesn't happen, and frankly, at this point I'm very disappointed. Okay, that was allowed to go through. This is the first one. There is another one on Oxford and Jubilee that is similarly have gone up, and frankly, it's going to tear apart the family neighborhoods that exist in the South End. Okay, and anyway, that's all I need to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I don't see any questions, so thank you. Okay, we'll move on to Stephen Adams, please.
Imposter. Good afternoon, Mayor Fillmore and members of council. My name's Stephen Adams, and I live in Middle Sackville. I just want to address 2 points today: the proposed watercourse setbacks from 20 meters to 30 meters, and, if time permits, a suggestion with respect to development agreements. Before I begin, I'd like to express my sincerest appreciation to Leah Perrin for her prompt responses to questions posed, follow-up emails outlining pertinent points with respect to watercourse setbacks, and her continuous communication with not only members of our organization, but from the development liaison group with HRM. I do have a couple questions that I'd like for the record before I go into my points. There will be, if these amendments are approved, there will be financial and development implications. Have they been considered or have they been measured? And one of the sections shows a watercourse means a lake, river, stream, ocean, or other natural body of water. I need to know, I'd like to know, does this include intermittent drainage? So in previous meetings and your discussions and decisions, we've heard a lot about evidence and data. Keep that in mind as you listen to the presentation. My concern is with how this process came to be with regard to the watercourses. I had asked what brought this about and was told this was council's direction. Okay. So I asked when this direction was given. It was August 14th of 2018. So 4 of my former colleagues were there and I was as well. So I looked at the reports. The reports, there were 2 staff reports. One was 3 pages, one was 13. The watercourse buffer changes weren't mentioned. In fact, watercourses weren't mentioned. The Green Network Plan, 127 pages with an attachment, mentioned it twice, 2 times from 20 to 30. I'm thinking that if there's something this significant, it should have been mentioned more than twice in that document. And the second time it was mentioned was simply a summary of the first. So based on that, this is what is before you today. There was no evidence as to why they should be increased to 30 meters, none whatsoever. There were 6 sections of, in air quotes, key highlights. 30 different, the 6 sections, 20 to 30 meters was not mentioned. So one would have thought that with something of this significance, it would have been brought up. And the staff presentation, which was 13 pages, also did not mention 20 to 30 meters. There's nothing there. You would have thought that it should have been mentioned at least once in the staff report. You look at why sometimes that council is looking at changing bylaws. Well, sometimes the bylaws need to be changed because the existing parameters don't work. So I asked one simple question, and we were met in our Alderney Landing with HRM staff. Can you tell one example of when 20 meters failed? There was nothing. No evidence, no data. So you have to wonder why it's going to 30, and why 30? We've heard some people say, well, make it, I've seen 100 meters. I've seen in one of the reports a kilometer, right? We know that's, you're taking it to extremes, but that's the way some people think. So under the ecology section of the action plan, it says to protect riparian corridors and wetlands from degradation, pollution, and other threats. And it says to amend the municipal planning strategy and land use bylaws to clarify and redefine the municipal's variable approach to watercourse buffers, which I really don't understand what that means. It also says specific measures to consider. It says consider. We'll be increasing it to 30 meters. That's the part I don't have much time, but I'd just like to offer a suggestion with regard to DAs. Instead of putting in what the non-substantive amendments would include, why not put in what the substantive amendments would include? Height, density, number of units, because we've been through a process with Councillor Cuddle's help. It was an approved development. It took 19 months to move 6 townhouses and to put the parking lot in the back instead of the front. I would ask that Council maintain the existing 20-meter buffer. If a supplementary report is required, I ask that a report be generated to bring this back for consideration to look at the questions that I have proposed. I thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for the presentation, and there is a question from the Deputy Mayor, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Adams, always good to see you back in chambers, even if it's that side of the table. I understand your opposition with regard to notification, not enough notice or rationale behind the change from 20 meters to 30 meters. What I'm not clear on, why are you opposed to 30 meters?
Well, the financial implications have not been considered, and the development implications. If you're going from 66 feet to 100 feet, then that will substantially cut back on development. I know there was comment made about a development agreement process. I don't know if someone could wait 12, 18, 24 months for a decision that may not be positive.
Great, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, the next 3 speakers are Andrea Osmond, Tony Cranford, and Emily McLean. So I'd like to welcome Andrea Osmond, please.
Mayor and Council, thank you for your time. My name is Andrea Osmond. October 2019, I downsized from a small house in Beaverbank to Lower Sackville due to my husband's health. Within the new house, it had a studio apartment. So in February, I decided to run an Airbnb. I absolutely love doing it. Lots of people from the States, Canada, all over. And other people just moving to Nova Scotia during 2020, 2021. Family events, weddings, reunions, all kinds of things. I offered an affordable place, quiet neighborhood, strict rules. I'm right there on site. I was very selective with my guests. They couldn't just go online and book. I was selective. My background is tourism. I grew up in Truro, family campground, Playland Park is now known as Scotia Pine. I spent my summers there. The whole family did, including my grandfather. My mom was a teacher, so she would have 5 or 6 people around her all the time, telling about the history of the different parts of the province, where to go. And they pretty well drilled it into me, the importance of tourism. And I got to love it. And my father was the same way. He did something that was a little out of the ordinary. He went down to the Brookfield Bakery. He would get 50 loaves of warm bread in brown bags, and my sister and I had to go around and deliver it. The Americans thought it was a little out of the ordinary, but we just said, no, it's maritime hospitality. That has never left me. If I'm out on the street, if I'm anywhere, and I find somebody that's a tourist, I'm like, oh, welcome to Halifax, welcome to Nova Scotia. It's just in me so deep. So I'm happily running my Airbnb, and I said to myself, I need to contact the city. I need to find out if everything's up to code. So, no sooner, Sunday afternoon, compliance officer comes to my door, says, I'm renting an illegal apartment. There is no issues. No issues like noise, parking, garbage, nothing. He said, simply you're renting it. So I said, okay, I'll go through the the formality and legalize it. I spent 1 year legalizing the apartment. Lots of headaches, lots of stress. So they told me, here's your list for secondary suite. I spent almost $28,000 doing that. Just after reopening it, I get an email from Airbnb. Halifax is looking at a bylaw. So I came. I spoke at that meeting. Paul Russell was my counselor of it. So that's my experience as far as my rental. Some other points. From my perspective, the city is flooded with new apartments. Sackville alone has 12, with an average of 8 units. That's 1,000 new homes for people. So STRs didn't cause the housing crisis. It's not our fault. The blame should be put on us. The province, the government, flooded our province with people. Hotels. You want to talk about hotels? I remember at that meeting, I don't remember the name of the gentleman, but he said, we want to grow tourism, but don't think any more hotels are going to be built in the next 5 years. There's one built in 2022, one in 2024. And then, some things I struggle with anyway. $8 million is put out for grants for secondary suites. And my understanding is that it's not getting a lot of people aren't participating so much. Why? Because of the cost to put in the secondary suite. So when I look online and I look at the Halifax 10-year integrated tourism master plan, I read things like enrich the lives of residents. I read things like enhancing the quality of life for residents by maximizing the benefit of tourism. I think, oh, that sounds great. That's what I want. I want a piece of the tourism business, not the business, but I just want to be involved. So here in Halifax, we're looking at $1.3 billion in tourism. The province is $3 billion. And I look at myself and I think, I have a little basement apartment and I can't be involved. And what the city tells me is, you're number 43 for the apartment. No, you cannot rent it short term. You're number 45, you live upstairs. And those are separate dwellings. And I think, I'm sorry, but I think it's a little bit crazy. That's just my opinion. I have no intentions or time as a full-time caregiver of buying other properties. I just don't. I just want to rent my little apartment and offer it out to people. I don't charge a lot. I never did. When I first started renting it, I was just charging $50 a night. So for me, it's not about money. It's about the love of tourism, the passion, meeting people, walking with them.
That's time.
And thank you for your time. I appreciate it. I get a little passionate.
Thank you very much for your presentation. We'll move along to Tony Cranford, please.
My name is Tony Cranford. I'm a member of the Halifax Northwest Trails Association. I'm also a member of the Friends of Blue Mountain Birch Cove Lakes. As such, I'm also a member of our HRM Alliance network, comprising over 65 similar-minded local organizations. My talk today centers around this question: what are the consequences of HRM not following Nova Scotia provincial requirements regarding secondary planning of Highway 102 West Corridor and Sandy Lake areas? My talk and request is for the city to not follow these requirements as it pertains to this matter. I am here to support council, staff, and mayor in standing up to the provincial government on this matter. There should be no fast tracking when it comes to planning. Public input and consultation must be maintained on this issue, as is the normal historical pattern of HRM's practices. I'm most concerned about protections of our natural areas in their existing natural states, and that developments be kept away from these areas. Of particular interest are the Blue Mountain Birch Cove Lakes areas and the Sandy Lake areas and surrounding lands. Also in Dartmouth, the Morris Lake lands. All these areas are important wetlands for wildlife and plants, and important reservoirs to keep our water quality standards maintained at higher levels. Most importantly These areas are cherished natural areas that must be set aside for public use as parks, wilderness areas, to protect the valued forests, wetlands, and wild areas. Being so close to the urban core, within easy reach of so many folks, makes these areas gems for the universal enjoyment by all area citizens. We must take a close look at the big picture here. What makes Halifax a good place to live? For myself and many others, it is the parks, wilderness areas, trails, forests, waterways, and natural areas, and their proximity to the city that lends itself to high usage. Where else can one be so close to universally accessible natural places so close to an urban core? Having access to such important places for health without having to travel long distances is one of the most valuable assets this city has. I have faith and confidence in the city municipal level doing a better job at planning the parks and wilderness areas and their protections, while I do not have the same faith in the provincial level of government. I would urge the city to also lobby for and implement, using legislation, increased buffer zone protections areas to be increased from 30 meters up to 60 meters around wetlands and lakes to protect waterways, watercourses, and the water quality. I understand the legal case the city is currently involved in with the Annapolis Group regarding properties near Susie's Lake. With this in the courts for the foreseeable future, it does not make sense to me to expend city resources on secondary planning of Highway West Corridor lands. I urge the city to not do any secondary planning on these lands referred to as Highway 102 West Corridor. The city planning department has limited resources that can be better deployed planning on other municipal affairs. I suspect the legal battles over the land near Susie Lake and Fox Lake will be going on for some time. I am here to support the city in its effort to secure the lands at reasonable costs. I am supporting the expenditure of resources on this legal effort as I view it as money well spent. Again, with this reality, it's better to focus planning on other areas. I would suggest that this is a justifiable reason that the city could offer to the province for not carrying out secondary planning on the West 102 corridor.
That's time.
I'll leave it at that.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I don't see any questions, so we will move on to the next speaker, who is Emily McLean, please.
Hello. Thank you very much, Council, for having me speak today. My name is Emily McLean. I am a master's student at Dalhousie University, where I'm studying under the Environmental Studies program. And I was a former biology student within Environmental Impact Assessment. And I've been in Halifax now for about 5 years, but I call this my home, and I will like to continue to stay on here in Halifax. And since I've been here, I've been an advocate for the environment, conservation, and building habitat, mostly at Dalhousie campus. But I've been here before in council. A few years ago, actually, I was speaking about Bee City, Canada, and I was met with a very positive response. And since then, I know that council has hired a full-time naturalization coordinator and has continued to look at these initiatives. So thank you so much for that support for the environment. So today, I am here today to talk about the regional plan and list some of my concerns. Now, I don't claim to be an expert in this. This was a very long document, and as mentioned, I'm a student and I work, but I really trust in the community experts here today that have spoken on and spoken up for the environment. So specifically would be the special planning areas and minimum planning requirements. I know they come from the province, but that doesn't mean that council just has to, sit back and accept them. I think that it can be concerning of the sprawl going forth to some of these very important ecosystems that we have, like Sandy Lake and Blue Mountain, Birch Cove Lakes. These are unique and they're also extremely fragile. So I think that in our environment today, where we really should be focusing on protecting these places and not further developing. And thank you, Council, for increasing the buffer to 30 meters. This is, like mentioned, these are very fragile ecosystems, and we have numerous science that's backed up that larger buffer zones really help the wildlife and the habitat that lives here. But I am concerned about some of the language and that maybe developers can find some loopholes in this and then develop closer. So I hope that this kind of language like relaxed and reasonable can be defined clearly, backed up by science and experts, or just taken out so none of these loopholes can occur in the future, especially considering how quickly this would be pushed forward. And as mentioned, focusing on where growth makes sense and not continuing to build out before we have resources to even support that, which just creates higher traffic, more emissions, and just more costs in general. So I've seen council support a lot of these environmental initiatives. I know it's not me that just cares, it's our community and here, everyone in this room. So I hope that there can be pushback against this provincial plan, more time to look into it, and overall, I thank you for listening to me, and this is all. So thank you. If there's any questions.
Thank you very much for your presentations. I don't see any questions at the moment. Thanks again. The next three speakers are Katerina Rudenko, Brian Noble, and Liz Darcy. So I would welcome Katerina Rudenko, please.
Hello everyone, my name is Katerina. I'm speaking to you today not only as a graduate student at Dalhousie, but also as a Ukrainian national who came to Nova Scotia in 2022 after fleeing the war. One of the first places I visited upon arriving here was Sandy Lake, along with the Blue Mountain Birch Cove Lakes. These weren't just places of recreation for me. They were where I began to put myself back together. Other speakers may have addressed the intrinsic value of nature or its importance for the public good. I'd like to speak to something else, the conscious. I'm imagining my loved one fallen ill. When worrying about them, would I calculate what they have contributed to my life now that I may lose these benefits? Or would I be pondering about the loss of another human being in this world? No. I don't think so. Rather, I'd ask myself whether I've been a good daughter, a good sister, a good spouse, and what more I could do to ease their suffering. It's because conscious is the foundation of all relationships, and these relationships include non-human world. My homeland is burning in the flames of an imperial war. Amid the suffering of men, women, and children, there is another victim, the most resilient and most fragile mystery that is the Ukrainian landscape. When the forests, fields, and gardens of my childhood vanish, I find myself asking, was I a good steward of that land when I had the chance? And now, far from it, how can I honor that responsibility? My relationship with my land is based on conscience. I know what it's like to have everything taken away. Still, what I found myself possessing when I thought I had nothing was my conscience, and I brought it with me to this land. When I visit Sandy Lake, or the Blue Mountain Birch Cove Lakes, or other places in HRM or Nova Scotia, I'm thinking how I can be a good guest on this land. I want to build conscience-based relationships with the land here. So today, I urge everyone to pause and ask not just what is beneficial or valuable, but what kind of relationships are we cultivating with this land and with each other. To serve your conscience means listening to those whose deep knowledge of this environment is respected, and allowing that knowledge to guide your decision. I will end with this. There were, again, as I said, times in my life when I had almost nothing, but I made it through because of the relationships I fostered, especially with the people I met here in Halifax, Canadian nationals who became my dear friends and family. These relationships were not based on gains or abstractions. They were rooted in my effort to choose actions that would make me a better friend. And if there is one thing I'm most afraid of losing, it's my conscience, because it's the first thing that dies, and its death goes often unnoticed. And once it's gone in all of us, there will be no one left to even grieve the landscapes that we may lose. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. There is a question from Councillor Morse.
No question. I just wanted to thank you for speaking to us. That's one of the most heartfelt and inspiring things that I've heard here. So thank you.
Thank you very much. With that, we'll move on to Brian Noble, please.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mayor Fillmore, councillors, city staff, and all my fellow public speakers who represent many thousands of Halifax citizens today. My name is Brian Noble. I live in District 7 on the peninsula. I'm also a professor of social anthropology at Dalhousie with research in smart, community-positive economic and sociocultural development and in the study of institutional decision-making. I'm a member of the Livable Halifax Coalition, which some of you may know of from a 700 signatory petition that was submitted about livability in Halifax. The coalition's been raising serious concerns that HRM needs a far more fulsome public engagement around densification, housing development acceleration, and the impacts of the mandatory minimum housing planning requirements. I'm here to ask you to slow things down, okay? Here's why. We actually are not opposed to development, but this is about culture, right? And not just the culture mentioned in Chapter 9 of the plan, which I'm sure you've all read carefully. It's a very good chapter. Rather, it's the entirety of culture that this Halifax Kjipuktuk represents, constituted by the built environment, the natural environment, the economy, the histories that we all share, and the diversity that's expressed in them, the way we govern ourselves, the way we do democracy. This is a holistic notion of culture that we in anthropology have long understood beyond the cultural aspects of groups within the civic population. It's the whole shebang, so to speak. Some folks refer to it as an ecosystem, the interactions of all these elements together. I arrived in Halifax in 2002 to take a position at Dal and have come to embrace and love this city, Kjipuktuk, as the most livable I've known. I've lived in Toronto, Vancouver, Victoria, Montreal, Edmonton. I grew up in the valley here myself as well. It's remarkable for all the characteristics the prior speakers have presented on and want to keep safe. There are so many reasons to love this place. Indeed, we know it has become an attraction for many from away. They come here for those qualities, and as many find a place that has yet to have those qualities destroyed by rapid development and indeed densification. Take Toronto, for example. Many of the people I know come from Toronto to get what Halifax has because Toronto killed it. But as many and many others know in our coalition, we're becoming increasingly alarmed about how that holistic culture, what truly makes this city livable, is under threat. We're witnessing the Halifax core slowly being transformed into what the core of Toronto has become, an ever denser, increasingly expensive concentration of towers, blocks of modern buildings, displacing heritage quality streetscapes of commercial activity. We stand to lose a lot of what we value. We need to know what it is we're getting ourselves into with densification and acceleration. The many chapters of this plan speak so much to all of those things we value, and each of those chapters lay out responses relevant to those topics. However, one of the most recurring problems of institutional governments is what is typically referred to as siloing. We all have heard it, right? What siloing and compartmentalization misses is interaction. And that's a giant gap, I believe, in the plan, as well written as the plan is overall. As many have said, one of the most vexing black boxes in the looming mandatory minimum housing planning is the looming mandatory minimum housing planning requirements that are being imposed upon the HRM. We need to know what the unintended consequences might be of those interactions. We have seen responses in each of the chapters to the particular issues laid before them, but what we haven't seen in this report is how those interact and how, in turn, they might affect the futures that we're seeking to have. So what we really need is an analysis of the effect of implementation of those deregulating development requirements, how they'll interact with pre-existing complex of culture that I've been speaking about. And what we also need is time to consider the integration among all the components and chapters of the plan. We need time. I'm just going to cut to the chase. I've been gathering up all the specialized comments from previous speakers. They've provided the case material. In my view, from the standpoint of one who studies economic, cultural, sociocultural practice, this is the gaping problem with the plan. We don't want to wake up in 2 or 4 or 5 years and say, what did we do and why didn't we take more time to do it? I propose that we convene a series of 2 to 3 day community exchanges where the interactions with the community citizenry, and many who are here, be done over the next 3-month period, and that you seek an extension to adopting or being engaged in that plan.
Excuse me. Thank you very much for your presentation. I don't see any questions for the moment, so thank you very much. And to speakers, I would say it's really, no one likes to cut anybody off, and it's certainly not my favorite thing to do. So please do your best to try to keep an eye on the timer, the 30 seconds, and the timer on the TV screen, so that you can fully complete your thought without being interrupted, and that would be great. Okay, thank you. The next speaker is Liz Darcy, please. Oh, and
hello.
This Zoom call. Here we go.
Yeah. Hello. Hi. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak with you today. My name is Liz Darcy, and I am a member of the Short-Term Rental Association. My husband and I came to Dartmouth 30 years ago with our 4 children. We built a life here. We've operated a small business and employed 4 people over the 30 years on a consistent basis. We've also contributed to our community, and we've been very proud to show off the highlights of Halifax and the whole of Nova Scotia to our visiting family and friends. In 2022, we bought a 14-acre family beach house in Lawrencetown for our family, but also to help supplement our retirement income. Before purchasing, we were told by HRM that a short-term rental would be allowed. So we bought the home, invested over $300,000 in improvements. We registered the short-term rental in early 2023 and completed the monthly market levy, even though we were not ready to rent until the summer of 2024. In September 2024, we were denied the short-term registration number after appealing, and I'm sure due to the mass confusion with the registration process, they gave us our registration number in October. We weren't operating that winter and had no bookings at all, and during that time, but we were told to continue. All we had to do was renew in March 2025. So we relaunched our Airbnb listing in March, and we were shocked to be denied a new registration number. In just 1 week online, we had to decline over $23,000 in rental inquiries. Our potential guests aren't displacing local housing. They would be coming to rural HRM for milestone birthdays, surf weekends, pre-wedding celebrations, people from here and away who spend money on local shops and groceries, and with experienced providers. We promote private chef experiences, farm visits, wine tours, golfing, tidal bore rafting, and everything that Nova Scotia has to offer, from Peggy's Cove to Annapolis Valley. This is not a full-time rental. It is our family summer home, but when we're not using it, it helps support our overhead and hopefully our future retirement, local vendors, and local tourism. I respectfully ask the council to allow short-term rentals in rural areas like ours, other than principal residents. We are not contributing to the housing crisis. to review short-term rental appeals case by case with a fair and transparent process, and honor those of us who registered early, paid the levies, and acted in good faith. In closing, my husband and I are 66-year-old working retired people, and we've worked hard to follow the rules and invest heavily in good faith, not just for ourselves, but to create something meaningful for our family and our community. We're left asking how we're supposed to recoup this investment, in the years that we have left before we die. And why can bylaws and zoning shift overnight with no clarity or protection for the people who have planned around them? We did not come to this process trying to bend rules. We trusted in the rules as they were told to us. We built a future around them, and I'm asking you today to please don't let us be part of the collateral damage of a broken process. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And if you would stay online, please, there is a question for you from Councillor Hensby.
Okay.
Hello, Liz, and thank you for responding today.
Welcome.
I see you got my email from last week, and I'm glad you participated in today's public hearing. I believe the amendments that are being proposed will satisfy your concerns. I just want to let you know there was provincial regulations that changed on the tourism accommodations that caused us to do all these adjustments to zoning confirmation. So I think that would be clarification there. So hopefully these results will be to your benefit, and look forward to your ongoing success on your B&B there.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much for your presentation. There are no further questions. Okay, the next three speakers are Ann Vaughn, Dave O'Connor, and Walter Regan. So Ann Vaughn, if you would approach the microphone, please.
Hello, I'm Ann Vaughn, a retired IWK social worker and former president of the Nova Scotia Association of Social Workers. I want to thank John Young for serving as District 14 councillor where I live. I am a volunteer with Friends of Blue Mountain Birch Cove Lakes Wilderness Society and one of our 1,400 members, some of whom have been advocating for decades. I've been involved since 2016. Our mission is to support and promote the creation and development of the BMBCL National Urban Park and to encourage the stewardship and appropriate use of the area. I coordinate a team of info booth volunteers. Our board works hard on advocacy. We have a team of nationally certified hike leaders who offer free guided hikes safely into the public lands in BMBCL. We also hold stewardship training days and publish a quarterly newsletter. We're all volunteers. I'm going to rush through this. Today I will speak to you about a vision for a national urban park that has been in the making for over 50 years. When the Birch Cove Lakes area was recognized by the City of Halifax as an important natural area rich in ecological features worth protecting. The Metropolitan Area Planning Committee study of 1971 identified the area as a high priority for conservation. Many very notable studies have been done over the years, including recently. A brief readable history with details, click-through media maps, documents, and reports up to 2020 can be found on the Ecology Action Centre website, and our newsletters have been detailing challenges since 2018 and are on our website. Picture it. Drive along Highway 102 into Halifax and see a welcome sign to Blue Mountain Birch Cove Lakes National Park, our mini Kedji. Take the Carney Lake Road ramp off-ramp to take a bus, or take a bus to the entrance where there will be parking, a welcome interpretive center with public park and picnic areas in the front country and protected wilderness canoe routes and hiking trails, and more in the back country. I'm going to get this guy's name wrong, but on June 2016, Tim Bouquet describes it in the Halifax Examiner. I've hiked Blue Mountain a few times. The summit provides a panoramic view of the Halifax Harbor, Bedford Basin, and on clear days, St. Margaret's Bay. But the jewel of the wilderness is a canoe loop composed of 5 lakes: Susie's Lake, Quarry Lake, Fox Lake, Ash Lake, Cranberry Lake, and back to Susie's Lake, connected by ridiculously short portages. I'm always amazed that such an incredible wild spot exists just a 15-minute drive from downtown Halifax. I remember city staffer Peter Bigelow telling Halifax Council that the park planners envisioned a complete a complete wilderness experience. The wilderness park boundaries, Bigelow told council, would be on the encircling ridge tops. In other words, you could sit in a canoe on Quarry Lake and look around and see nothing but wilderness. And urban development would be on the other side of the ridge. This means not just a pleasing visual experience, but also that oil and antifreeze from cars, dog poop, yard chemicals, and other pollutants of typical subdivisions would run off away from the wilderness, protecting the water quality of the lakes. City councillors, you have confirmed repeatedly that we want our mini Keji in Halifax. When the June 2016 facilitators report was released, we responded, and so did council. After all these years, please do not fail us now. These are our main points today. The proposed regional plan undermines the viability of a national park. It disregards all efforts made over the past 20 years to protect this vital wilderness in the heart of HRM effectively. It also ignores the previous regional plan intentions of protecting the area. Plans that were put in place and have been eroded over time, each time reinforcing that city planning does not follow through on its promise to preserve the environment. The proposed National Urban Park, in fact, is not properly covered in the proposed amendments. The opportunity to plan for an appropriate park boundary will be lost by adjacent and overlapping development proposals. Now, the science-based approach to the conceptual park boundary and park plan was presented to the public in 2012, jointly by HRM and the province, and it took 3 years to develop that boundary, and it has been shown in all versions of the regional plan since 2006. It is a huge error to remove that science-based boundary from the current regional plan and leave out the requirement for some serious discussions on appropriate park protections for any adjacent or overlapping development. I'm not going to get my points in.
Would you like to come right to your closing statement then?
My closing statement is 4 points. I guess the most important one is remove the special planning areas from the regional plan in time to have further discussion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And of course, you can submit your notes to the clerk if you would like. Very good. Okay, very good. Thank you. We will move along then to Dave O'Connor, please.
Thank you, Your Worship and fellow council. Folks, I think we're in trouble. For a city our size, we have not kept up with the infrastructure. That is needed to drive our economic prosperity, let alone talk about a growth plan of $1 million. Problem is, we are so far behind. Where do you start? There's a lot of priorities, and I get what you guys are going through. And it's only gotten worse as the city grows. We did invest in a great convention center, a facility. There were some naysayers, but look at what that has done. Our economic prosperity, which in turn drives our social programs that we can't forget as well. But we lost others. Kennard Center is basically done. Multi-purpose center was repurposed, and a plan to redevelop down to 5,000 square feet, which is, there's lots of those around. We have waterfront land being developed, losing event space. We could barely fit a tent for the Junos. And one of the biggest losses coming up is going to be Halifax Exhibition Center. Albeit, it's not up to the standards that is needed, it's old. It does not accommodate all the programs that would or could come to our province or city, but it does serve a purpose. I see this as a huge loss, and at this point, it's just getting on the radar to replace. Why am I, and others, not alone, believe exhibition centers, our greatest need is a proper center with approximately 150,000 to 200,000 square feet can host multiple events at the same time, or one large one that we don't even get to see comes to our place here now. Multi-purpose exhibition centers all over accommodate the most booked night opportunities. Trade and consumer shows, we know that. Dance, cheerleading, and other sport competitions. Indoor floor sports, martial arts, pickleball. cultural arts and heritage for festivals, events, and gatherings. Some of these places, some of these groups have no place to pray. Agricultural events, disaster relief accommodations, film, local, regional, national events such as Canada-wide science fairs, Skills Canada. There's a military event that goes around that doesn't look at us. Canada Games is coming back to Halifax in 2037, Summer Games. Exhibition Center, properly done, could be the hub of the games. When the Exhibition Center closes in our city, people do not realize the impact across several areas with no other suitable exhibition style venue. The economic impact, loss of tourism revenue, impact on local businesses, job losses, I think we all know that. Cultural and civic identity, loss of prestige. Major exhibitions, sports, cultural events elevate our city's profile nationally. Look at some of the ones we've had and what they've done. Fewer public events. Business industry setbacks, loss of B2B opportunities. Trade shows are vital for the industry networking. Product launches, business development. Without a venue, companies may go elsewhere. Event migration. Shows will relocate to other cities or countries with better infrastructure, benefiting those areas at the expense of us. Imagine, right now, if we said, no exhibition park. Halifax loses saltscapes, RV, home, outdoor, motorcycle, shows, just to name some. What about Glow Gardens? The only spot it's gonna go is Moncton. That's in there for 60 days. And there's no other suitable spots. What will we do when HEC closes? Repurpose or renovate alternative venues? There are none, not even close. Support virtual hybrid events? Send to other cities. Moncton would love the gifts we would give them. Moncton is 1/5 the size of us and has better infrastructure. Every city has better infrastructure than Halifax. This needs immediate actions as the stages will take time. Invest in a strategic plan, a new venue. Because the size of our city needs more than just a convention center. This is all about the adaptability and keeping up with Halifax competitive as Atlantic Canada's event hub. That will expand our ability to support the social programs. That's all we talk about.
It's time.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for the presentation. There is a question for you from the Deputy Mayor, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Dave, good to see you. The exhibitions, if a new exhibition center was to be built, we're not restricted to having it in the downtown core like many of our other facilities. Is that correct? It could actually live in Eastern Passage or in one of our rural part of the municipality. Is that correct? Could you just speak to that?
Yeah, you wouldn't really want an exhibition center downtown. Along the airport route is good for international and coming in. The ideal, you want to build it like Calgary does and some of the Ottawa and all the other cities, to start to build a little, the restaurants and everything around it, that hotels and what comes with it. No, so on that side in the corridor would be ideal. But I would plan to start with one phase, with multiple phases would be ideal.
Yeah.
You don't have to be. Shannon Park would be phenomenal, but I don't think that's going to happen there.
Yeah.
But
it's interesting because very often we're trying to get this stuff in the core, but this is something that doesn't have to be in the core to be successful. Appreciate your
for the
presentation.
type of shows, they're different shows that go to a
Right.
convention center and an exhibition
Right.
center. Totally different. And RVs and the big stuff and all this big stuff we don't even know about because it doesn't come here.
Right.
In an ideal exhibition center, you'd have 150,000 square feet, but you could block it off with 3 different conventions going on at the same time, or one.
Thank you. Appreciate your presentation, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much for that, and I'll invite Walter Regan to the microphone, please. And while he's coming, colleagues, I'll just say we do have enough speakers to keep us going after the early evening break. So Mr. Regan will be the last speaker until after the break, and then we'll reconvene. So the floor is yours, Mr. Regan.
Thank you. My name is Walter Regan. I'm the past president of the Sackville Rivers Association. I'm here tonight to talk about the new regional plan, case number 22257. And I wish to say well done to staff. That was a pile of work they've done. Amazing. My comments are EN4. Please add the Halifax Green Network Plan to the regional plan in its entirety. There should be an increase in staff for the Halifax Green Network Plan. And the Halifax Green Network Plan should be updated as it's many years old now. EN34. The 30-meter setback is a great thing. You locked up a third of the province. Well done. But it's a setback and not a buffer. It should be a buffer, which means public ownership. EN29. Floodplain mapping and zoning for all of the 100 rivers in HRM. And this is complete mapping for the entire river, not sections, including feeder brooks, sub-watersheds, like Sandy Lake, which was left off the Sackville River floodplain study. EN34, all wetlands should be mapped, buffered and protected, not just ones with a water course. EN17, watershed management of watersheds is a very good thing, and I applaud HRM for doing that. EN33, all rivers, lakes in HRM should be tested and monitored for water quality, not just a few in the urban center. There's got to be an increase in the environment staff. There's got to be an increase in the AT section staff. Develop a regional park plan for wilderness parks in HRM. We've got to start acquiring land now for future parks. Example, Sandy Lake. EN6, develop a conservation zone to acquire important conservation and environmentally sensitive areas. Now, EN7, acquire lands and programs for developing a wildlife corridors. We've got to get on with it now because we're losing access. EN26, stop the direct discharge of stormwater into our water courses. Stormwater should be filtered through the ground before discharge to the water course. The special planning areas, surely HRM can fight the province on this. This is going backwards. This is big brother taking little brother over. I believe there should be third mode funding for AT trails and ATR trails. Please start to acquire Feely Lake lands as a regional park. The urban forest plan is a very good one and should be continued, expanded. There should be more staff acquired for it. And also there should be staff in the planning section. I support what was said here tonight for the backlands. Well done. EN7, create a wildlife corridor, especially for between the Chebucto Peninsula and the Sackville River going through Sandy Lake. That's extremely important. EN17, the watershed planning. It must be for the entire watershed, not just a section of the watershed. This is not quite what watershed planning is supposed to be. And where possible, use a bridge, not a culvert, for crossing over streams and brooks. In the words of Al MacGyver from Bedford, think globally, act locally. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. And I do see a question from Councillor Young. Walter, if you don't mind.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Reagan. I have a few questions. I'm just going to pose them to you. After the Stantec report, I'm just wondering for clarity, do you feel that there's flood water management and water quality issues and concerns after that report?
I am slowly reading that report, but I believe the report is dated. It only looks at 6,000 units, not the 9,000 units. It only talks about floodplain mapping. It does not do any. There was never any on-ground research. They couldn't do a lot of the research because the fires and the flood chased them. So the Stantec report, while good, is out of date and should be redone before anything is allowed to happen to Sandy Lake.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your presentation. There are no more questions, so colleagues and guests in the gallery, we're going to have our evening recess, and we'll return at 6 p.m. sharp. And again, same suggestions apply. We won't be able to restart until everyone's back, and let's try to avoid conversations in the interim. Thank you so much. Okay, colleagues and guests, we are back. Thank you very much. We're going to resume where we left off with the speakers list. And the next three speakers are Riley Rhodes, Patricia Manuel, and Bill Stewart. So I would welcome Riley Rhodes to the podium, please.
Hello. Thank you for having me. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. My name is Riley. I come to you from South Dartmouth, which we just had a little debate about the map, and I think that really should have been cleared up ages and ages ago. Something I also find odd is when I Google electoral boundaries change. Where did I put that? Electoral boundary changes, HRM district boundaries, all that, HRM boundaries, nothing comes up. There's no news article, there's no press release, there's nothing from HRM about this. What's with that? That is quite frankly disrespectful to the citizens of both districts, I believe, in all districts involved. That happened. And more to my point of why I'm here today, firstly, I urge you to listen to the EAC regarding Birch Cove Blue Mountain and to push against Tim Houston's plan to force housing developments into rural areas without first nearing our growth targets and providing adequate essential services such as sewage lines and public transit. I also disagree with the adding of a boardwalk throughout Shuby Park, as it is one of the few within the HRM core to have the charm of dirt and finding cool sticks and things that kids like. Secondly, Dartmouth, specifically Dartmouth Cove, especially Dartmouth Cove, desperately needs mixed-use development. There are 4 large apartment buildings within less than 900 meters of where I am, currently being built, and to my knowledge, none of them are mixed use. They are solely apartment buildings, which is quite a tragedy. As we all know, this increases accessibility and community to have mixed use developments. Secondly, lastly, Old Ferry Road between Pleasant Street and Portland Street is a death waiting to happen. There is no sidewalk on either side of the road. Cars cannot see me, and I cannot see them. The road swerves in ways that is dangerous, and the edges of the road where pedestrians are forced to walk rarely see sidewalk, rarely see salt, and thus is icy in the winter. Please pave a sidewalk on at least one side of the road. And I wish to yield the rest of my time to ask where HRM is at with getting fluoride back into the water. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. The Deputy Mayor has a question for you.
Hi, Riley. I'm sorry, I didn't catch it. What was the boardwalk thing in Shuby Park? Could you repeat that?
I read somewheres within the links that are associated with this meeting that there is plans to put a boardwalk throughout Shuby, and I disagree with that. I think part of Shuby's charm is kids.
I understand what you're asking. Look, this is not a back and forth, but afterwards, if you want to reach out to me, I can explain what that is alluding to. That's not not happening, but
Okay, thank you.
I can explain that later in more detail.
I would like that, yes.
Just reach out to me.
And I would like an answer regarding the fluoride.
Yeah,
Please,
so
thank you.
typically it's not a back and forth response. You can ask the question, but fluoride is coming back. But yeah, Mr. Mayor, I'll let the minister.
Yeah, I'm sorry. This is a public hearings are an opportunity for council to hear from you, not the other way around. So that's something to take up with your counselor, and I think you've got an invitation to do so. So I will thank you again for your. You do have some more time if you wanted to raise any other points.
Which is who? There's still debate on the maps. It's Sam Hawson. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much for your presentation and your questions tonight. We will move along to the next presenter, who is Patricia Manuel. The floor is yours.
So
So I'm Patricia Manuel, and I'm a resident of beautiful District 11, and I've been deeply involved in local environmental planning professionally and as a volunteer for many years. Thank you, Mayor Fillmore, councillors, for the opportunity to speak, staff for your Herculean efforts of the past 5 years, and to all of us who have contributed many thousands of hours to shape our city. Community planning is a collective community effort, and we own it, and we need to keep it that way. So I'm going to summarize main points from my own submission, my written submission, but I'm going to start by saying that I fully share the opinions and requests presented by our HRM Alliance and many others who have already spoken here today. I'm going to speak directly to Special Requests 2257, the Urban Park Reserve, private properties at Purcell's Cove, and C025, the property we call Lover's Lane on Purcell's Cove Road, and if I have time, to some of the watercourse wetlands and coastal policies. Regarding the urban reserve private properties at Purcell's Cove, east of Shaw Wilderness Park, please do not push action on these properties further to Phase 5 or later for more work. Council, you already have this well-considered, previously recommended approach from staff, and it's backed up by reams of research on the backlands. And it reads, redesignate privately owned urban reserve lands to rural commuter with a specified and limited distance of Purcell's Cove Road, apply the open space and natural resource designation to the remainder of the properties, and apply a new Purcell's Cove backlands designation and zone within the Halifax Mainland Secondary Planning Strategy and land use bylaws to the lands. The Backlands Coalition further advocates and defends a specified distance of not more than 100 meters from Purcell's Cove Road, and this is because that distance would keep development away from the ecologically sensitive landscape, and it will lower the wildfire risk to development. The backlands burn, they burn often, and they will burn more because of climate change. For Lover's Lane on Purcell's Cove, staff is recommending R1 zoning, as of right large lot development and a rural community designation. Likely capacity is not more than 5 lots. This is a beautiful property. The owner is very lucky, but it's also a very special place in our community. There is no public input to as of right development, but the subdivision bylaw can be our friend here, and we will work hard for application of sections 82 and 83, such that park dedication will be as land, not cash in lieu. It will include the full 30-meter watercourse buffer, waterfront access, and the path established over generations that people use to get to the shore, and that the development will be directed to the east of the existing footpath. Regarding the policies, section 6.5.6 watercourses and wetlands, and 6.5.7 coastal protection, increasing the 30-meter buffer is standard best practice. It's a good improvement. Adding it to watercourse wetlands and the coast is great. Add it to all wetlands, it would be fantastic, and we'll get there. Buffer implementation and effectiveness will be compromised, however, because of vague language, exceptions, and especially policies EN 43 and EN 53 that enable relaxing the buffer width for specified exceptions through development agreement. I must note that 30 meters might be good enough for most areas, but it's not going to be very good for steeply sloping, erodible terrain, and that's very common around here. 30 meters is a reduction from the previous maximum of 60 meters in very steep areas, and implementing the exception bylaw, the exception policies of EN 43 and EN 53 in steep areas could end up as a compromise on a compromise. So remove the language that permits the wetland, watercourse, and coastal buffers to be relaxed, and remove those policies 43 and 43 and 53. If a property can't be developed within the space available after the buffer is implemented, then it's in the wrong place for development if protecting water quality and habitat are goals. Finally, coastal protection policies, EN 54 to 58, they're great, they're welcome additions, they're critical for achieving climate change adaptation at the coast, and they should also mitigate that previously mentioned concern for EN 53 in coastal areas. But implementation needs unequivocal language. Replace may consider and shall consider with a straightforward shall, and these policies will have traction. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I don't see any questions at the moment, so we're going to carry on to the next speaker, who is, I'll name the next. We've got 4 speakers left on the list. I'm just going to name all 4. Bill Stewart, Guido Forlani, Clark Wilkins, and Ed Giles. So if I could welcome Bill Stewart, please.
Thank you very much. And I appreciate the opportunity of speaking with you today. I really just want to perhaps do something a little bit different here today, and I want to thank council. I want to thank the staff for all the work that went into the short-term rental regulation in HRM. I am a spokesperson for a group called Neighbors Speak Up. I live in District 8, and our group has been involved with this advocacy since 2019. And we really began because there was no regulation around short-term rentals. Oddly, at the time, there was no regulation around tourist accommodation when it came to registering. So those who had any concerns about short-term rentals really had nowhere to turn. So that started us off. And we had a number of meetings with HRM staff and so on to find out what the situation was. Our concern initially was about safety and security in the neighborhood, about possibly hollowing neighborhoods out because of the high revenue aspect of short-term rentals, at least some of them. And then as we got more educated and read about experiences around the country, that was quite similar to ours, we realized that, housing was a real issue around the region and indeed around the country, as we've seen. So that was the impetus for us to kind of move on from there. We set up a website. We asked people to get in touch with us if they had concerns about short-term rentals, which they readily did. And we attended a number of meetings, including meetings with this group or a portion thereof at the time. And after a fair bit of study and a tremendous research and study by staff, HRM actually came forward with a bylaw which we think was a balance in terms of the tourism needs at the time in HRM, but also had a good perspective on the housing issue around the region and the respect for the residential life in neighborhoods. So this legislative work by HRM, as you know, was also coupled with work from the province, who brought in substantial legislation around registration, which was a key element. If there was nothing else that we wanted, it was to have properties that were registered. So anyone around this table or in this room could make a call and identify where the problem was. So happily, the requirement was made through the province that short-term rentals indeed had to register and have their registration number on their advertisement, and that's key. So if short-term rentals actually want to rent, they have to have that number, which helps with enforcement, ultimately. So kudos in that regard. We've had some dealings with staff. They are getting more professional in their work. We're happy to hear they're getting more resources, or at least that's what I understand. The province is also gearing up with resources, which should help in terms of compliance and so on. But perhaps most importantly, and I think we've heard it today from some people, we'll have some real data. I know there are some comments regarding data today, but I think it's important that we have some real data as to where short-term rentals are, how many there are. I can still hear Councillor Cleary's voice when we first presented here about the importance of data, and now I'm right in his corner. And but unfortunately, it's been it's slower than we wanted in terms of getting that data. So the province and HRM really have to connect, And perhaps with these new resources, they can dredge up some of that data and file a report so that we're all a little bit more educated about the situation. And then perhaps there can be some adaptations made. You know, we've heard some great presentations here today. People have issues and so on. But let's look at the situation once we put it in place. So my message essentially is stay the course and build stronger. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I don't see any questions on the board, so I'm going to carry on to the next speaker, Guido Forlani. If you are here, please approach the podium. Thank you.
Good evening, esteemed council, mayor, deputy. I'm Guido Forlani. I am an appointee of the Planning Advisory Committee of West End County, and I am also an appointee of the Police Advisory Board. And tonight I will speak in my two other facilities. I've been invited by the committee to be here, but I'm not speaking in their name. I just came because I thought it was important to understand our neighbor, very important regional municipality like ours, amalgamated operations. Everything I will share tonight is coming from my 18 years experience as a life coach, coaching facilitator, trainer, educator in coaching around the world, and specializing in trauma, invisible family trauma, and I am certified and accredited in that field. I am also a professional actor, so it might happen that you see me somewhere around. I'd like to open with a famous line from a movie, which was, Houston, we have a problem. And when we talk about trauma, the question we ask ourselves is how a parent creates trauma. Well, the answer is very simple. Today in behavioral psychology and behavioral sciences, it's coming apparent that you just need to raise them. As we say in Italian, I am Italian, fully born and raised. I learned your language 20 years ago. I am 60. You grow them. You grow your child. Most likely they will have some trauma. How you do not create trauma in your child. You pass on a legacy. If you pass a legacy, you ask questions, you listen, you ask them to ask you questions, you speak, they listen. That's a father and a mother that leaves a legacy. My question to you today is, for 4 years you have a mandate, and we humans reason in very simple ways. We love authority. In this moment you have it. You have officially power, not just by the rule of orders of Robert, but because we give it to you. You have a mandate. My question tonight is, will you leave a legacy? Or will you grow a city? Will you raise a city? When we simply raise, there is a chance we pass on trauma. The only way to work trauma out of our minds, humans, we are very easy to trauma. Invisible or visible, both ways. It is to talk about it. Diplomacy. 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 You continue talking. Now they have invented the short way to cut through red tapes. I am in the Planning Advisory Committee. I am an advisor. I cannot legiferate. The council does. I advise them. I speak my mind, like I do with you right now. I don't have anything scripted. I didn't even know I was speaking today. We continue the communication. Cutting through red tapes is dangerous. That's the way that Wall Street creates every few years in a specific pattern, Black Mondays. Dark, whatever happened, Fridays. We need time. We are humans. So cutting through red tape is important sometimes to catch an opportunity, but it can backfire if there is a crisis. I implore you to consider the relevancy of using the 9 steps that we use in coaching, and please feel free to ask more about it. A goal, an objective in coaching, whenever I teach someone or I coach someone, need to be positive, in control of the person, specific, measurable, achievable, realistic, relevant, timed, and ecological. And when I say ecological, I don't mean the Green Agenda 2030 of the World Economic Forum or United States nations. I talk about the ecology of the whole humans. So I implore you to consider passing laws that cut through red tapes and make infill, that I heard from the Dalhousie University as the new way of building, creating what we saw on that
That's
picture.
time.
I implore you to consider a more human timing. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I don't see any questions for you, so we will carry on to the next speaker, which is Clark Wilkins. The floor is yours.
Council, thank you. Clark Wilkins. I'm the developer that has the Lake Loon golf range ask in front of you. And I don't know if all of you know about Lake Loon, but it's basically 23 plus acres of field in the heart of HRM, prime development in not only my opinion, but others' opinion. It borders the 107 bypass, Main Street, and I believe 700 plus acres of HRM surplus land. So it's on a bus route. It has water, it has sewer. My development agreement application has been stalled because of one word in policy. And I guess my ask is that you allow the development agreement to come to you and you interpret the word. I'm not sure if I'm asking the right ways, because Kate Green has done a lot of work on it. So is it a policy that is it a word that's stopping it, or is it a policy? I'm not sure, but I'm asking that council allow or find a way for my application to get in front of you. And if you do so, could you please allow the application to be considered for 12 stories on the site? During the this started about 2 years ago. September 23, I had a lot of conversation with staff on the site. It was positive conversation, and staff was positive on 12 stories on the site, especially along the 107 bypass. Then the HAF was implemented, and I know it was done very quickly, and staff has their challenges and trying to keep the province happy and everybody happy, environmental groups, everybody. I get that. But during this HAF policy or rewriting, they took my Lake Loon development site and brought it down to 8 stories from potentially 12. I don't understand why. Secondly, there was a one word in the policy that wouldn't let it proceed. So I guess to ask the council and Mr. Mayor is allow it to proceed to a development agreement and allow it to be my application to include 12 stories on the site. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wilkins. Appreciate the presentation. I don't see any questions, so we will carry on to the next speaker, who is Ed Giles, please. The floor is yours, Mr. Giles.
Good evening. I want to start by asking the council to push back against the province for the special planning area, particularly the one around Sandy Lake. Should be a delegation of authority from the federal government down through the provincial to the municipality, and the province has taken that back, as we all know, and really your hands are tied as far as legal goes on that end. However, the environmental laws are federal, and the harm that these projected developments can do are going to impact the environment. And I think we need to get the federal government involved in stopping this, delegating it back to the municipality so that city council can make the decisions on what developments and what happens. The council knows the community. They know our all our concerns in our communities. The province, they're disconnected. Only 1 or 2 MPs actually live in the districts. And then when you take the rest of the province and they're dealing with the housing issue, it's not going to work. Housing and affordable rentals for good business as a landlord, you'd need to do a 300% markup. Basic business school will teach you that right off the bat, you need to do a 300% markup. If landlords were to do that, rents would be through the roof. There'd be nobody in that business because you couldn't do it. People only have so much money to do rentals with. But that's because of their overheads. They're taxed on the property tax, they're taxed on the income. The insurance companies want phenomenal amounts of money if you've got a rental property, and then there's mortgages. People don't seem to consider where landlords are coming from, and we don't need government in there regulating it. Government will regulate it, or the industry will regulate itself. Going back to Sandy Lake, in HRM, there's no way they're going to do affordable housing in that area. There's not enough area that they could put houses in, other than a few locations here and there, if they avoid all the waterways within that area in the special planning. As I've discussed with councilors before, there's 7 brooks and streams that run through the west end of Sandy Lake. There's no way you can develop that without disturbing that and ruining that lake. There's wetlands back there. I don't believe they've done a proper study on the high water marks in that study where they did the Centec report on the lands west of Sandy Lake. The wetlands and the floodplains, these are filtration systems for lakes. When you destroy them, you destroy the water quality in the lake. The fish can't spawn. I live on Sandy Lake. I enjoy being able to look out my window, especially this time of the year, and watch the spawning fish that come up from the lake. 5 minutes isn't enough, folks, but I appreciate your time.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Mr. Giles, there is a question from Councillor White for you, if you don't mind.
Thanks, Mayor. Thanks, Ed. Could you repeat again the part about, you said there was something not in the Stantec report?
Under which?
You said some part of Sandy Lake area or something was not in the Stantec report. Can you give us more detail on what you're talking about there?
If you look at the Stantec report, you'll see where they've got photographs or mapping of wetlands and whatnot. Most of them marked in red, and they're marked as not suitable for development or high risk, I believe the wording is, for development. And those are marked throughout, but I don't believe that they actually cover enough area when you have torrential rains. And I don't mean like we had in 2023, just we get torrential rains and the lake water comes up probably a couple feet in almost every year. We have a couple of times when that happens. So if you went into that area and observed it shortly after one of these torrential rains, you'd see a completely different picture where those floodplain areas and wetlands are expanded way beyond what their mapping did. And then if you permit somebody to fill in those wetlands and floodplains, that water has to be displaced somewhere else, which is going to be in other low-lying lands, not just around the lake, but all the way down through Sackville River. The Sandy Lake feeds into Sackville River, and they did as you all know, they did a floodplain study from Bedford Basin all the way up through to McCabe Lake. They didn't include us in that. I think the staff needs to go back and revisit that floodplain study and include Sandy Lake. And as Walter Reagan mentioned, maybe it would probably be a good idea to do that through all of HRM. Get the province on board. The whole province needs that done. So,
Thanks very much, Ed.
thank you.
Thanks again, Mr. Giles. That's the last name on the list of speakers, but I'm going to ask if there are any more people that would like to speak. Any more people that would like to speak? Any more people that would like to speak? Hearing none, I'm going to declare the public hearing portion of this meeting closed. And there we go. That's a move by Councillor Cleary, and you got the second? Yeah, okay, very good. The public hearing section of the meeting is closed. Getting a little curveball here. Okay, so I had a different script. So let's have a show of hands then to close the public hearing. Good? Okay, the public hearing is closed. Thank you very much for that. With that, I wonder if staff heard anything in the presentations from the public that they would like to comment on or respond to before we move on to let's start with their comments. Okay, thank you. Perfect. Oh, the floor is yours. Yeah, sorry. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you to the council. So just a couple of things. There's certainly a lot that we can respond to, questions of clarification from council, but just wanted to mention probably just two things at this time. One was one of the early speakers had spoken about the boundaries of the urban area on map 2. So the map 1 is our regional land use structure map. As I mentioned, that's sometimes called the generalized future land use map. It sets out the urban settlement designation. And the boundary of, and that's, sorry, the urban settlement designation is where serviced development exists or is planned. So it's a little different from the subdivision bylaw, which has where municipal water and wastewater services are provided. That's the urban service area boundary map we talk about. Map 2, the urban area map, is using the same boundary as the urban settlement designation. So it's intended to show areas that are existing and planned for service development. The other, I guess, sort of point of clarification that I wanted to provide just to make council and the public aware is just around, we've heard a lot of comments tonight about short-term rentals, and council did pass a motion at the end of May that was giving staff direction to go forward and do another staff report. So I can just read sort of the motion here. It's prepare a staff report that considers additional options for short-term rentals of secondary suites and second units in residential areas in the urban area. The report should consider opportunities to permit short-term rentals close to universities and colleges in residential areas in the summer months, if they're rented as long-term rentals September to April inclusive, any required amendments to municipal planning strategies or land use bylaws or licensing solutions, and potential impacts on housing supply, including data to inform decision making. So That's a fairly broad motion. You know, the first part of that motion just says, you know, additional options for short-term rentals of secondary suites and second units in residential areas in the urban area. So we've, you know, heard all the feedback tonight, and certainly are aware that council is interested in, you know, all of these issues, and so we're happy to go away and make sure we talk to industry and people who are interested, and so we'll bring that report back, you know, in the coming months. So I just wanted to provide that as an explanation.
Okay, thank you very much for that. And did any other staff members want to add anything? Not seeing any, then it's an opportunity now for council to ask any questions of the staff. And I see some names coming up on the board. Councillor Kent, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So there were a couple of things that were brought forward that I am just wondering if we have the capacity to revisit during the suburban plan. You did answer the question that I had around, could we revisit the STRs then, the short-term rentals then? But it's sounding like we might get something back here earlier. I'm wondering about the connection to the grid, because that one, what I heard from the gentleman that spoke today for the solar energy was that it's just not going to work out in the rural regions, but we're doing a suburban plan, more likely to find larger parcels if there was a capacity for it. Could we look at reconsidering some of that then? So that's that question. And also, I don't know, maybe this is a question for our legal, but something in the way of strengthening the watercourse setbacks and buffers. I can't remember which language, but it was around language and making it stronger. Would that be a friendly amendment to this? No, it would not. And somebody told me on council said that John's usually a no, so you passed the test on that one. And so that would, same idea, I guess. Can we revisit that later if, but then we'd have to have another public hearing on it. But, you know, we did a lot of sort of fixers during the coming months to get to here. So I can't see why we couldn't. But, or maybe you can just answer a question around why did we choose the language that is in there? Because that was mentioned and a lot of people had good comments about it, which was great. So I'll leave it there for now, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you very much. Did you want to respond to anything there? Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to the councillor. So on the commercial solar energy facilities, so the approach that's in the package in front of you is sort of an as-of-right approach in the rural area and development agreement approach in the urban area. We've been working on these regulations for a while. I think the sort of provincial and Nova Scotia Power regulations were changing as we were writing them. So we landed on that development agreement approach in the urban settlement area for that reason, but also because we were balancing sort of demand for housing in urban areas. We weren't sure about how much land you should really be turning over that could be used for housing for commercial solar energy facilities. But we certainly can look at a different kind of approach now that we are learning more about how these things will be operating. So I think there's a motion afoot. Okay. So that's on that piece. Certainly around the watercourse buffers, I guess what I would mention is that it's probably important that the policy and the land use bylaw regulations get reviewed kind of side by side. So the provisions in the land use bylaw are written, they're not changing all that much from the way that they exist in the land use bylaws today, with some with that additional 30 meter rather than 20 meter, like the actual buffer distance is different. And so those, like where we're still using the word relax, that's how the land use bylaw provisions work today. We're using the same approach in an as of right world. What's new is this development agreement approach, but at council's direction at first reading, we did adjust that language so that that policy doesn't use the term relax, I don't think, in it. I'd have to look carefully, but that's maybe.
Okay. I know it's a lot of pages to remember. I just have a few seconds left. Were you going to respond? Before I do that, can I have a question of process clarification? We're asking questions right now. When we get the motion on the floor, will we be doing, is the motion already on? Yes. No, that's what I
motion's
thought.
not on the floor yet.
That's
We're
what I
just
thought.
questions of clarification.
Yeah, this is just questions of clarification. But what I want to know is, will there be committee of the whole rules for the next phase? Otherwise, I might, how many times can I come back? 'Cause
We,
I have
I
a
think we
few
control our
questions.
destiny there if it's the wish of
Okay.
the majority.
All
of
right,
council
good.
members.
Thank you. May not need it. Thanks.
Okay, thank you for that, and we'll move on to Councillor Hinch on questions of clarification, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So one of my questions are same as pretty much as Councillor Kent. The water course in the wetland, the 2030 buffer, but it says flexibility through development agreement. So is that the word you're looking for?
Through the mayor to the councillor, so when council gave us direction to adjust the policy at first reading, we didn't go back and change the words in the staff report. So I'm not sure whether you're reading kind of the words from the staff report or the preamble, but the policy itself, the development agreement policy, reads, where the requirements for buffers for inland water courses and wetlands prohibits development of the main use on a property, alternative approaches to the application of the buffer or a reduced buffer may be considered by development agreement. If a report, it sort of goes on. But I just want to, it's the requirement is about where the requirements prohibit development.
Okay. One other. So the safe, sustainable, and affordable housing. Can you tell me a little bit more about that when it comes to developers? Are they, responsible to provide that?
Through the mayor to the councillor. So the wording safe, sustainable, and affordable, safe, sustainable, is it affordable? Yeah, affordable housing comes from the minimum planning requirement. So we've used that term. We find it is helpful. It's, it's sort of providing us some parameters around it's not just housing, that housing has to be, safe, it has to be sustainable, which could be environmentally and also fiscally sustainable, and affordable housing is certainly one of the goals of the plan as well. So those are sort of overarching policy statements. It's not necessarily speaking to a regulatory environment, but it's more of a goal.
It's a goal. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thanks very much, and we'll move on to the deputy mayor, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm hoping this is the appropriate time to bring this up. If not, I can wait till later. But I wanted to, could you respond to Mr. Wilkinson's comments about Lake Loon and his claim that there's a stall in the DA agreement based on a word? Could you just, my understanding, we had to move forward. There was a development agreement could be applied, so I'm confused that he's bringing this forward. Could you explain that to us? So maybe we can add some clarity for him and all of us. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Through the mayor to the councillor. So that is one of the requests that we've identified as a housekeeping amendment. So we had made amendments during phase 3 of the regional plan to apply the comprehensive development district zone to that area. And then there were additional amendments made. I think the speaker alluded to them as part of the Housing Accelerator Fund package. So we sort of already adjusted to try to get at, what they were looking for. And then when he went to submit his application, realized that the way that the policy was written, it was requiring that a concept plan for the words are land holding, be submitted for the entire area. So the CDD is applied to more properties than just Mr. Wilkins' property, but the intent is that they follow, the sort of parameters of the policy that council's already approved. So the housekeeping amendment is to remove that requirement for that overall concept plan to be provided. And we did do the check. The major issue here is around transportation.
Right.
So the sort of transportation network in there is, it's complicated, if you know the area. And we did connect with our development engineers who feel comfortable that it could be managed through the development agreement process. So we're comfortable with removing that requirement for, that entire area to go through one planning process. They'll be able to do it in different processes.
And the only other thing I'd add to that, so these amendments help Mr. Wilkin proceed with his development agreement, and recognizing their housekeeping, the application, we've already started the review within our team with the understanding there's a risk to that, but we expect these housekeeping amendments to proceed. So we're doing the work on the DA already.
So the work's being done, there's nothing holding it up, you're doing it parallel to the housekeeping. So I think Mr. Wilkins has got his answer, and it's a good answer. Thank you very much, appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Councillor Young, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So to the team, I'm inquiring about, are there any amendments in the regional plan that deal with the Hammonds Plains Road, Lucasville Road, traffic congestion plans for mitigation, alternatives, egress routes, transit, and strategic infrastructure planning? Are there any timelines on that?
Thank you through the mayor to the councillor. So the strategic growth and infrastructure plan is that key piece of work for us over the coming years, months and years that will guide the sort of infrastructure planning and how we manage that. I think probably, as you're familiar, the sort of Schedule J growth controls that are in that area are there because of a transportation constraint. So the intent is that we'll do that strategic growth and infrastructure plan, assess what needs to be changed, and then would come forward with any further changes to the planning framework as may be necessary.
So would there be any possible mitigations, alternatives for that area leading up to your regional plan? Like for road construction, the construction during the period of your regional plan?
Yeah, it may be that the regional plan is probably a higher level planning document than the sort of detailed level of design that we would get into. So it's sort of setting up that strategic direction. I think it was just mentioning that it is identified as a strategic corridor on map 7, 8, map 7. So it's it's certainly an important place and that will be planned for.
Okay, thank you.
Excuse me. Thank you very much. Councillor Cuttle, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. So just a couple of questions. I mean, I think we've already had these discussions, but there were a lot of residents from District 11 here this evening who were talking about the backlands in particular, and the proposed rezoning of lands abutting the backlands. And I just want to just clarify for the public, because I know this is a significantly important issue for people in that area, and they raised some real concerns, particularly around being in a fire zone, around geographical and environmentally sensitive areas, and kind of what's going to happen there in the future. Will have a lot of impact on both people and the land. So I just want to clarify that we will be looking at the lands along the Purcell's Cove Road in Phase 5, and the intent is still to look at a special backland zone that takes into consideration the specific nature of those lands through some land suitability analysis. Is that correct?
Thank you through the mayor to the councillor. Yes, the policy, I don't have it in front of me, RP 12, I think, speaks to the Purcell's Cove backlands, that the parcels that are continue to be designated urban reserve should be looked at in the future with a land suitability analysis, and certainly we're well aware that there are very unique things about the backlands that will need to be considered through that process.
And so for now, it remains urban reserve, and there'll be no change in development rights of what's happening there until it's re-examined?
That's right.
Okay, and the other big piece that was mentioned here a few times was the right-of-way on the lands for, I've got some of my notes here, forget the case number, but the lands along Williams Lake, which are being rezoned as rural commuter, but there's not much that can be done at this point around discussion of a right-of-way or access point until there's an actual application for subdivision. Is that correct?
Yes, I mean, it is a piece of private property. There is a parkland dedication process through the regional subdivision bylaw. I don't know that will, result in creating a park space. We have a definition in the regional subdivision bylaw of usable land, so parkland is required to be usable land and meet that definition. So certainly whenever an application is made, we would look at it, but
yeah. And that's great. And I appreciate people coming out and speaking to that, because I know that's significantly important, not locally, but actually, regionally. Like a lot of people have a fond memory or still use that spot. And I know there isn't a public participation opportunity through the subdivision process. So I appreciate people coming out and making highlighting the importance of that land. And my final point here is about minimal planning requirements. As you know, that's been a real sore spot for me for a number of reasons, both the unit mix and with the commercial in particular, as well as with the conservation design development, gross versus net. But after some discussion with you prior to this meeting, I just wanted to clarify that these are being mandated by the province, and that we don't actually have the legislative authority at this council to amend those or to turn them down at this point, because they're being passed down to us. So what are in terms of options, I know you've given me a motion, which I'll bring forward when we're open for debate here. I can't do that now at this point, but can you just clarify what our options are?
Thank you through the mayor to the councillor. So yes, those minimum planning requirements are things that the municipality is required to do under the HRM charter. So there isn't an ability to say no. Those three things that you've mentioned, the unit mix, commercial ground floor, and conservation design, those are all time limited. They have a time limited, I think it's April 1st, 2027 is the date that they're meant to expire under the minimum planning requirements. So our expectation would be that through the regional plan policy and our community plan sort of set us up already to look at those things, and that's certainly something we'll be looking at as we move through the suburban plan process.
Thank you. I'll talk about that more later. And yeah, I do have a motion regarding the solar piece ready with staff's help for when we get into debate. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Cuddle. We'll move to Councillor White, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, staff. Couple clarifying questions. The map thing, I didn't understand. I heard you describe the map and like 1 and 2 are the same. I didn't hear where there is a map just showing the service boundary as it exists today. Is that I believe that's what the speaker was looking for, or where the services are today. Yeah.
Yes, so where services are today, water, wastewater services at least, are in the regional subdivision bylaw. Schedule B is called a service requirements map. That's where services are today. If you wanted to apply for a permit to get hooked up to Halifax Water Services, you have to be within that urban service area. So we talk about the service area a lot, but that technically that is the document. The regional plan has designations that are about future land use. So that regional land use structure is our generalized future land use map. So it's both places where development exists today and is also planned within, the horizon of the plan. So the urban settlement designation has always been applied to areas that are both where existing services are today and where they're planned. So places like Sandy Lake are in the urban settlement designation, have been in the urban settlement designation since 2006. But you go through the secondary planning process. The very last step is moving that urban service area boundary that's in the subdivision bylaw. Right. Okay. So the urban settlement designation is the same as the urban area boundary on map 2.
I do understand you, but man, that's confusing for anyone reading it. Okay. Okay. Okay, a few people came from District 7 with kind of some zoning questions, Halifax Accelerator Fund changes, or zoning. Ugh. Now that that's set over a year ago, this is not the place for any changes there anyways. Is there ever a place for any changes there?
Sorry, through the mayor to the councillor, we did commit as we conducted the Housing Accelerator Fund that we'd review some of that work we had done on the missing middle, and staff are preparing to bring that forward to council. We're going to do some work on that and have been working with our development services group to see how that's going. So you should expect to have something in the near future on that.
Oh, kind of how the new zoning is going a year out?
Exactly.
Okay, awesome. And that'll be coming when?
I don't have a date
Yeah,
yet, but we've
soonish.
just sort of finished scoping out the work, and we're getting our internal approvals lined up around that, and we expect to bring something to you in the near future.
Okay.
I can keep in touch with you on that.
Okay. And then I'll move to the parts that concern me the most, are future service communities. I understand from chatting with you this week, and thank you, like these have been, we've been looking at them as places to develop if we grow for 2 decades. I get that. I want to understand, is there ways to prevent development there until we've already met our targets? It's 75% now, it might be 90% in phase 5 of within our service boundary. Can we control that? Or if we keep moving forward, is it possible that that'll get developed before we're meeting our targets?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, through you to Councillor White. Thank you for the question. So the 2 areas that you're referencing were part of the Future Service Community Study. They're both designated as special planning areas. And the minister has jurisdiction over decision making, as you are aware, in those areas. The minister has initiated secondary planning process, so that process will be facilitated by staff. And certainly we will be working to establish a policy and regulatory framework for development in those areas, respecting the technical studies that have been completed. But in the interim, they're as Leah and Kate have mentioned, they are within the urban settlement designation, so they're envisioned for future growth in the regional plan. But certainly there'll be more public opportunities for public participation facilitated by our team to support the future decision making by the province with respect to those lands.
Okay, thanks. Out of time for now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll move on to Councillor Hensby, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple questions. First of all, I want to thank you for all the clarifications for the short-term rentals in the rural areas. I think that's going to be quite helpful. You've probably heard that from some of the Strands folks today. The one gentleman that raised the issue about the solar farm restrictions or adjustments, whatever, and there was something in these regional plan amendments that affected the West Pepeswick application. Could you clarify what that nuance was that delayed the West Pepeswick hearing from the Marine Drive Community Council meeting to another date until this matter is resolved?
Good evening. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. Theo Angel. I'm the manager of planning applications. So the question you have, Councillor, is why was there a pause in the public hearing for that particular application? What we had discovered when reviewing the regional plan package is that particular proposal will fall under the new definition that is being proposed here by Council, but we want to make sure that's in effect before we go forward with that public hearing.
And that public hearing won't be coming into effect until after this matter passes council, then approved by the minister?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much. We'll move on to Councillor Deagle Gammon, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Wow, thank you all. Well, it must have felt fairly good to hear all of the nice compliments that came from everybody that spoke about the collaborative nature of the staff working well with the community and answering their questions. So I think as a councillor, it was nice to hear that too. The two things for clarification, I guess, is that we also heard from the majority of the speakers in the public hearing a concern around the timeline and why the report to this public hearing. And so if we could just give some words about where that pressure comes from and why we're in the time frame that we're in. And then the second thing is that many had asked why HRM doesn't push back on the special planning areas and to remove them from the regional plan work. So the question of clarification is, what would the impact be of doing that? While I'm pretty sure I know the answer, I think it would be nice to hear your words to it. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, through you to the councillor. So the timeline is one that's been mandated by the province, that the implementation of the minimum planning requirements are required by the end of June on June 30th. So we are working within that time frame to advance the process. And I guess to your question around HRM's opportunity to push back, I think, and perhaps this is more of a legal question, but short answer is the province has the legislative authority to, particularly around the special planning area. So it's not within HRM's purview to make further changes with respect to those or the minimum planning requirements which are set out in the charter. And I defer to the solicitor if he has anything further to add.
So the minister's been given the legal authority to make these decisions, and any action that the municipality takes that's contrary to that would not be permitted at law, and so it would be struck down as void ab initio. Beyond that, to the extent that the minister makes a planning decision as a consequence of having designated an area as a special planning area, then council has no power under their charter as a result of the Housing in the Halifax Municipality Act to make any changes to that or to override the minister. The minister has that authority now under legislation.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to make sure that that was on the record. Thanks.
Thank you very much. We'll move on to Councillor Hartling, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and thank you so much to staff. Again, it's amazing to sit here and listen to all the great feedback about the work that's been done, and good on everyone who was involved. My question is honestly around Halifax Exhibition Center. We did hear today a little bit about how the building will eventually be torn down and where we're going to put the future version or variant of an exhibition center. I did listen in your presentation this morning that although Halifax Exhibition Center is not a special planning area, it is an opportunity site, and that you were actively working on it. And I was just wondering where in that active work you were, if I could put it that way, because I was not aware that it was actively being worked on in terms of development.
Through the mayor to the councillor, I think that's another team that's working on that, and I think we'd have to take that away. I believe there is an application that's made and staff is doing initial work, initial engagement has been held with the community.
Yep.
But
I was just seeing if there was something to know that I did not know.
we have a friend coming that may be able to answer.
And it's a good friend, so you're lucky that way.
Yeah. Through the mayor to the councilor, unfortunately, that friend was not able to help us, but we can get you that. we can get you that information.
No, all good. I just thought if there was news to surface and share, then that would be okay.
Yes.
Okay, so perfect. Thank you very much. That's what I wanted to know. Cheers. Thank you.
Through the mayor to the councillor, I can't help them either, but I can speak to the exhibition park or need for exhibition space to let you know that when the integrated tourism master plan comes forward, it does include a needs assessment around different types of venue spaces that have come forward through the stakeholder engagement process, and does raise concern about exhibition space. So council will be receiving some information on that, I would say, within the next 4 or 5 weeks.
Thank you very much. We'll move on to Councillor Morris, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And yes, thank you to the whole team. It's an incredible effort to see how much you've done and how well you work with our residents in bringing forward their ideas and incorporating them into the plans. I am thinking a lot about the first few years I was here and learning about all the work that was going on for complete communities and understanding the concepts of complete communities. And as I've said before, I was very disappointed with the minimum planning standards because I think it went against much of the good planning that our staff did for a number of years. And I know you're all professionals, so I'm not looking for a comment on that, but I guess I'm really struggling with so much of the good planning that went on for a few years was negated, as far as I'm concerned, maybe even hijacked by the minimum planning standards. So I'm struggling with what to do with that and what is the best approach just as an individual councillor. One thing I wanted to ask you about is the assumptions of growth that are built into our regional plan. It's a really big part of the work that you've done to anticipate how much we're going to grow and how fast, because that drives all the investments in infrastructure and that sort of thing. I did notice today in all Nova Scotia, I don't know if others saw that story, but our growth has flatlined for the first time in a few years. And so I guess I'm trying to understand how flexible our plans are. I'm concerned that we're going to rush through these assumptions of growth to approve greenfield areas outside the current service boundaries, and then discover in a few years that we don't have the population that we need. And so I would like to understand how flexible we can be and how we can adapt if we don't see the levels of growth that we're currently predicting.
Thank you for the question through the mayor to the councillor. So yeah, it's really important that we have, I think I spoke in my presentation about being flexible, like monitoring this growth over time is really important. We were, I think, aware that the growth over the next couple of years might not be as high as it has been in the past 5 years because of the federal immigration pause, I think they've called it. But we have such a need for housing built up over the last number of years that I've heard Turner Drake, I think it was in the media even in the last week, based on their analysis, sort of saying this might give us a chance to catch up, but it's certainly, we still have a very high need for housing and will for the next number of years. We'll continue to monitor that. This plan is really keeping the urban settlement designation and where those growth areas very, very consistent with where we've been since 2006. So we're not making a huge jump to expand the urban service area today based on, it's actually quite similar to what the 2014 plan is. And it says before we go forward and make a further extension, before we do this future growth work, we should do this strategic growth plan. We should do more work around how much development do we want to see within the urban service area. We've set, we've kept that target of inside the service boundary to 75%. Through the strategic growth plan, we will test 90%. So there's a lot of work to come around that sort of future growth and what's next for us. And that's kind of the meat of phase 5.
Look, yeah, okay. So it's 2 years away, I think is what we're saying. And by then we'll have a clearer picture of the trends and the growth patterns. Okay. All right. Great. Thank you.
Thanks so much. We'll move on to Councillor Kent, please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. One last question for you, and it's in relation to the many comments today around Blue Mountain, Birch Cove, and Sandy Lake areas. They spoke about the wilderness park protection and the need of a conceptual plan. And they also spoke about the last draft was strong and in keeping with what the decisions of council from the past, and then something significant changed. And I wonder if you can help me understand what changed from one draft to now, and if that perception was accurate, and if it changed, why? What do we achieve by that? And is there anything that we can do now to go back? Because I can tell you that Blue Mountain Birch Cove has been discussed in this chamber, I'm going to probably say a decade or more, maybe somebody. Oh, yeah. And when we made the final decision to designate it and protect it, that was a significant milestone in this municipality and worth every ounce of energy that we put into it. I fear we're regressing, and so I'm just wondering, can you help me understand what's at play right now?
I think that one comes to me, Mayor.
Okay.
So a lot has changed since 2006 when council set out in the regional plan that there would be a conceptual park. A lot has changed. The law has changed. The reality is that a park is a public space owned by the municipality. And so at a certain point, 19 years on, it's not really valid anymore to hang over a piece of land, a designation that it might or might not be a park out into the future. And so, council in 2016 directed staff to accept the facilitator's report, take no further action, and to seek to acquire lands around the area of what had been set out as a potential or a conceptual park to try and solidify that. And so, unless and until we acquire additional lands to add to a park, it's going to be what it is, unfortunately. And so, fundamentally, what we've come to realize over time is that these changes in the law have gone from a situation where, a taking by a municipality was solely related in law to taking legal title. So you've expropriated it or you've acquired the land, and has now grown into something where essentially the Supreme Court of Canada has said, if a municipality acquires a beneficial interest, in other words, if a municipality gains, an advantage or a benefit for the public from some policy by either not proceeding with development on lands which have been set aside for urban settlement, or potentially after the life of the current plan in 2031 urban reserve, which was the nature of some of these lands, then, have you in effect removed all reasonable uses? You've left them out there as a potential park. And so those sorts of designations, which cloud council's direction. You know, on one hand, you've designated something as an urban settlement land, but on the other, some portion of it sits within a conceptual park. What is it? So those sorts of things have really got to start dropping away so that we're not left with this unclear end result as to what council's intentions are. And that also feeds, frankly, back into some of the discussions around, watercourse setbacks or other coastal protections, which, as we grow them, cause the concern that, council has addressed at first reading by imposing a development agreement process to ensure that we're not inadvertently taking lands in order to pursue the policy goals of protecting the environment, as laudable as they are. So there is that small, faint hope clause for a property owner that says, look, we're not taking your land from you. We will look at that in a case-by-case basis if you meet the criteria which has now been set out in the regional plan. And so, that is, I think, a fair explanation for the public and everybody else so they get a better understanding of the fine line that council has been trying to walk here with the help of staff in terms of how we're addressing some of these much larger policy issues in a way which do not result in an inadvertent taking.
Thank you.
Thanks very much. We'll move on to Councillor Purdy, please.
Mr. Mayor, and thank you for this, and thanks to all the people who spoke today. I just wanted to ask a couple questions that I heard from our public speakers that I don't think I heard, and if I did, I apologize. Or if you did already answer this, I apologize. Wanted to ask, is there a reason that council should know why the ability to do solar panel projects was not kind of included in this phase 4, and what that would be? And on permitting approvals, one of the residents asked, how can citizens challenge the permit approval process if they feel it's out of line? If they, she had mentioned there's a couple buildings that have been built that don't seem to follow what she understood the new bylaws and requirements to include. So how does that work? What process does that would a resident take in that situation to, I don't know, get answers or get if she feels the permitting process is out of line? And then the water course, does the definition of water course include intermittent water drainage? That was another question. I think that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you to the councillor. So on the commercial solar energy facility, so I was mentioning my answer to Councillor Kent earlier, just that the regulations as they're proposed in the regional plan enable commercial solar energy as of right in many rural area zones. In the urban settlement area, we were sort of, there were a few things balancing housing, availability of housing, vacant land for housing close to the, close to existing services, but also the regulations, how you hook up all of the, I don't have the words, but the way that it is working with Nova Scotia Power and provincial regulations, I think, has been changing a bit over the last while. We can certainly look at alternative approaches. I think there will probably be a motion brought forward to that effect. So in the short term, there's a development agreement approach. So what's included in the package is if you're not permitted as of right, you can apply for this DA process. On the intermittent drainage, I can speak to, so the water course, there is a definition of a water course. We would rely on a qualified person to determine whether or not something is a water course under the Nova Scotia environment kind of definition. I understand from our development services folks that they already sort of have a process, like that's not really a thing that's changing in this regional plan package, but they have a process where they rely on Nova Scotia environment and climate change to make a determination if there's any kind of uncertainty.
Okay.
Yep, and Kate's going to do the other one.
Thank you, through the mayor, to the councillor for that specific example, the house on Roby. So there are paths to challenge, and I think those have been activated. There are legal paths for that. I know the local area councillor is heavily involved and looking into this. And as we discussed earlier, one of the ways we can look into it is evaluate that policy as we promised to. So that's sort of our path that will come forward to council to sort of say, does this policy make sense? And are there ways we need to maybe adjust it?
Okay, that's perfect. What would be the timeline on that? Is that's not a part of the phase 4 regional plan? That would be something different?
Yes, it's through the mayor to the councillor, sorry. It is something different, and I don't have a timeline yet because we're just in the early stages of figuring out the work, but we'll be back to you very soon with that.
Okay, great, thank you.
Thanks so much. We'll move to Councillor Austin, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just one question, just because the solar piece has kind of come up, and in the draft, the way I understand it, you would be able to consider doing a solar thing out there in these kind of in the suburban area, but it would be by development agreement, so you'd have to apply, and can understand why that's not necessarily attractive to everybody. That is a process. I'm just wondering, because I'm guessing you folks probably had some consideration as to why to make it a development agreement process rather than as of right. What was the kind of other side of that kind of argument as to why you wanted an additional level, or why we felt like an additional level of control was appropriate here?
Through the mayor to councillor. So we were focused on rural areas first. I think that was the version that was in the draft regional plan that we put out for consultation. So, these are big sort of utilities, it's a different use. It's one we haven't really experienced before. We're kind of learning. So rural areas, large lots, certainly separated from other properties, easier for us to kind of implement where there's maybe less conflict potentially, and certainly balancing against the need for housing in the urban area. So, if there are lands that are suitable for housing and you're turning them over to commercial solar and energy, maybe that's fine. But we just didn't really have the chance to do that kind of level of analysis. So certainly we'd be happy to do that and kind of relook at it. And I think that is appropriate given that the technology is changing and the regulations are changing.
When you mention conflict, like what kind of conflict are we thinking there? Is it just like the visual having a giant solar farm type thing? Like what's the conflict piece?
Yeah, I think that's right. These are new things, so we don't really have a lot of experience in regulating them. And yes, that's it.
Okay, so new, some maybe visual concerns, and using urban land for solar farms. Okay, thank you. I just wanted to hear what the other side of this was.
Thanks so much. We'll move on to Councillor White, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to follow up on Councillor Kent's question. I had a similar question about Blue Mountain Birch Cove Lakes, like the vision for where that park would be versus, it's one of the speakers were talking about, there's an overlap with the 102 lands. So I heard from John that we need to buy this land if we want it. And I heard that the council in 2016 gave direction that we want this park to happen. So my question is, are we buying this land, or do you need direction to try and buy land in the area?
Yeah, we'll go to the CAO.
So arising from that direction around Blue Mountain Birch Cove Lakes, in addition to the purchases that have been made, we now have in our financial statements a contingent liability note for $183 million associated with the legal liability around the case that arose from that decision. With respect to giving direction around purchase of an additional piece of land, or giving us direction to do something that's going to amount to potentially another constructive taking, we will have another contingent liability note in our financial statements that eventually may become a real liability that we'll have to book in the municipality's financial statements. The challenge around this is we, at this point in time, would not be able to tell you. We would need to determine what land to purchase, the value of the purchase, come back to council and have council assess that priority against the many other priorities that you have to fund.
Yeah.
So my advice is if council wants to give staff direction to explore a land purchase, that needs to be treated as a separate matter from the macro planning level matter. And I'll see if the Executive Director of Planning and Development wants to add to that at all.
Mr. Mayor, through you to the councillor, just to the CAO's point, I think I would just add that, we are debating the regional plan today and really talking about issues of land purchase are outside of the scope of the decision that's before you this evening.
Okay, 20 seconds. When will we find out if the finances on development of the future services communities, whether they're a drain on the municipality or not?
I can assure you now that they will be.
Right.
And I can assure you also that we're aware the municipality has about $1.5 billion in unfunded infrastructure projects at the moment. And there are numerous projects that are coming forward that council's interested in that are not in our long-range capital plan. We will be presenting some information to council in the near future on that. And of course, on July 8th, you'll be receiving the report in response to the motion that the mayor brought forward regarding next year's budget. So that will also help present a more holistic overview of the municipality's finances.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. And we'll go to Councillor Young, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So for the team, I have a statement and 3 questions. So on Lucasville Road, you have Heffler Lane, William Parsons Lane, and Byron's Lane. So is a private road the same as a private lane? And can more than 2 residential building permits be received or have been received on that private land? Question 1. Is there a grandfather clause in place for lanes? And if so, how far back does that grandfather clause go? Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, Erin McIntyre, Director of Development Services. So there is a difference between what is defined under the subdivision bylaw as an approved private road as opposed to other, what we think of as common shared driveways. They're required to be named under the civic addressing bylaw if they provide access to 3 or more residential units. So if you're driving around in the world, it's very difficult from a drive-by perspective to differentiate between the two. They can look very similar, but how they were created is quite different. Approved private roads that act as frontage for subdivision that are defined under the subdivision bylaw were reviewed within a period of time between 1984 and 2002 and were built to a certain standard. So we know that they can be effectively serviced and can support the weight of a fire truck, can have snow plowing and garbage removal and all of that. But there are also, of course, in a municipality, the age of ours, other entities that predate planning altogether. So, there's sort of several different entities out there that are referred to as private roads, private lanes, common shared driveways.
Yeah, so part of my question, I still got time. Part of my question is, in the African Nova Scotia communities, the majority of them that have a lane, they can't pass that legacy on to the families because they can't subdivide. But on other lanes on that road that I mentioned, there is multiple residences on just the one lane. Mm-hmm. So in going forward, when through ANSCAP or in your regional planning, is that going to be looked into to allow generational legacy and wealth in the African Nova Scotian community?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you to the councillor. So yes, the regional plan sets out that the work that we're already doing around the African Nova Scotian Community Action Planning Program. So Council's given us direction last September to start the Community Action Planning Program with Lucasville, and we can certainly look at all kinds of things. So we're working with the community now. We're happy to look at alternative ways of managing subdivision of development. You know, respecting sort of historic patterns of development, all of that. That's definitely all on the table. So we can definitely look at that through the action planning program.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cuddle, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A number of questions keep coming up about the solar, and I just wanted to let people know that I will be bringing forward a motion. It seems that Councillor Hartling also had similar ideas, as well as the mayor, but it's really asking for a staff report to consider as of right approaches. And just for clarification in this, I mean, when discussing this, and I'm quite familiar with Mr. Pauly's lands, they're all in my district in Harrietsfield and Herring Cove and Spryfield. You know, so I'm familiar with that, but when we pass something, it would be applicable in the regional plan to other areas as well. And so in that, I'm hoping one of the main considerations would be that, you know, if we're investing in like, let's say, sewer and water or new road and bike infrastructure, that we would, you know, want to make sure that those lands abutting that kind of investment are for housing and are kind of maximized in that way, and not through solar. And that while we can have solar within the urban settlement, there'd have to be consideration to what's appropriate or not appropriate. So I'm assuming all of that would be considered in the staff report with the motion that's being provided for exploring this.
Yes, absolutely. I think you answered Councillor Austin's question better than I did before. So yes, that would be absolutely the intent.
Great, and I think that's the way we need to go, because I know that there's some amendments to the regional plan for allowing this, but I think it does need to be have those considerations, you know, taken into account, so that we're making sure everything's aligned. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Deagle-Gammon, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. There was one question that I had forgot when I came first off, and that was, there was a lot of appreciation for changing from 20 meters to 30 meters, but there was also, I think it was Mr. Regan, at one point he had said in his that 30 meters was great, but it should be a buffer and not a setback. So in terms of the language, the distinction between a buffer and a setback, it could just be.
Through the mayor to the councillor, so my understanding of the speaker is a desire to have like a complete non-disturbance buffer, which is not really what our buffer requirements are. There's a number of things that you're allowed to do within a buffer, like a walkway, like a small accessory building, those sorts of things. I believe the speaker would like to see, you know, complete non-disturbance, and as well have the municipality purchase those areas around watercourses.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much. No more further names on the board. I do have a question myself, though, if I could. So I have a worry. If I average out our growth scenarios, it looks like we need about 80,000 homes by 2031. That's about 6 years, and about 250,000 homes by 2050. And the regional plan asks that 50% of that growth happen in suburban areas. So 50% of those numbers, 40,000 homes in the suburban area by 2031, 125,000 homes in the suburban area by 2050. In the regional plan, the interim suburban approval mechanism restricts approvals to the BRT corridors, which are largely built out already. They're largely built out with relatively new, relatively expensive housing stock that's not likely to be torn down and replaced. So my worry is, how are we going, between now and when the suburban plan is done, how are we going to meet the ceaseless demand for tens of thousands of units in the suburban area in the coming years? In other words, what's going to be different from the day before to the day after that we approve this plan to allow homes to be built in the suburban area?
Through the mayor. So just to clarify one point, the target we've adjusted, so it isn't actually 50% in suburban areas, it's just 75% in the urban area. So it can be anywhere in the regional center or suburban area that we realize that 75% of new growth. And we're again testing towards 90%. The 90% would include the growth on the corridors, and obviously we're talking about testing that through the Strategic Growth and Infrastructure Plan, but we've enabled sort of the DA along transit corridors ahead of that to get at the needs of growth and respond to the desire to have the suburban plan in place. And in terms of realizing housing, solving the issues around housing is about more than just one geographic area. It's also about the mix of housing types, enabling new types of construction. I think you've added in an amendment that has us looking at different construction methods as well as types. So some of the amendments that we did through half, the focus on missing middle, which was across the urban area, that will allow us to target housing in multiple ways. And that helps us position really well, not just in building new, but in also using the housing that we have more effectively, and then also making sure we're progressive and moving towards new housing types in the way we're considering approvals. So I think it's about having that mix of things. It's not just about the number, but the mix, and we're doing a good job on that.
Councillor Cleary, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just following up on that, when you look at the rapid transit plan that the mayor referenced, and we talk about the build out that's along there. So when I think of Dunbrack, for example, all the way up to Carney Lake and out to Larry Utek, if I think of Herring Cove down through Spryfield, the Purple Line going up to Burnside and Dartmouth Crossing, it seems like very little of that is actually built out. So I mean, just can you paint a picture for us when you think of the residential that's being allowed now in Dartmouth Crossing, the rezoning that started at Willett and Dunbrack, and obviously we have a plan, especially the suburban plan, going all the way up there, Herring Cove Road in Spryfield again, for example. So how much of the area do you think is going to be filled in, rebuilt? I mean, I don't want people left with the impression that our rapid transit plan is done and we just need to put the buses on there. Like, we've got the opportunity to add literally tens and tens of thousands of people along the BRT that don't live there currently.
Through the mayor to the councillors, so the regional plan identifies that we want to move towards transit-focused growth. We establish targets as to what that could look like. We identify we're going to refine that work through the suburban plan, but very aggressive targets because we know there's a relationship between transit and land use, that needs to be married. We also are looking at growth nodes. We've actually identified those growth nodes in the plan in the suburban area, which is new, really calling those out as places that we want to see transformed. So that's another addition that will guide our work in the suburban plan. And also we have this DA policy that allows for some development to happen now. We've done the Housing Accelerator Fund amendments prior to that, which allowed another level of housing to occur as we work on this bigger plan and the supporting infrastructure. And there's an important decision and there's important infrastructure demands that come with enabling more growth in the suburban area. And we're evaluating that through the Strategic Growth and Infrastructure Plan, and that's a really important input to our work on the suburban plan.
Yeah, and if I recall, I mean, even after we finished the first round of the Housing Accelerator Fund, I heard numbers out there, and especially after the second round, we had enabled almost 200,000 potential new units, for example, in all the different forms that they could take. I mean, we're still adding to that, and if you think about, on average in HRM, 2.31 people per household according to the census, 200,000, that's 430,000-ish people, 450,000 people that could be in those. So, I mean, we've got a huge amount of potential here in what we've already permitted, plus the continuation as we evolve these plans and as you bring forward that suburban plan to us once you guys get your plates emptied a little bit and you can work on that kind of stuff. I don't know if there's a comment back on that. Or...
Yes, exactly. And I think there's regulatory capacity, which is how much we're creating through zoning and sort of this ability. There's also, we are focused in on enabling projects as well. So it's those two pieces together that we're working on, and making sure that we're doing both of those all the time is really important. And I think you see that in the plan and in how we're approaching our work.
Thank you.
Yeah, sure. The CAO, please.
Thank you. I wanted to go back and clarify one thing that I said in response to Councillor White's question, because I don't want to unnecessarily scare council. It was the question about future service communities and how they will add to the municipality's financial burden. I wanted to comment that the methodology around future service communities, moving to secondary planning, doing the infrastructure planning, then establishing the financial model for the infrastructure is very well established. It's been around since shortly after amalgamation, and it's been in use. I'm going to guess there's probably between, 15 to 17 different CCC models that have been done. And the models are done so that although the municipality and Halifax Water may be upfronting some capital costs, they are recovered through capital cost contributions and development charges as the community grows out. So the larger concern is not the capital cost of the infrastructure. It will be recovered eventually over time as the development happens. The issue is in the near term, when we have to start providing municipal service to those communities, and we may be sending, a garbage truck or a snowplow or doing whatever for only a few houses, and the cost of providing the service is going to be higher than the tax revenue we'll collect in for a period. And also there are some tax issues whereby sometimes we build out communities where the cost of servicing the community is more than the tax revenue that it will generate. That is an issue for another day. It's a tax reform project. So the infrastructure in and of itself should not be viewed in the context of many of the other pressures that are adding to the municipality's financial capacity concerns. The land purchase is quite different. That's a separate matter. But in terms of financing the infrastructure for the future service communities, there's a way to do that. There's a methodology.
Thank you very much for that. Colleagues, well, we're booked till 10. We're here. We have the staff is present. What are your wishes? We could table the motion and keep going. Okay, Councillor Hartling, the floor is yours.
I move that Halifax Regional Council, 1, repeal the existing 2014 Regional Municipal Planning Strategy and adopt the proposed 2025 Regional Municipal Planning Strategy as set in Attachment B of the staff report dated May 16, 2025, as amended by Halifax Regional Council on June 10, 2025. 2, repeal and readopt the bylaws, policies, and provisions of the secondary municipal planning strategies and land use bylaws as amended that were previously adopted to implement the 2014 regional plan as set in Attachment C of the staff report dated May 16, 2025, as amended by the Halifax Regional Council on June 10, 2025. 3, adopt the amendments to the secondary municipal planning strategies as set out in Attachment D of the staff report dated May 16, 2025, as amended by the Halifax Regional Council on June 10, 2025. 4, adopt the amendments to the land use bylaws as set out in Attachment E of the staff report dated May 16, 2025, as amended by the Halifax Regional Council on June 10, 2025. 5, adopt the amendments to the regional subdivision bylaw as set in Attachment F of the staff report dated May 16, 2025, as amended by the Halifax Regional Council on June 10, 2025. 6, adopted the amendments to the secondary municipal planning strategies and land use bylaws to meet provincial minimum planning requirements regulations related to housing supply as set out in attachment G of the staff report dated May 16, 2025, as amended by Halifax Regional Council on June 10, 2025. 7, direct the Chief Administrative Officer to A, use Phase 5 work plan framework outlined in attachment A5 of the staff report dated May 16, 2025 as a guide for developing a detailed Phase 5 work plan. B, follow the recommended approaches to consider site-specific requirements during Phase 5 as set out in attachment A-6, Phase 5 site-specific requests, except for request number C931 for PID 006 42462 and A-8 recommended approach for Margison Drive area, Middle Sackville, of staff report dated May 16, 2025, and C, return to council with a Phase 5 public participation program.
I saw Councillor Steele's hand up there first, seconded by Councillor Steele. And Councillor Hartling, would you like to say some more while you have the floor?
No, thank you.
Would you like to repeat it in French, perhaps? Okay, well, then we'll go to Councillor Cleary, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Hartling, for putting that on the floor. I'm glad I didn't have to read that. So first, let me thank our staff who have worked tirelessly, not just in the last number of months, but for years now. When you think of, some of you may not have been here that long, some of you may. Some of you may have been here and then come back. But from the regional plan to RP+5 to the last review to where we are today, this is an amazing amount of work and an evolution. Still freaks me out that we have like 20 odd plan areas around HRM, but you're working on it. So the regional plan, when you think of it as that high level policy and what it was and where we are now, I love these changes. These are good changes for us. Do I really like the province's special planning areas? Not all of them. Do I like the minimum planning requirements that they've mandated? No, but they're mandated. So I'm going to leave that aside. And I want to thank all the public who showed up to give us their feedback on this. It's unfortunate that the vast majority of the feedback was on stuff we actually can't change. However, I'm glad that they were here and expressed that, and I'm hoping that filters its way back to Province House so that they know what our residents feel about what's happening here. And not just the intervention in what should be exclusively municipal jurisdiction, but the way they're doing it and the content of what they're doing. So having said that, I also want to thank the public for all the other feedback and the ideas. Mr. Pauly has been in front of us a number of times, and that was the first time I'd ever heard that one. And I'm glad Councillor Cuddle and others have picked that up as well. And some more investigation will look at those. I think we want to remove barriers to sustainability for development. But I'm satisfied with the direction we're going in, knowing that there's still more work to do for Phase 5, that the still bigger work of the actual service boundary, do we extend it, do we not, what do we look at? There's still a ton more sites for you guys to delve into at a very granular level to come back with those. And so I am in support of this, reluctantly and begrudgingly some of it, but most of it, the stuff that our staff have crafted, vehemently supportive of. And I thank you for that and look forward to the rest of the discussion. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much. I think it's time for a little break, my friends. So why don't we take 15 minutes and come back? So let's try to be back in our chairs at 8:05 so we can make the most of the time we have tonight and see if we can get done. Thanks. Okay, friends, we'll come back to order. And Councillor White, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mayor. Okay. My thought is this. We have things in our regional plan. They have been there since 2006, whether it's the areas we've been talking about or not. But is there ever opportunities to take things out if we no longer think they make sense? Or I think this speaks to maybe what Councillor Morris was saying, like if our growth targets change, would we contemplate doing that? I'm just thinking in 2006, we didn't know about our climate emergency. It's before we really understand those costs of sprawl. As we learn more about developing further out, is there opportunity to take them out or not? It's just they're there forever.
Through the mayor to the councillor. So of course council can always change the plan. I would say with respect to the future service communities, those are special planning areas and therefore under the authority, so we need permission of the minister to make any adjustments. The other thing I'd say is, as the plan has been in the works even since before 2006, and there were studies done many years ago to establish where would be more reasonable places to grow that are close to the service boundary. So we actually prevent sprawl and we prevent leapfrogging into the outer reaches of the municipality. So that climate lens, that sprawl lens, that was what we applied in 2006 and is sort of what guides us in still today in thinking about what areas are good to explore expansion in.
Okay, thank you so much. And my final question on that is so we don't even have a choice to put them in or out because they're special planning areas. They have to be in our regional plan as well? Or
Through the mayor to the councillor, you could ask the minister for permission to make adjustments. That's the way we would say it. Yes.
Okay, thanks so much.
Thank you very much. Councillor Cuddle, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. One of the pieces that was raised today that hasn't been discussed is the introduction of 8-unit multi-units into established residential neighborhoods and the impact that is having in terms of design. And I'm just wondering, when we pass these things, they always are with the best of intentions. I know there was a lot of concern expressed by residents and some members of council around the introduction of 8 units into established residential areas. When we kind of look at the building form that's taking place, it's not really meeting the goals of fitting in with existing neighborhoods, with design, with the windows. There seem to be some real issues in kind of the implementation of that, and I'm just wondering if not now, when is the opportunity, or when would be an opportunity to kind of re-examine what's happening there and how we can make sure that these new this new construction isn't detracting from the identity of a neighborhood.
Yes, through the mayor to the councillor, we do intend to revisit that, and I've been mentioning relative to that Roby Street site that we intend to relook at that, take another look at that work now that it's those rules have been in place for a bit. Staff have been preparing to do that and doing some analysis, and we expect a report on that to come back to council in the very near future. I just don't have a time frame yet, but I'll get you one as soon as I can.
Okay, that's great. And while I still have some time, I'm not sure. Oh, there we go, 3 minutes. Some time here. I have a couple of motions I want to introduce, but I'll start with this one regarding the solar, commercial solar. So this would so this isn't an amendment. This is, and it's not a supplemental report, really. It's just providing direction for a staff report. So I just want to make sure, is this the right time to introduce this? Getting a nod from the solicitor?
Yes.
Okay. I'd like to move that Halifax Regional Council direct the CAO to prepare a staff report considering as-of-right approaches to allowing commercial solar energy facilities within the urban settlement designation. All right.
Second by Hartling.
Thank you, Councillor Hartling, and also thank you for helping work on this as well. I think we were typing in tandem earlier today. So, you know, I think it's been mentioned that we don't want to really be creating barriers to, you know, greener energy opportunities. There we go. Back. At the same time, as you mentioned earlier, it is a utility. It is a use. There's considerations too about tapping into the grid and how all that happens. And Nova Scotia Power, as I understand it, has a map of areas where it is most suited. I was calling a friend here about getting some information on that. So, you know, just in how you tap into the network and the grid. So before we kind of open up this whole can of worms with an amendment to allow it, I do think that doing some due diligence around where it's appropriate, how it fits in with other forms of urban development, you know, what's suitable or not suitable. I think it's really important that we get a staff report back on that. You know, being familiar with Mr. Polly's property, I know that the front part of his property is like zoned R1, R2, and the back is zoned urban reserve. And I can see his vision, and I get his vision, and I could see how that might work on his acreage, on his property. But I also know that that's a rather unique situation that's not uniform across the municipality. So, you know, I really think it is important we take the time to kind of consider how that works in different scenarios. And I do appreciate Mr. Polly coming today and giving this presentation and this information, so we can move forward in a more thoughtful way on a commercial solar utility. Thank you.
Okay, so we're on Councillor Cuddle's amendment. I don't see any other names on the list. Question's been called. And the motion carries. Congratulations. And we're back on the main motion, and Councillor Morse, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just following up on something Karen McHenry talked about, and that was having more green spaces available to more residents within neighborhoods, within walking distance. It can be a very valuable feature for a city to be able to say that we have so many green spaces within 500 meters or 15 minutes of all our residents. So I'd like to put a motion on the floor. It does not impact the regional plan. It's something that just reflects what we heard here today for a future date. So my motion is I move that Halifax Regional Council direct the CAO to consider developing a level of service standard for parks within the urban service boundary for access to parks and recreational spaces within a certain distance or time frame from residential dwellings as part of the Parks and Outdoor Facilities Priority Plan.
Seconded by Councillor Steele.
Thank you, Councillor Steele. Yes, I think this, when Karen mentioned this earlier today, it was something that I had been thinking about for some time because of what I see in my own district, where one side of my district has very little access to green space, and the other side of the district has excellent parks and good access to outdoor spaces. So I'm often thinking of some of the inequities across HRM in terms of access to green spaces. And I think if we looked at this, it would help us coordinate some of the work that we're already doing and help address some of those inequities about access.
Solicitor, please.
Madam Clerk, so if this passes, it would be item number 9 to the main motion, correct? Thank you.
I don't see any further discussion on the motion. Question's been called. And the amendment carries. Very good. What was that? Okay, we're back on the main. We're back on the main. Back on the main motion, and Councillor Purdy, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I know. I was on, off, but I would be amiss if I didn't speak to this because I represent many, many residents who have shared with me how they feel about these types of planning decisions that are thrust on them. And we have had special planning areas announced in my district, provincial land for housing developments announced in my district. And although these are good in intention, the residents that live in the communities that have lived there for decades and built their lives there, it removes them from the process and it removes them from information. It's not public. Everything is now confidential. So the processes that Regional Council put into place to make opportunities for residents to find out what's going on their street. I mean, now the process is they don't even know what the built form is going to look like or what the materials are going to be or where the how it's going to be placed on the land. This just removes a really important aspect of the development process from our residents who we represent. So I kind of feel like maybe the pendulum was really far one way for a long time, and now it's swung very far the other way. I feel like we need to find a way to get back into balance. So I'm very encouraged, Kate, by you saying that you're going to look at some of these pieces that have been put into play and see how it's actually impacting the communities now that it's been allowed to develop in a couple of years. Although the Housing Accelerator Fund, I mean, that too, allowing these 8-unit buildings in our R1, getting rid of the R1 zoning. This removes choice from our residents, and I'm not in favor of that. And although I've never been anti-development, this type of development I don't think is good for our residents or good for our municipality. We heard today over and over again from all of the speakers that spoke to this that it's so fast. So, and the fact that in order to make any amendments or changes in the future, once this is voted in, we would need permission from the minister. It still removes the power from our residents to have any say in this process. And I mean, I voted against the Housing Accelerator Fund in the first reading. I wasn't able to be here for the public hearing process, but I would have voted against it at that too. And I voted against the provincial minimal planning requirements in August when it came to us as well, because I was like, this is not in the best interest of our residents. So I don't know. Do I just keep voting against everything because I don't like certain aspects of it, because I feel like it doesn't represent the residents that I represent? And I know when I campaigned in the fall, this was a very big issue to a lot of people, because the province had just announced huge special planning areas, and everyone has so many fears and concerns and legitimate concerns and questions, and they're cut out of the process. So thank you for all of your work, and it puts us in a pickle, I think. I feel like it puts me in a pickle, because I want to represent my residents, and I want to do what I think is best for my communities. So, okay, thank you. There's no question there, just comments.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Councillor Hinch, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I totally agree with Councillor Purdy. I mean, I am so concerned about what is going to happen in my district. I mean, I have valid concerns about how developers want to build 17 stories, 34 stories that don't fit the neighborhood, that don't look right in our neighborhoods. My residents have come to me time and time again stating how they are concerned about how my area is going to look, how our area is going to look. So that I am so on the fence. You guys did an amazing job. You guys did amazing work. I don't even know how you did the work you did. It was, when I looked at all that, I was like, kudos, you guys are the best. But I still have concerns with regards to right of way or fast track and development and things of that nature. Can you guys help me out here? Can you guys give me some peace of mind when it comes to this, please?
Through the mayor to the councillor. So I just clarified that the changes that were made as part of the Housing Accelerator Fund are in place. They're not part of the regional plan package. So the regional plan is really about that high level overall planning policy, where growth goes generally. It's really not about the regulations at the ground level, apart from a few changes that we're making in support of the minimum planning requirements. But the overall built form, the density of development that you're sort of talking about is really controlled at the center plan level. And as Kate has mentioned, there'll be opportunities to evaluate and look at those in the future. But it's not part of the package that you're looking at today.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kent, please.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wasn't going to speak again, but I really felt I had to after these last two speakers. And I thank you, Leah, for, I think, clarifying some things. I'm going to go right back to the basics of when we first started this. This is an overarching piece of a plan that is by which a lens that is looked through when things are come before the planning department. Now, will we get every single thing right for every single counselor in this room? Or I shouldn't say right, because who are we to say that it's right or wrong? We won't know until something comes forward. But are we going to make everyone happy about every single thing? I don't believe we can. But to say that this is a development that I can't support this is not a development. This is far from a development. This is the highest level before the development could ever go forward. So some developer or a property owner who wants to utilize their property comes up with an idea. Like, there's many, many layers in between that get fully scrutinized, and the regional plan is up here that creates the policies that, you know, that everything is attached to as in the considerations. This is not a development. Any developments that do come forward are individual property owners. The bylaws are meant to create, land use bylaws are meant to create a space of which a property owner can utilize their lands. And usually there's a multitude of things within it. And yes, some of these things are changing. But to say this has not been public, has it been a difficult journey because of all the infusions of the provincial directives? Yes, it's been a difficult journey. But everything we've done here has been public. We've been meeting for months and months on these, all the different directives of the province, and finding a way. Staff have been working hard to make sure that it is public. There are confidential pieces of a municipality in any level of government that will be confidential for sure. But the 99%, probably 99.8% of this whole process has been public. We're not fast tracking anything. This is not where the decision making is happening on individual projects. And it's been said very clearly that the suburban plan still offers opportunities to revisit or get things, have the public engagement that are, frankly, those councillors that are sitting in these seats for the last 4 years prior to this term have been waiting anxiously and asking for, and we're finally about to do it. The center plan took 9 years. This is not going to take 9 years for us, because we're now creating the footprint by which staff can go and deliver the suburban plan engagement. And then we'll come back with policies that may in fact be a little different. But I can't agree that this has not been public. I can't agree with that somehow we're going to get it right for every single person. There's a lot of really, really good meat in this regional plan. I had the benefit of being David and I both did, of the original regional plan. And the municipality has changed, and we have to change with it. Again, I know I'm going to have some residents have some difficulties with some things, and yes, I have a minute, good. And yes, not everybody is going to have take the time to engage or be aware that they have opportunities to engage. But that's also part of our process. That's not a lot of that's on us. It's our job to get that information out to our public. I mean, the staff take a lot of care to get it out to the public within the means. Remember, we have had COVID in the middle of all of these last few years, when all of these kinds of things were being debated. We shifted from in-person meetings to online meetings, and now we're going back a little bit to in-person, but there's a whole demographic in our constituencies that prefer the in-person meetings. They may not be getting that because the world's changing, but it's our job to work hard to get that information out to them. And I think we've had every opportunity, with the exception, I think, of this last sort of week, because again, we had a deadline from the province, and we can squarely put the blame where it is. I'm going to be voting for it. I'm sure over the course of time, I know I'm all done, and I promise this is the last time I'm going to speak. Over the course of time, out of 1,900 pages, I'm going to find something that I don't like, but I'm voting for it now. Thanks.
Thank you very much for that, and we'll move to Councillor Cuttle.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I mean, like as planners always say, it's a living document and it will change. But, you know, mistakes are made, and I do think that sometimes we can do better. I look at the 8 units and the impact of what's happening. I mean, those were all things that residents came up and they talked about, which is why public participation is important and why it's important to listen and why it's important to be considerate. And, you know, while this is the regional plan, it's the higher overarching plan, it is the plan that shapes the form and future of the rest of the city. And we've all been in the situations where, you know, we've been upset with something happening, but, you know, it's been a decision where we might have said no has been overturned based on the general future land use map, right? The GFLUM, which is kind of what this is setting us up for here. So it does have impact. It's important. And yeah, GFLUM. GFLUM, am I pulling that out of my memory correctly? Thank you. So, you know, it's very important. Each step is very important because it sets us up for the next one. And even if we pass this tonight, it is the higher overarching piece. We do know all the secondary plans are still mostly intact, except for where we're approving amendments, which will be embedded in each of those secondary plans. And they'll still shape kind of local decision making. So, you know, we got to keep that in mind, but it also is why we need to start work on the suburban plan ASAP, as in yesterday, because that is where, you know, we'll really put you know, the meat around the bones there of what this regional plan means. So, but I don't want to underestimate the importance of every single step in our planning process, because one informs the next. With that, I do have another motion that I would like to put on the floor here. And this has to do, again, with you know, some of the issues I had around the minimal planning requirements. I've already made a motion regarding the commercial area and, you know, the impact that the reduction in commercial has on certain communities, particularly my community in Spryfield, which really needs commercial space. I have small businesses that want to open. I need services to, you know, support my growing population. I have, you know, things like daycares that people are taking their kids from Spryfield to Dartmouth for daycare because we don't have any daycares and we don't have any spaces to house commercial daycares in Spryfield. It's an important piece, but that motion's being passed, and I believe the letter was sent to the province asking them to reconsider the 20% maximum that we can require on commercial. The other piece that I have is the unit mix, and I'll put the motion on the floor right now so that I can reset my clock here. I'd like to move that Halifax Regional Council direct the CAO to consider options to require a mix of unit types and sizes in all communities as part of the suburban plan process. Okay, thank you for that.
I think that was Councillor Morse. I hope I don't cause an argument.
Co-seconders there. Thank you for that. So, you know, one of the things that we've seen through the minimal planning requirements is that we used to be able to go into a development and say we want to see a mix of single unit of, you know, single bedroom, 2-bedroom, 3-bedroom units, and create a mix of housing that supports different needs within our communities. Right now, with the minimal planning requirements, we don't have that ability. And, you know, we've already seen one example in Spryfield where we did have a multi-unit that did have a mix of unit types, and it came back and it got revised and they turned them all into 1-bedroom units. For me, that's a problem around supporting families. It's a problem around affordability. I mean, I think we were all there where we shared an apartment with a roommate when we were in our 20s and younger, and that was about affordable housing. That was a way to make it affordable to live in an apartment in an urban center. And when you only have 1-bedroom units, well, you know what? That doesn't make sharing accommodation possible. It makes housing more expensive, and it's really only meeting the needs of a certain demographic. I know that both the commercial and the unit mix minimum planning requirements are set to expire in 2027. But I think this is critically important for the province to really understand why it's important for us to be able to require unit mixes in our multi-units. And so, this is just putting it out there that as part of the suburban planning process, I really think it's important that we give staff, the direction and encouragement to say that this is important. Even though the minimum planning requirements are in place, I think we should still proceed with this idea and this concept of looking at how we can encourage and require different unit types to meet different types of housing needs throughout our municipality. And I hope I can have the support of council in this motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And on the amendment, Councillor Morris, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to Councillor Cuttle for bringing this forward. I mean, this is one of my number one concerns about the plan and about the minimum planning requirements, is this rollback of the unit mix requirements. It's very important to have requirements of 2 and 3 and maybe 4 bedroom apartments in new multi-units. It does make it more affordable. It does provide a variety of options that work for families. Many of the newcomer families have larger families than traditionally here or currently with Canadian families. So we have larger families moving into the communities and fewer housing options, and we can't have that. We're supposed to be converting some of our suburban strip malls to housing. Now that we don't have these unit mix requirements, we're going to get bachelors and 1 bedrooms in suburban areas, and we won't have the commercial on the ground floor because that's also been eliminated by the minimum planning requirements. So you're getting, more isolated communities rather than complete communities, more car-centric communities rather than transit-oriented communities, and less affordable housing. The number one issue, the number one thing people want in Halifax right now is affordable housing, and this is going backwards. This is making housing less affordable. We have so few tools in our toolbox at the municipal level to make housing affordable, and this one is one tool that we had that has been removed. And I think we have to do whatever we can to try to find a way around these minimum planning requirements to get the mix back. That's what is going to make our communities affordable. And we're in a housing boom, and if we get a lot of housing that is bachelor and 1 bedroom apartments, we're stuck with them for 40 or 50 years. This is not something that's easy to change once it goes into effect. So anyway, I support this motion. I hope it will result in some real change. I'm concerned about the time limit of 2027, that will be changed. We'll get closer to it and that will be extended. Anyway, this is one thing we can look at now, and I support it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Deagle-Gammon, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So the intent of what this motion is, I support. I'm a little confused because usually we say request a staff report, and this says to direct the CAO to consider the options. So just the understanding in terms of process, is it a staff report or is the CAO considering the options? And then the second part that I just clarification on, it says as part of the suburban plan process, is the suburban plan being defined as suburban being serviced areas, being water, wastewater, and transit? So not knowing that makes it harder for me to understand if I would vote for it.
Sorry. So the response back to this would come in a staff report with the suburban plan, would be our interpretation. And if Kate wants to add to the answer, the second part of your questioning.
So it is a staff report? So would we change the wording in the motion then?
That is the suburban plan process already. So when the suburban plan is brought forward by staff, it comes as a staff report. So
Okay, so it doesn't need to be there.
it doesn't need to be there.
Okay.
Okay. I don't. Oh,
Yes, sorry. Through the mayor to the councillor, the question on the boundary. So right now in chapter 3, we tie the boundary to map 2, which is the urban area,
Right.
which follows this urban settlement boundary and is mostly aligned with where we provide water, sewer, and transit. And we know that we may need to make minor adjustments along the edges around where exactly the suburban plan is. We've also had discussions with council about the idea that there are some places that are defined in the plan on the map as rural, but they function more like suburban communities. So we've been doing some research work with Dal on that. That's completed. We have folks in Leah's team who are furthering that work on those really dense areas in the rural environment that function more like suburban areas. We haven't changed the names of things yet to really have a better way of articulating the places like Fall River or Tantallon, but we intend to do that as we work on the regional plan in the next phase.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much. Councillor Hartling, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I just have one quick question. So I understand that the reason that these things don't exist, these current planning requirements, suggestions don't exist is because of the province. Those are due to expire in 2027. Are we expecting the suburban plan and these restrictions to expire at about the same time? I'm just kind of wondering in terms of timing. Does that make sense? It's about the intent. So we're going to work on that plan with the intent that it'll exist in the future, or that we'll have the opportunity to do that. I'm just trying to understand as I connect the dots in my head when we can expect to see this have legs, right? Like, and I'm wondering if it's going to arrive at about the same time, or I guess it's just I don't understand when the suburban plan is supposed to come back to council.
Yes, through the mayor to the councillor, the time frame around the suburban plan delivery of that document we expect to be around 2028, and obviously we'll need to be paying attention to this as we go. But
Perfect. That's what I wanted to know. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor White, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Definitely support this. I'd like to see it in all areas, and I understand the province is not allowing that right now. So my question is, with our other planning documents, like the day that this requirement is lifted from the province, it's going to be all written into our documents. How do we get it out of there quick and be able to do this again?
Thank you through the mayor to the councillor. So it's written as a notwithstanding clause. So it's like notwithstanding and the date is referenced in there. So if you're coming in for a permit after that date, that just won't apply to you. We regulate unit mix in a bunch of different ways across our planning documents. So it would depend kind of on where you are. But generally it's a notwithstanding clause. So we'll obviously remove it through housekeeping amendments if we're coming forward with them after that date and it's no longer required. But yeah.
Thank you so much.
The question has been called. The amendment carries, and we're back on the main motion. And I'll look to see if anybody has anything to say on the. I think that's the question on the main motion has been. We got a couple of ringers in there. Okay, Councillor Morse, please.
Okay, thank you. I think I said quite a bit already about the unit mix, but I don't think I'm going to be able to support this. It's not always Councillor Purdy and I agree on things, but I feel like, you know, there's a sort of a disproportionate impact on my district by this plan and by mainly by the minimum planning requirements, because there is a lot of development planned in my district over the next little while. There have been a number of big projects approved. And so there will be a lot of impact on the lack of unit mix requirements. There will be an impact not having commercial areas in these new buildings. You know, we had a requirement to have ground floor commercial. That's no longer as strong as it was. So, you know, I was looking forward to seeing my community having more services close to home, and that's less likely to happen as a result of this. I'm concerned about the special planning areas and the impact on Carney Lake and Susie's Lake and Blue Mountain. So I just feel like some of the things that we're agreeing to here are just not good for my district and my residents, and I won't be able to vote in support.
Okay, thank you. And we'll move on to Councillor Purdy, please, on the main motion.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So you've already explained this, but can you, I'm still not clear. So this is the regional plan, phase 4. We've got policies that extend into our suburban areas for growth and density. So can you explain to me then what the purpose of the suburban plan is? Like how does that work under the regional plan when we're already making the decisions on how the development is going, where it's going to go? Can you just help me understand that connection?
Sure. The regional plan is the highest order plan, and it creates direction in a very strategic way. So it sort of establishes the big parameters that we plan around, the big moves, where the service boundary is, where urban settlement goes, what areas may be rural. So really the biggest ideas. And the suburban plan or the center plan or the rural plan are when we go property by property and make changes at a lot level in alignment with that vision. Now, the only sort of interesting thing is that the regional plan can sometimes go all the way into that land use bylaw level and make changes for things that we feel are really important, like a water course setback. So it can make tweaks to the bylaws, but that comprehensive wholesale change where we look at every single property, all 66,000 of them in the suburban area, happens through the suburban plan.
Okay. So there are opportunities then to see, so how does that work with the minimal planning requirements then? Because what Councillor Morse was saying about her district, I mean, these are big decisions that are going to impact our communities, like literally for decades. So we're kind of restricted then for the suburban planning plans, I guess, by what this document is kind of saying as the big rules.
Through to the mayor to the councillor, yes, the minimum planning requirements are, the way we're bringing them in is we're using the regional plan to affect change at that bylaw level. And the rules, I think, that are being identified as the most problematic are time limited. So they are only for a short period. And we've written the rules so that they essentially don't apply as soon as that period is over. And then we'll come in with the suburban plan after that. Or as we write the suburban plan, if we manage to get it done more quickly than that, we'll still include the provisions in a way that they go away. So we have to kind of figure out that technical work for you to make it whole in understanding council's vision and how they want to work towards having these commercial corridors. And we'll, if we for some reason got it ahead of time, we'd build in those exceptions. But ultimately the plan that we'll land on will have this sort of vision around commercial areas established in it.
Okay.
The vision that Councillor Cuddle is expressing, I guess.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, that's helpful. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Austin, please.
Lost my voice for a second. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, staff, for on this. I just wanted to kind of wade in here at the kind of final hour of this thing, because I appreciate where Councillor Morse is coming from in terms of, this, there's pieces of this we don't like. There's pieces of this that we don't get really to control. It was heartening during the public hearing that the public seems to very much have caught on to what's on the go. Province. I can't ever remember being at City Hall and having that so strongly coming from the public before. So the public is very much understanding what's going on. So then we have our two main constraints that have shaped some of the pieces of this plan that, folks have some problems with. Provincial interference and, of course, kind of legal issues around taking. And so when I look at it, it's like, well, do I like the unit mix piece? No. Do I like that main streets don't have to have commercial? No. Do I think those are really going to make any difference in our housing supply? No, I don't think so. It'd be nice if we'd been asked about them and we could have had a discussion about them before they were just imposed. Special planning areas, I do worry about that. And I wish the buffers around the wetlands could be more of an absolute rather than having to leave a bit of a kind of a development agreement piece in it. But I think where we are is some of these things we can't change, and our staff have done the best with the constraints we have to bring us the best piece of work we can have. So, you're kind of in this damned if you do, damned if you don't sort of choice in now, and you have to choose one. I'm going to support this because I think, if there is a moment where we do need to actually push back hard on provincial interference, I don't think it's this moment, phase 4 of the regional plan. Where it might be really, really important is phase 5, when we get into the really difficult decisions about where we're going to grow, how that's going to look like. If that's the stuff that really is going to be the most important decisions that come out of this. And so that's coming. It's what, a year and a bit? Remind me of our timeline, year and a half, 2?
Sorry, through the mayor to the councillor, for phase 5 of the regional plan.
2 years?
No, our target right now is 2029.
Oh, so it's way.
But what's in 2 years, as per the commissioner, is the strategic growth and infrastructure plan.
That's where my
and that's a
brain's
really
failing.
important input.
Okay. So, folks, to me, I'm going to vote for this. I think we've made the best we can out of a difficult situation with the constraints that we have, both legal and provincial. And I think the moment to fight hard might be in about 2 years there, give or take, where we'll have some really, really core decisions to make about the future of the municipality. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Hensby, please.
Well, Mr. Mayor, I wasn't going to chime in until I heard that timeline for phase 5. I've been around this table a long time waiting for the rural perspective to finally be heard by the regional plan. We've been held back and shackled with the private road prohibition, with the limitations of other development issues, the lack of infrastructure expansion, the lack of transit service expansions. These things need to be reevaluated before 2029. I'm hoping that we'll be taking into effect some of whatever the Link Nova Scotia report's going to be in regards to the regional transportation initiatives to help with the development and transportation of people and goods. But we have to move forward with this plan. I can't wait to get this process done. Some things we got to hold our nose on and let it go through and get on to the next phase. But phase 5 is going to be so critical for rural Halifax, and I wish the next council the best of luck when it does get here.
Thank you very much, Councillor. We'll move to Councillor Young, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was looking at that timeline myself. So it's another 4 years before phase 5.
Through the mayor to the councillor, that is what we're targeting currently. There are big inputs into that such as the strategic growth and infrastructure plan, the integrated resource plan that Halifax Water is conducting, the Joint Regional Transportation Agency Future Link plan. All these are big important studies that will tell us more about how to direct future growth, and that will come within your term, and that will help us shape phase 5. We're going to keep working on rural areas, so you're not going to not hear from us within your term. You're going to help us set up for that phase 5 plan. We're going to work on it over the next number of years, but the actual delivery of this thing again, we're thinking will be 2029.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Cuddle, we're not in committee of the whole rules, and you've spoken twice. If you'd like to speak again, with unanimous consent of colleagues, we could. That's the way to do that. Councillor Cuddle has used up all of her speaking slots and would like another, but she needs UC for that. So I didn't see anybody. She can have. Okay, I think I'm going to interpret that as the floor being yours, Councillor Cuddle.
Thank you. And I'm not going to introduce anything new here, but I too am sympathetic to what Councillor Morris said. What I understand here is that we don't really have a choice. Like, we are required to pass this before the end of the month to get these minimum planning. We're mandated to put the minimum planning requirements in place, and I'm not happy about it either. But I think if we all voted with our conscience, then perhaps this wouldn't pass, and then where would we be? We're between a rock and a hard place, and we don't have that choice. I think about the young woman who spoke here today from the Ukraine, talking about legacy, talking about our conscience, talking about creating places in the future that honor the environment, honor the people, honor community, and that was very moving. So yeah, I'm not happy about it, but I think we've had the opportunity to express our concerns here today, and Councillor Austin, you were saying that we need to save the big fight maybe for 5, but I think every step along the way where we have the forum publicly to say that we're not okay with this and this is why is an important statement to make. And I think we've done that here today. We've heard the public, we've heard staff, and so I'm going to vote to support it, not because I'm thrilled about it, but because that's the position that we find ourselves in. And I'm looking forward to the strategic infrastructure plan. That is a critical piece. If this is, really that should be leading where the special planning areas go. The special planning areas shouldn't be dictating, the strategic infrastructure plan. We do have the cart before the horse a little bit here. Unfortunately, the strategic planning areas are going to dictate a lot of the infrastructure plan. That's not great. That's not great either. But it's the cards that we've been dealt, and I have faith in the planning staff will make the best hand they can out of those cards. And so I want to say thank you again for all your hard work and for answering all my calls and all my questions and being my planning therapist some days. Appreciate it. Okay, and with that, I'll call for the question. Oh wait, there's more people who want to talk.
Oh, you're allowed to talk, and they're not. Councillor St. Amand, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I too need to reiterate how thankful we are to staff for managing a very difficult, arduous process that has lasted quite a long time. I mean, I think we all recognize, particularly with the feedback that my colleagues have provided so far, that you're juggling a lot of balls, and then third parties come along and toss a bowling ball into the mix, and you're expected to just keep juggling. I recognize how difficult that is, but I think the feedback that I'm hearing here, even though there are elements of this that I'm not wild about either, and I think we would all be able to pick apart sections that we'd like to see revised. I think what you've managed to do is maintain the spirit of what we're after. We're all trying to move the municipality forward and look for those opportunities to bring to residents what we think they seek and they deserve. And so I commend you for the amount of work that you've managed to put in on a project like this. I can't begin to understand how you managed to keep your eye on that many balls at once. But I'll support this because I know that we have every opportunity to apply a critical eye to everything that comes next. That's what our role, that's what our responsibility is going forward. And we're lucky to be afforded the opportunity to do that. Thanks.
Thank you very much for that. Councillor White, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. One technical question. What is the time horizon of the regional plan? And then literally what would happen if we voted this down?
Through the mayor to the councillor. So I think as I explained in my presentation, rather than a time horizon, we're planning for a population of 1 million people. Okay. So we have population projections. We've done those out to 2050, but ultimately it's about looking at that longer term growth and having a planning framework that allows us to adjust if we grow really quickly or if we grow less quickly. I'm sorry, it's been a long day and I totally blanked. Oh, if it doesn't get approved, yeah. I don't know. I don't know.
I'll try that one.
Anybody want to take a stab at that?
So,
Yeah.
Staff would need direction then in terms of the next steps with respect to the phases of the regional plan, given, after 2023, when the draft came forward after phase 3, we proceed on that basis. And so, we understood, assuming this passed, we'd move forward with phase 5. If that's not council's intention, then we would need directions. But beyond that, we would be in breach of the obligations imposed by the province with respect to delivering on the minimum planning regs by the end of the month. So that's essentially where we would sit.
Yep. Thanks.
Okay. Councillor Deagle-Gammon, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So thank you all for an amazing piece of work and for today and being able to keep this all together. I do feel that I need to say, oh, sugars on phase 5 being so far away, just because there's so many in unserviced areas that are in that phase 5 that have been waiting for years upon years upon years. And I guess I'm just hopeful that as phase 5 progresses, that there might be places in there that some of the developments that are within that they might be able to progress, even if we don't have the complete phase 5 done, because it is truly disappointing. Although I understand from sitting in this chair and listening and meeting with you all what that means, it's very difficult for people who are holding on to property and they're trying to figure out what they're going to do with it. So so just do need to voice a bit of a disappointment on the timeline, but although it is understandable. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, what's your pleasure? Question's been called. And the motion passes. We've approved the regional plan. So I'd like to say a word or two. Congratulations to the staff team. Really well done. Incredible work. You've heard other councillors talk about appreciating the amount of work that's behind this and the weeks and weekends and nights and all that. We all know each of you in the front row. There are some folks in the back that we may not know so well. Not Karen, Brad, or Kenda, but the rest of the crew. Would you maybe just like give a wave and call out your name and job and tell us, introduce yourself? All right. Okay. And we know Aaron and Thea. So you guys, thank you. My goodness. Well done. And listen, as long as we're handing out thanks, big thanks to the clerk crew as well. Boyd's been had a long day as well. The people in the box back there, thank you very much. And colleagues, thank you as well for a really good debate and discussion. Well done today. And there is a member of the public who's been here all day with us, so congratulations to you as well. Yes, indeed. Okay, so now I think we just need a motion to adjourn. Could I have a motion to adjourn? I saw Councillor Purdy's hand there. Okay. Good night, everybody.